everyone and welcome to this full course on web development. Have you ever wondered how websites like Amazon, YouTube or Instagram are built? Every button you click, every animation you see and every feature you use is powered by web development. Whether you want to create your website, build web applications or start a career in tech, learning web development is the first step. So in this full course, we will start with the basics of HTML, CSS and JavaScript, then move on to advanced concepts like React.js, Node.js and API integration. So get ready to dive in and start building fully fledged web applications. With that said, let's outline today's agenda for this web development full course. First, we will start by understanding what is full stack web development, followed by an introduction to web development, where we will cover essential technologies like HTML for structuring web content, CSS for styling, JavaScript for interactivity, jQuery for simplified DOM manipulation, and Angular for dynamic front-end applications. These core technologies will lay the groundwork for your journey into full stack development. Next, we will break down the web developer roadmap to give you a clear path from beginner to advanced levels, helping you understand the essential skills and technologies you will need to master along the way. Following that, we will dive into React.js, starting with React basics such as components, JSX and state, followed by React hooks for advanced state management. Finally, we will apply these concepts by building a React project from scratch, giving you hands-on experience. Next, switching to the backend, we will start with the Node.js as a runtime for server-side JavaScript, where we will cover Node.js with Express to build robust web applications. Next, we will also cover how to build a RESTful API using Node.js, where you will learn to create endpoints, handle HTTP methods like get, post, put, and delete, and connect your API to a database for real-world functionality. Next, we will develop a food ordering website. We will build a simple API-based project such as weather app or to-do list to reinforce backend skills. After that, we will have a look at top 5 full-stack project ideas like an e-commerce platform or social media app to showcase your ability to integrate front-end and back-end technologies. After the development of the project, we will explore free deployment platforms guiding you through hosting your website and making it live on the internet. And as we know that AI is transforming the industry, we will discuss how AI tools like GitHub Copilot and ChatGPT assist in code generation, debugging and design, and also explore trends like AI-driven chatbots and personalized user experience. And having covered the core concepts, we will also walk through essential web development interview questions, helping you prepare for both technical and behavior aspects, where you can confidently tackle your next interview and stand out in the competitive job market. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka's YouTube channel. And if you want to build a successful career in web development, having the right skills and hands-on experience is essential. Check out Edureka's full stack development course with certification. This program is designed to take you from the basics to advanced web development, covering everything from HTML, CSS and JavaScript to powerful frameworks like React, Node.js and Express, along with API integration and MySQL for database management. And the best part is, you will work on real-world projects, get 24/7 tech support and earn an industry-recognized certification that boosts your career prospects. So if you're ready to transform your skills and fast-track your career, check out Edureka's full stack development program today. Now, before we dive into the core concepts, let's get everything set up so you can start coding right away. This section will guide you through the installation of the tools and software you will need for this course. So let's get started.
So now we will walk you through the process of installing Visual Studio Code, a powerful and a popular code editor that's perfect for web development. Let's get started. So the first step is to open a browser and visit Visual Studio Code official website. So this is the official website of Visual Studio Code. Just click on this. And now we are currently using Windows, so we will just click on Download for Windows. This will start the download process, and here you can see that the download process has begun. Now we can see that the Visual Studio Code setup is downloaded. We will just click here, and we will see the interface something like this. First of all, we will just click on I accept the agreement and then Next button. After that, this is the default path of our Visual Studio Code. Just keep it as it is and just click on Next. Just click on Next and then just tick box this because we want to create a desktop icon. Next, we have to add an option of open with code. So after that, just click on next. And this is the final step. Just click on install. This will start the installation process, and just wait while the Visual Studio Code gets installed. Now the installation of Visual Studio Code is finished. We will just launch the Visual Studio Code by clicking on the Finish button. So here we can see that the Visual Studio Code has been launched. So let us test the platform. First of all, what we will do is we will create a new folder. We will just click here, open folder. We will just click here to create a new folder. Just name it whatever you want and select the folder. That's it. The demo folder has been opened. And inside this, I will just create one file, that is demo.html. So inside demo.html, we are just going to add one HTML tag, and then we are going to add one paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph, let us write hello world. That's it. We will just do Ctrl+S, and then we will run this code. So here we can see that hello world has been printed on browser. So there are few more steps that you need to follow if you are using Visual Studio Code for your web development. So the next step is that you need to add some extensions in your VS Code. So the first extension that you need to add is live server. We will just search live server here. You can see this go live button. This is because I have added the live server extension. I'll just install this extension here. This has been added to my VS Code. And this will help you to run the codes of HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And next we can add so many extensions just like HTML tag extension and JavaScript, ESLint. So there are so many extensions that you can add that we will study further while going through the HTML part. So here we can add the auto close tag extension, which will help you to close the HTML tags automatically. And there are so many extensions like this which you can install to your Visual Studio Code. So that's it about the installation of Visual Studio Code.
Imagine building a website like Instagram. As a full-stack developer, you create both what users see, like profiles and feeds, and the behind-the-scenes stuff like storing data and handling interaction. You handle everything from making it look good to making sure it works smoothly for users. By understanding both the front end, what users see, and the back end, how everything works behind the scene, you can create a website that not only looks good, but also runs smoothly and is easy for users to use. So, being a full-stack developer means being able to build a complete and user-friendly social media platform from start to finish. So, what is full-stack web development? Full-stack web development refers to the practice of building both the front end, that is the client side, and the back end, which is the server-side components of a website or web application. In other words, full-stack developers are proficient in both the technologies that power what users see and interact within their web browsers, as well as the technologies that handle data storage, user authentication, and server-side processing behind the scene. So what does a full-stack web developer do? A full-stack developer is responsible for handling both the front-end and back-end development of a web application or website. Their role involves in front-end development, that is, creating the user interface UI and user experience UX that users interact with in their web browsers. This involves writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code to design and implement the visual aspects of the website or application. For example, implementing a responsive design that adjusts to different screen sizes or adding interactive features like drop-down menu or sliders come under front-end development. Now let's understand the main task of a front-end developer in detail. First, we have user interface design. Web page layout, structure, and aesthetics are created using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This involves developing user interfaces that are visually appealing, easy to navigate, and responsive to the variety of devices and screen sizes. Next, user experience design.
It involves optimizing web page usability and accessibility to provide users with a seamless and enjoyable experience. Front-end developers concentrate on things like site navigation, interactive elements, form usability, and overall user engagement. Next, front-end development. Writing code to implement web page design and functionality, which includes HTML for content structure, CSS for styling and layout, and JavaScript for interactive and dynamic behavior. Front-end developers use frameworks and libraries such as React, Angular, Vue.js to speed up development and improve user experience. Next, cross-browser compatibility. They ensure that web pages render consistently and function properly across all web browsers and devices. Front-end developers test and troubleshoot browser compatibility issues to ensure a consistent experience for all users. Next, performance optimization. Optimizing web page performance by reducing load times, file sizes, and code. Front-end developers use techniques like code splitting, lazy loading, and image optimization to boost website performance and user experience. Next, moving on to backend development. Building the server-side logic and database interaction that power the application behind the scene. Full-stack developers uses the server-side language like JavaScript with Node.js, Python, Ruby, PHP, or Java, along with the frameworks like Express.js, Django, Ruby on Rails, Laravel, or Spring Boot to handle tasks such as data storage, user authentication, and server-side processing. So now let us understand the main task of a backend developers in detail. And first we have server-side development. Writing code to implement server-side components, logic, and functionalities in programming languages such as JavaScript with Node.js, Python, Ruby, PHP, or Java. And data processing, business logic implementation, and server-side routing are some of the tasks that backend developers handle. Next, database management. Designing, implementing, and managing databases to store and retrieve data effectively. Backend developers use database management systems such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, MongoDB, and Redis to securely and effectively store and manage data. Next, API development. Developing applications programming interfaces to facilitate communication between a web application front and backends. So backend developers create and implement RESTful or GraphQL APIs that expose data and functionality to client-side applications. And next we have authentication and authorization. Implementing user authentication and authorization mechanisms to secure access to protected resources and data. Backend developers handle tasks such as user authentication, password hashing, session management, and role-based access control. Next, performance optimization. Optimizing the performance and scalability of server-side components to handle increasing traffic and workloads. Backend developers use techniques such as caching, load balancing, and database indexing to improve performance and responsiveness. And for a better understanding, let's take a look at a simple table breakdown of both front-end and back-end technologies. First, let us go through the front-end technologies. And the language used by the front-end developers is JavaScript. Frameworks and libraries that are used are React.js, which is a JavaScript library for building a user interface developed by Facebook. It allows developers to create a reusable UI components. And next, Angular, a TypeScript-based framework for building single-page application developed by Google, and it provides a comprehensive solution for front-end development. Next, Vue.js, a progressive JavaScript framework for building user interface known for its simplicity and ease of interaction. Next, jQuery, a fast and feature-rich JavaScript library for DOM manipulation, event handling, and animation. It simplifies front-end development tasks. Next, we have Bootstrap, a popular CSS framework for building responsive and mobile-first website, and it provides pre-designed UI components and layouts. Next, Sass or Less, CSS preprocessors that extend the capability of CSS with the features like variables and nested rules, making style sheets more maintainable and scalable. And at last, we have TypeScript, a superset of JavaScript that adds static typing and other features to improve developers' productivity and code quality. And next, moving on to the server-side technology. The backend developers use the languages such as JavaScript with Node.js. That is, the Node.js is a runtime environment that allows developers to run JavaScript on the server side. It enables building scalable and high-performance web applications. And the next language is Python, a versatile and easy-to-read programming language often used for web development due to its simplicity and rich ecosystem of libraries and frameworks. And the next language is Ruby, a dynamic and object-oriented programming language known for its simplicity and developer-friendly syntax. It is commonly used with the Ruby on Rails framework. And next, Java, a widely used object-oriented programming language known for its portability and scalability. It is often used with frameworks like Spring Boot for web development. And next, we have PHP, a server-side scripting language designed for web development. It is known for its ease of use and extensive support for web development tasks. Next, moving on to frameworks and libraries, the backend developers use Express.js, a minimalist web application framework for Node.js. It simplifies server-side development with features like routing, middleware, and template engines. Next, Django, which is a high-level Python web framework that encourages rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. So it includes built-in features for authentication, database ORM, and templating. Next, Ruby on Rails. A full-stack web application framework for Ruby, it follows the conventions over configuration principle and emphasizes developer productivity. Next, Spring Boot, an opinionated framework for building production-ready Java applications. It provides a comprehensive suite of tools and features for web development. And then we have Laravel, a PHP web framework known for its elegant syntax and expressive syntax. It simplifies common tasks like routing, authentication, and database management. And then moving on to database management systems. And backend developers use MongoDB, NoSQL, a document-oriented NoSQL database known for its flexibility and scalability. It stores data in JSON-like documents and is often used for agile development and data-intensive applications. Next, MySQL and PostgreSQL, relational database management system, that is RDBMS, that uses structured query language for data manipulation and retrieval. They are widely used for transactional applications and complex data models. Next, Firebase, a real-time database service provided by Google. It offers cloud-hosted NoSQL databases and backend services for building mobile and web applications. Next, moving on to the popular web development stacks. The main stack includes MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, and Node.js. Next, the MERN stack comprises MongoDB, Express.js, React.js, and Node.js. And next, the LAMP stack features Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. And then, the Django stack combines Django, PostgreSQL, Nginx, and GUnicorn. Now, let's shift our focus to explore the differences between front-end, back-end, and full-stack development. The front-end development focuses designing the user interface and experience for a website or app, whereas the back-end development focuses on developing and managing server-side logic and database interaction, whereas the full-stack development combines both front-end and back-end development. And next, moving on to the technologies. Languages used in front-end development are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and the languages used in the back-end development are JavaScript, Node.js, Python, Ruby, Java, etc. And the full-stack development requires proficiency in both front-end and back-end technologies. Next, responsibilities. Front-end development responsibility includes designing and implementing visual aspects to ensure responsiveness and accessibility, whereas the back-end development requires the responsibility of writing server-side code, maintaining databases, and implementing authentication. And the full-stack development involves in designing, building, and maintaining both client-side and server-side components. And let us now see some of the examples. Example of a front-end development is designing web page layouts and developing interactive elements. And the example for back-end development is writing server scripts and managing database queries. And the example for full-stack development is building entire web application handling both client and server aspects. Now let's have a look at the advantages of full-stack development. Full-stack developers can handle both front-end and back-end tasks. They can manage the entire development process, allowing for faster turnaround times. And hiring a full-stack developers can be less expensive than hiring separate front-end and back-end developers. They can effectively communicate with other team members, making collaboration easier. Next, a full-stack developers can quickly learn new technologies and adapt to changing project requirements. They take ownership of projects from beginning to end, ensuring accountability. And they excel at troubleshooting and problem solving because they understand both sides. Hope you now have a good understanding of a full-stack web development, including the languages, frameworks, and libraries.
Why you should consider learning web development? So, the first thing is it is easy to learn. Web development tools and technologies are designed to be friendly and easily accessible for beginners. With numerous online resources, tutorials, and communities, you can quickly start building your website and a web application even if you have no prior experience. The second thing is flexible work environment. Web development offers a highly flexible work environment. You can work from anywhere, whether it's home, a coffee shop, or while traveling. This flexibility is ideal for those who value work-life balance and prefer to set their schedules. And the next is high salary package. Web developers are high in demand, and this demand translates into high salary packages. The average salary of a web developer in India is about 10 to 12 lakhs per annum, and the average salary of a web developer in USA is about $120,000 per annum. The next thing is freelance opportunities. Web development opens up numerous freelance opportunities. Whether you want to work on project part-time or build a full-time freelance career, there is a vast market for web development services. And next on we have creative and fun. Web development is a perfect blend of creativity and skills. It allows you to express your creativity through design and problem solving while building an interactive and engaging website. The process of creating something from scratch can be highly satisfying and enjoyable. Understanding the reasons of learning web development is just the beginning. Now let's see what web development actually is. Web development is a process of creating and maintaining website and web applications that users interact with on internet. To understand web development, let's have a look on two familiar examples. And the first one is Amazon. On Amazon, everything including responsive design, navigation bar, product listing, shopping cart, wish list cart, and search bar are a result of web development. These features are designed to create seamless shopping experience for the users. Now similarly on YouTube, the navigation sidebar, subscription button, playlist creation, live streaming, video player, search bar, all are brought together to life through web development, offering an interactive and smooth user experience. So this is why web development is so important. It is used to create applications like Amazon and YouTube. If you want to build your web application, learning web development will be your first step. So now that we know what web development is, let's see how it works. Web development involves two key components. The first one is frontend. Frontend is the part user interacts with directly through web browsers. It includes all the visual elements you see on the website, such as button, text, and images. Next, we have backend. Backend is what happens behind the scenes. It involves web servers, where all the website's data and files are stored, business logic, which processes requests and handles the application's operation, database, where all the essential information is stored, and together these backend components ensure the website functions smoothly and can handle the user request efficiently. Now that you understand web development, let's move on to the core technologies that makes it possible. First on we have HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the backbone of any website. It structures the content by defining elements like heading, paragraph, images, links. Basically, it forms the skeleton of the web page. Then on we have CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It is responsible for websites' look and feel. It controls the layout, color, fonts, and overall visual appearance, allowing you to create visually appealing and responsive designs. And next on we have JavaScript. JavaScript adds interactivity to your website. It enables dynamic features like animation, form validation, and interactive element making the website more engaging for the users. Now, without any further delay, let's set up our developing environment so you can start working on your first HTML program. So there are so many code editors in market, but the code editor that we are going to work on is Visual Studio Code. So to download Visual Studio Code, you just have to visit the official website of Visual Studio Code, and after that you have to just click on the download link. In case you are using Mac, you can download from this link, but we are using Windows, so I'll just click on this link. After clicking on that link, my download process has started. So after the file gets downloaded, we are just going to click here, and then we are going to click on I accept the agreement and then next. So this basically is the address of your Visual Studio Code. Just let it be as it is and click on next. Next. And here we are going to click on create a desktop icon and open with code, open with code. Then next. And then the last step is to install Visual Studio Code into our system. So the installation process has started. So here I can see that installation has been completed. We are just going to click on the finish button and that will launch our Visual Studio Code. So now we have successfully downloaded our Visual Studio Code. So now that we have installed Visual Studio Code, the next step is to install extension into our VS Code. So for installing extensions in our VS Code, we just need to click here and then we are going to search for extensions. So these extensions will help you to run HTML, CSS and JavaScript code in your VS Code. So I have been using VS Code for such a long time now, so these extensions are already installed in my VS Code. I'll just show you. So the first extension that you need is Live Server. So this Live Server basically will help you to run your HTML and CSS code in your VS Code. I'll just show you how to install. So after you'll click on Live Server, you'll get something like this and you just need to click on install. And after installing, this Go Live button will be added to your VS Code. That's it. Just like that, we are going to add auto close tag. So basically auto close tag will help you to close the HTML or XML code automatically. And after this you need to add auto rename tag. This will also help to rename the HTML paired tag. And after this you are going to add ESLint. So this ESLint will basically help JavaScript to run into your VS Code. And after this, let us add code formatter. So this is the code formatter that we are going to add. This will basically format the code and increase the readability of a code in VS Code. And we are going to add HTML and CSS support. So we are going to add this extension as well. So for now, let's, move on to creation of file into our Visual Studio Code. And these extensions would be enough for now. And for creating a file in your Visual Studio Code, first thing that you need to do is you need to add one folder in your VS Code. So for adding a folder, you just need to click on File, Open Folder, and we can just select any folder from our desktop or anywhere in our PC. And we can also create a new folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here. So this new folder would be Basics. That's it. Select folder and this Basics folder has been opened in my VS Code. So after opening a folder into our VS Code, first of all we are going to create one file in our folder. So to create a file inside a folder, we are just going to click here and we are going to choose a name for our file. We are going to give it as first.html. So our HTML file has been created and next we are going to create a CSS file, styl. I'll just give style.css. So now CSS file has been created and then we are going to create a JavaScript file as well. So we are going to give it as a script.js. That's it. So this is how you create HTML, CSS and JavaScript file into your folder. So the steps are, you first need to add a folder in your VS Code and inside that folder you are going to create multiple files. That's it. Now quickly just see how HTML works. So I'll just show you the code. I'll just run one single code. So let me write one heading. That's it. And you're going to save your code with Ctrl S, and then you're going to click on Go Live. Here you can see your web page, and this is the content that I wrote inside my web page. That's it. And this is how your Visual Studio Code functions. Now let us look at the overview at the basics of HTML, and then we'll again come to our Visual Studio Code and we'll learn how to run HTML codes. So now just quickly understand the basics of HTML. So we use tags in HTML for every specific purpose. So now we'll just quickly see what are some basic tags in HTML. First one we have is HTML tag. So any of the content that we want to include to our web page will be written inside the HTML tag, right? And after that we have head tag. Inside the HTML tag, first of all we are going to create head, and in head tag we basically mention all the headers of our web page. For example, title. So we use title tag to give title to our web document. We'll just practically see this within a minute. And after that we have as body tag. So apart from head section, apart from header, we need to include every specific thing. Everything that we need to see on our web page, we are going to include it in body section. So inside the body section, we use heading to give heading to our web page. And after heading, we use paragraph to write any paragraph in our web page. And that's it. These are some basic tags in HTML. And now we'll just go to our Visual Studio Code and we'll practically apply these tags. So we are just going to delete it. And from initial, we'll understand what are the tags that are essential. So the first tag is doctype HTML. We basically use doctype HTML tag to tell the browser that the type of document we are writing is a hypertext markup language type. That's it. This is the use of doctype HTML tag. And after doctype HTML, we'll open our HTML tag. So as I have told you, everything that we are going to write will be included in the HTML tag. So inside the HTML, first tag we are going to create is head tag. Inside the head tag, we are going to mention the title of our web page with the help of title tag, right? So now inside the title tag, I am going to give the title my web page. That's it. And one more thing that we do inside our head tag is we link our CSS file to our HTML file. For that we use link tag. So link rel style sheet. This is basically written to tell that the document that we are linking is a style sheet. And after this, we are going to give the address of the style sheet. So we are just going to mention the name, and which is style.css. That's it. This is the sign to close the tag. And we have successfully linked our HTML file with CSS file. That's it. Just save the document with Ctrl+S, move to the web browser, refresh it, and the heading has been gone because I have removed it. Now again we will go to our Visual Studio Code. We'll just create. So one thing we did not see. So this is basically the title of the web page. You'll provide a title and that will be appeared here. So this is the use of the title tag. So after the head tag, what we are going to do, we are going to create the body section. So inside the body section, we write headings, paragraphs, links, images and everything. First of all, we'll see heading. So for heading, we use h tag, and h tag varies from h1 to h6. We are going to see all of them. So we are going to write, this is my heading, right? We'll just copy this heading and we are going to paste it. That's it. And I'm going to change it to h2, h3, h4 and h5 and h6. That's it. I have written my heading from h1 to h6 and Ctrl S, and we'll move to our web page. So here you can see H1 to H6, H1 being the biggest and H6 being the smallest. So this is how heading tags work. And after this, we'll see the example of paragraph tag. So here paragraph has been included. So these are some basic tags which you include in your body section, which are heading tags and paragraph tags. So after learning heading tags and paragraph tags, we are going to learn about link tag. So to provide link in HTML, we use anchor tag and it is representing using A. So first of all, I'll write my paragraph. I'll write here visit, and after that I'm going to open my anchor tag and I'll give the reference. So inside this we are going to mention our link. I have just pasted my link, and after this I'm going to close my anchor tag. So I'm going to write something, say Edureka. That's it, Control S, and here it is. So the link has been created. I am clicking on the link and I have been redirected to the Edureka's website. So that's it. This is how you use link tag. This is how you use anchor tag in HTML. So after learning anchor tag in HTML, what we are going to do, we are going to learn how to add image. So here I am going to give heading, image example. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy one image link. So I have copied one image example. Now let us learn how to add any image. So for that we use img tag and we give source to that image. Inside src we are going to give the link of the image. This is the link that I have copied. And after that we are going to give it a alt attribute. So alt attribute is basically given just in case your image is not loading. So instead of your image, that alt attribute text will be shown on the website. So that's it. We are going to close the image tag, Control S again, and example. So this is the image that I have provided inside my link. So we can see the image. Now let us just take an example how alt attribute works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the image and save. So here we can see a cat because I have provided cat as my alt attribute. Again here I can see my image. So that's how you provide image using HTML. So the next thing in HTML that we are going to learn the creation of list. So again what we are going to do is we are going to provide a heading. So list example, that's it. And then let us create a list. So to create a list, I'm going to use UL. UL stand for unordered list. Likewise, if you want to create ordered list, you are going to use OL. So inside UL, LI stands for list items. So we give list items name inside LI tag. So we are going to give 3 list items. That's it. And then Control S and the output. The list has been created here, you can see. Now let me give you an example of ordered list. Just Control C, Control V, and what we are going to do, we are going to change here. Control S. So this is the example of ordered list. You can see here 1, 2, 3, and in unordered list you can see the dots or pointers. So after ordered list we have description list. So description list is represented using DL, and inside this we give DT, which stands for description terms. So we are going to give term 1, and then inside this we are going to give DD. So DD stands for definition description, and inside this what we are going to do, we are going to write something definition of term 1. That's it. And again just copy this, Control S. Now let us look at the output. So this is how description list works. So these are the three types of list in HTML: ordered list, unordered list, and description list. So after covering list in HTML, we are going to move on to tables. How to create tables in HTML. So for that, we are going to create one section. Section tag basically improves the readability of the code. So with this section tag, what we are going to do, first of all, we are going to give a class to our section tag. So the purpose of giving class is that it will group the multiple elements that share the same style or the behavior. So we basically give classes to the components and elements of HTML just to target them into CSS file. So I'm giving the class, let's say, table section. That's it. Closing the section, and now we'll create a table in HTML. So for that, first we'll give a heading, table example. That's it. Now after this, I'll just format document. I'll just use this. So my document has been formatted just because I have this extension in my VS Code. So that's it. After giving heading, we are going to start the creation of table. We are going to use table tag. Inside the table tag, we are going to create a table row, right? So inside the table row, we are going to mention th, which stands for table header. We are going to provide table header as course, right? Th and duration of the course, let's say. Then one more header, let's say instructor. That's it. These are three headers of my table. After that, we are going to create one more table row. So for that, just copy this and paste it 3 times. So just change the content inside it. HTML. And one more, we are going to create a section for JavaScript. That's it. Control S, and let us look at the output now. So you can see the table has been created. Further, we can style this table as we want inside the CSS file. So now you know how to create a list, how to create a table inside HTML document. So the next thing that we are going to learn is how to create boxes. So this is the most important part, because whenever we are going to make a project, a form, or anything in HTML, we are gonna need this, creation of division, creation of class, creation of boxes. So we'll just quickly see how to create boxes. For that, quickly create a section and then give it a class. Let's say flexbox container. And inside this, for creation of one division, I'm going to use div. And again, we are going to give a class to our division. So what we are going to write is flex items. That's it. And after this, let us give a heading. We did not close this div. Inside this div, we are going to give a heading. So the heading that I am going to give is this is flexbox. Again, I want to format my document, so we'll just go format the document. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to give one paragraph. So, and that is it. The division will get closed. So to make one or two more division like this, just copy this code paste it 2 times. That's it. The class is same for all the division. So this is how, if I'll style one div, then the styling technique will be applied to the 3 divs. So I'll just change the content. This is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. That's it. So the division is closed, the section is closed. Save the document and look at the output. So this is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. So we are going to see the styling, and then there will be a major difference in our web page. Our web page is currently looking like this, and now we'll move on to CSS, and then we'll see the difference what it makes to our web page. So now we are done with learning basic tags of HTML, and now what we are going to do, we are going to learn a bit about styling, and then we'll style this page only, the page we have created right here. We are going to style this page only. And after that, what we'll do, we'll just apply our HTML and CSS skills, and we'll create a form using HTML and CSS. And inside that form, we are also going to include some JavaScript functions like form validation and calculation and everything. So our first project will be creation of a form using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And after that, what we are going to do, we are going to create one full-fledged project using HTML and CSS, JavaScript. So let us now move forward and learn about CSS. So now let's start with CSS. CSS basically stands for Cascading Style Sheets and allows us to control how HTML elements looks on the web page. So the syntax structure of the CSS is very simple. The first thing we write is a selector. Then we provide a curly braces, and inside the curly braces we mention the property and the value. So this is basically called the declaration. And again, after the semicolon, we can again write the property and then we can give a value to it. And at last, we have to just close the curly braces. So after CSS syntax comes the CSS selectors. So CSS selectors are of different types like attribute selector, element selector, class selector, ID selector and universal selector. But among these all, class selectors and ID selectors are used the most. So class selector is used to apply style to multiple elements that share the same class. So you just use dot followed by a class name. For example, if you have a class name button, you are just going to use dot, right? You are just going to use dot followed by the class name, right? And then comes the ID selector. After class selector comes the ID selector. So ID selector is used when you want to apply style to a unique element on the page. Each element should have a different ID and the selector uses hash. So for class we use dot and for ID we use hash and followed by the ID name. And here we just write the dot and followed by the class name, right? So that's it. And this is all about class selector and ID selector. Now comes the box model. So after CSS syntax and selector comes the box model. So CSS box model is a fundamental concept that describe how elements are displayed on the web page. It essentially wraps each HTML in boxes that consist of several layers. Let's now break it down. The first one is content. At a core, you have the content, which is actually the text or the image inside the element. After that, we have the padding. Here is the content. After that, we have the padding. The padding surrounds the content. It creates spaces between the content and the element border, like, cushioning inside the element. So after the padding part, we have the border. So border surrounds the padding and the content. You can customize it to be visible, invisible, thick, thin, or style as you want the border part. And after the border part comes the margin. Finally, the outermost layer is the margin, which creates the space between the element's border and the other elements around it. So that's it about the box model. Now we have seen the CSS syntax, CSS selectors, and the box model. Now what we are going to do, we are going to learn about the CSS layout. So CSS layout is used to arrange and structure web pages element, ensuring a visually organized and user-friendly design. It helps to create responsive layouts that adapts to different sizes of screen and enhances the overall presentation of the content. So basically we have 6 different types of layout. First one we have is flow. So flow is a default layout in which elements are arranged in the natural order they appear in HTML from top to bottom. Then we have Flexbox, a powerful layout system that arranges items flexibly and dynamically. Then we have Grid. It provides two-dimensional layout system, perfect for creating complex grid-based designs with rows and columns. Then we have Positional. It allows you to position elements precisely on the pages using properties like absolute, relative, and fixed. Then on we have Table. It uses table-based layout to organize content in rows and columns, though it's now mostly replaced by new modern method like Flexbox and Grid. And then on we have Float. So float is basically an older method used to wrap the text around the images or to create a basic layout, but it is largely replaced by Flexbox and Grid in the modern web design. So after the Flexbox and layout, we need to learn about the responsive design. So responsive design in CSS ensures that the web pages adapts to different screen sizes and devices. It uses media queries, Flexbox, Grid like Flexbox or Grid, and fluid images to create layouts that adjust automatically, providing a seamless user experience across all the devices. So now let's design out our web page that we have created using HTML using these styling techniques. So now we'll just move on to our Visual Studio Code and we'll start designing our web page that we have created using HTML. So here again I'm on my VS Code and I'm going to my style.css. First we'll check our style page is linked with our HTML page. Yes, it is linked. And then we are going to our style.css. Here we are going to style our page. We'll just learn the styling techniques one by one, and after that we'll move forward and we'll create a form using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So now first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to give a body background. So to comment out in HTML or CSS, you are going to give a slash and a star. Body background, that's it. Inside this body background, first of all, I'll target the body part, and we have already seen the syntax. That's what I'm following here, the syntax of CSS which we saw. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to provide a font family. So you can choose any font family here. I'm just going to choose Arial and Sans Serif. That's it. After this, the line height. So CSS is basically all about experiment. We are just going to give line height as 1.6. You can just experiment it as you want. Then comes the box model, which is margin. Margin I'm going to give 0. Then comes the padding. Padding also, we have already seen what are margin and padding, and we are going to give it 0. Then comes the color. Color I want to give is, let's say, blue. Okay. So as I was saying, CSS is all about experiment. So whatever styling techniques you want to apply, you just need to come to the CSS file and you just need to experiment with that. The more you are going to experiment is more you are going to learn in CSS. So the background color I want is, let's say, light green, green-yellow. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do, we are going to target the box. So for that, again, let me give a comment here. It will be content box. Right. So we are going to target is by dot content box. And then again the background color, and we can give the max width using max width styling technique, and we can just choose our width here. So background color I want is, let's say, white, and the width I want is, let's say, 1200. So we are going to give it as 1200 px. Px is basically pixel. It is a most common way of defining the unit in CSS. Okay. So I have not closed it here. So max width. That's it. px is our most common way of giving any unit in CSS. Next, we are going to give a margin. So margin also we can give top, bottom, and left, right, everything. So here the margin is auto. Why do we add auto here? We add margin auto because if the element is having a fixed width, then the remaining space will be divided around the element equally. So that is why you use auto here. So again, we are going to give padding. So the padding we are going to give is 20 px, and then box shadow. Box shadow defines itself. It's just a shadow around the box, and you can define the pixel of left, right, top, bottom by giving it like this. And you can also give the color here. So for giving the color, you just need to write RGBA, and you can, decide the color here. So you can give color, or you can give the readings like 0 and let's say 2, 4 and 6. Now it will be just as much surprising for you as much for me. I don't know which color is this. Let us run this code and then we'll see. After this, we are going to give border radius. So border radius is basically given to see the curves of the element. Like we have created some square, but I want the corners to be round. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just give it a border radius. So if you'll give a border radius of 50%, then it will become a circle. So that's how border radius works. So we are going to give 8px. That's it. Let it be 9px. So border radius is basically used for rounding the corners. My HTML file is not saved. And then we are going to save the CSS file, and let us look at the output. So for now, we have done these things. We have provided the color, we have provided the text color to blue, the background color to green, and these are the things that we have done till now. What is the one change that we are going to make? We have styled a content box, but we have not created a content box in our HTML. So what we are going to do, inside the body, we are going to create one div section, right? We are going to give it a class as content box, right? We'll close this div and Control X, and we'll include all this content inside the content box. So right here, Control V. That's it. Control S. And now let us look at the output. So here the content box has been created, and this is the box shadow you can see around the edges. This is the border radius. You can see the curves here, and the content is inside the content box. So this is how CSS is going to alter your HTML. Like your HTML is basically the skeleton of the website, right? It just looks like a skeleton. There is no styling, no color, nothing. And using CSS, you can style your web page as you want. So as for now, we have styled this much. Now let us move forward, and we are going to style it further. So now what we are going to do, we are going to style the headings here. And so what I want to do, I want to give a animation to my heading. So for that, we are going to use hover effect. Hover effect is basically a basic animation that is provided using hover. So I'll just add transform. So after writing transform, here we write what are the features we want to transform, like the speed or the scale. So we are going to write here scale, and to what scale we have to transform it. So 1.05, let's say. So what this transform does, it basically zooms the hover. Okay, when you will select on item, it will basically zoom that item. So I'll show you an example. So Control S, and we have changed the H1. Let us look at the H1. So the thing this is doing, whenever I'm going on the heading, it is zooming the heading. This is basically the hover effect using CSS. Now further what I want to do is style the H2, H3, H4 and H5, H6. So for that you can combinedly write here from H2 to H6. This is how you can style them together. So I want to change the color of every heading. Just let me give it as, let's say, this color. Okay. Then margin, let's say. Bottom I want to change. So margin bottom I'll write. You can just give margin top, bottom, left, right, anything. So 10 px. Then padding 15 px and 0. Right. Then text alignment. Text alignment defines itself. It is just basically what is the alignment of the text you are providing. So I'm going to provide center. Then transition. So transition here I'm going to give is transform. So why is transition used? So transition is basically used to provide any smooth effect to your heading or anywhere you are applying. And the factor here of transition I am providing as ease. So ease basically will, first speed up the transition, in middle it will slow, at last slow down the transition. Now I have applied this transition on every heading except H1. So I have applied this transition on every heading except the H1. So what we are going to do is we are going to give an effect also to every heading. So it will be like H2 hover, then again H3 hover, and likewise H4, H5, H6. So here we are going to give a hover effect that will be transform again, scale 1.05. That's it. So let us save it and look at the output. So you can see this is the hover and transition. You can see this is the hover and transition that has been applied to every H2, H3 to H6, right? So far we have understand the styling techniques. Now let's move forward, and now what we'll do is we'll style the anchor tag. So for that we are going to target the anchor tag. So after targeting the anchor tag, first of all we are going to add the color. So the color I want to give is, let's say, I choose this color. And after this what we are going to do is we are going to add the text decoration as none. So why do we use this text decoration none? So by default in some browsers, when you are adding a hyperlink, whenever you are adding an anchor tag, there is a line beneath that link. Okay. So to remove that default styling from that browser, from that hyperlink, we add text decoration as none, right? And then again I'll add the transition, which will have color. We are going to add the color transition, and again it will be ease. So after this we are going to add the hover effect to our anchor tag, and the text decoration here we are going to give is underline. So after the cursor is on the hyperlink, then I want that hyperlink to have a underline. So that's why I have given the text decoration none here and text decoration as underline here, right? After that, the color after the transition I want in my hyperlink is, let's say, I want it to be red. That's it. Control S, and here you can see first of all it is hot pink. Then there is no underline to it because the text decoration is none. After I am taking my cursor on hyperlink, it is having an underline and the color is red. So now you understand the styling technique, both hover and text decoration. So after this, we are going to style our list. Okay. So to style our list, we'll target the list as it is UL, and we have OL, and we have DL, right? So now, first of all, let us give the margin 20 px. Then we'll give padding, which will be 10 px. Then we are going to give border radius. Now we know what border radius is. So border radius is basically used to give the rounded corners. Then we are going to give box shadow. Again, we know what box shadow is, and after that we are going to give a color to our box shadow. So let us take this only, and after this we are going to style our paragraph. So in paragraph also we are going to give margin bottom 10 px, then padding also 10 px, then border radius we are going to give it as 4 px. After this comes our image, right? So let us style our image. In image, only I want to give is the max width of the image would be 100%, and height of the image will be auto. We already know why we use auto. And the border radius will be, let's say, 10 px. Then again we have transition. Transition is basically the type of animation that I am using everywhere just to make you understand how the animation works. And after this we are going to style the image animation, that is hover. So again, transform to scale 1.05 is what we are using everywhere. So we are going to use that only here, right? Now comes the styling of list. So we'll mention UL. First of all, we are going to do list style type will be square. You'll understand this once I'll execute this code. You will see the difference in the list, then you will understand why I have used square. And after this, OL we have, which was our ordered list. Again, list style type will be decimal. Okay. And after this, what we are going to do, we are going to just execute our code. So we can see the transition on my image, right? The border radius of my image. You can play with the transition like this, right? And the list items I can see here, it is square. So if we provide the list style type as square, it will give us like random square or circle or pointers. And if we provide the list styling type as decimal, then it is going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. So that's it. And now what we are going to do, we are going to style our table after the list. So for styling our table, we are going to target the table, and in table the width will be 100%. The border collapse will be collapse. So now again, border collapse is now again a new term for you. So basically we use border collapse because we want the every item in the table to have its own border. So that is why you use border collapse. So after this we are going to add the margin top. It will be 20 px, and then the background color, which will be white, let's say, or kind of white. And then we are going to add the box shadow. After this, border radius, let it be 10 px. That's it. Inside the table, I want to style the table header and the table description. So I'll just add border 1px, and here I can give any color to my border using solid white, let's say, right? After this, the padding, which will be 10px for me, and then text alignment. So let's say it will be left. That's it. Again, after this, we are going to separately design our table header for background color. Let's say it will be this, antique white. And then the table row, however I want to give it a effect. So it will be antique white. That's it, the table has been designed. Let us quickly have a look on the table. So this is my table, right? So the table has been designed here. So now next what we are going to do is we are going to design our flex box. So first let me quickly see the class name. It is flexbox with small f. So it will be flexbox, right? Inside the flex box, the first thing will be display flex, and justify content will be space around, right? After that, we have margin on top, which will be 20px, and then we have padding, which will be 10px, right? Then inside that we have flex items. So inside this we are going to do background color. I'll just quickly give the styling. So we have provided flex1 here. So that means the container can either shrink or expand according to the space that is available around the container. That's it. This is all about the flex item styling, and next what I'm going to style is flex item hover. Flex item hover. So in flex item hover, I'm just going to give transform and background color. That's it. And then comes the last thing about our styling, which is responsive design. So for that we add media queries, and here is max width, which is, let's say, 770px, and the flex box, I'm just going to explain it, and flex direction. So here I have added media queries. So media queries in CSS are essential for creating responsive designs that adjust the different screen sizes and device, right? So they allow us to apply specific style based on the characteristics of user viewport. For example, the media query media max width, which we have written here, and the flex box, flex direction, column, whatever we have written here, target the screen size of approximately 768 pixels. So basically it targets the screen that are of 608 pixels wide or smaller, which is typically for tablets or mobile devices. So in this case, the class.flexbox, which is a flex container, will change the flex direction from default horizontal adjustment to vertical stack. These adjustment enhances the readability and accessibility of the content on the smaller skills. So we are just going to save our code and let us look at the output. So here we have created the 3 flex box. You can see the hover effect, you can see the transition and everything. So this is it about styling. We have seen what is HTML, how HTML works, and how do we write HTML. After that we moved on to CSS, and then we have seen the styling techniques, and we made a web page and we applied the styling to it. So you yourself can examine how the web page was looking without CSS and how the web page is now looking with CSS. So now that we have learned HTML and CSS and we have practically applied styling techniques and HTML tags on the web page, we'll now move on to creation of a form using HTML and CSS. So now let us start with the creation of form using HTML and CSS. And after completing the HTML and CSS form, what we'll do, we'll move on to JavaScript and we'll apply some functions of JavaScript into our form. So now first of all we need to do is we need to open a new folder. For that I have closed this folder. I'll just go on folders and open folder. Again I'm going to create a new folder here. So new folder, we'll just name it form. Okay, it already exists. So let it be new folder only. Okay. So again inside this folder, what we are going to do, we are going to create one HTML file. Let's say form.html and one CSS file. Let's say style.css. So now that you are familiar with the styling techniques, I'm not gonna explain the every styling technique again. What we'll do, we'll just go through the HTML code and then I'll just write the CSS. Again, I'll explain you the JavaScript code, but CSS part we are gonna skip because I think you have now basic idea of how CSS works and you just need to experiment with the styling techniques. So inside the form.html, again the first thing we are going to write is doc type HTML and then we are going to start with the HTML tag. So now you have basic idea of how to write the tags in HTML, after what tag, which tag you need to include. So I'll just quickly write everything. That's it. And after this, we are going to start our body section. Inside the body section, the first thing will be h1 and the class that we are going to give is form title. And the heading that we are going to give is application form. After this, we will start the form tag. Inside the form tag, everything that we are going to include in form will be mentioned. Again, to form, we are going to give one class because we have to style this form. So let me give application form and then we are going to start our form. First, we'll create one div. Again, we need to give it a class. Then we need to create a label for the form. After creation of label, I'll decide the input. So input type of the name, of course, will be text type. Here you can see I'm giving different classes for different thing because I want to style them differently. And then the most important thing, I'll write here required. So this required basically works as a validation. If this required is mentioned in any section of the form, that means user need to fill that section, and without filling that section, user cannot move forward or user cannot submit that form. Right. So we have created the first name section. As it is, we are going to copy this and same we are going to paste it for the last name. That's it. Again, I'll copy this section for the date of birth. And now I need to change here the input type also because for DOB, the input type will be numbers or dates. It will be dates. Right. So here I will write date and ID will be DOB. Again here DOB. Right. Again, I'll copy this code for the next section. So my next section will be age. After writing the age section, we'll just quickly look at the output, what we have created till now. So the age input type will be number. That's it. Let us save and go live. So far we have created this form, job application form. The O is capital, I'll just correct it. First name, last name, date of birth here. The input type is date, so we are getting a calendar here. Age is mentioned here. So by far we have created this. Okay. Now let us move forward. First I need to change the title, which is job application. Right. Now what we need to mention, we are done with date. So again I need to mention one section, which is gender. So for gender, here I need to add labels for male and female, right? So this is correct. We are going to create a radio button here because I want the user to select only one gender. Here we need to give value. So the value here will be male. And again I need to give class, which is radio input. That's it. We have created one label for male. We are going to copy paste for the female section. Just need to make the minor changes. And one more time we'll paste it for others. That's it. We have not changed the male female here. And then again one more label we have to make here, which will be for others. Right. Now Control S and let us look at the output. Here you can see gender, male, female or others. So we can only select either male, either female or others. So this is how the radio button works. So now that we are done with the gender section, we are going to move on to the email address. For email address, again I'm going to copy this and let us paste it. Again we are going to change the label. The input type here will be email and same goes with ID and name. That's it. And then again we are going to create one more section for the position available because this is a job application. So for the position available, first label we are going to create for the position available. That's it. Again the input type here I am going to create as checkbox. We are going to remove required from here because it is a checkbox and here it will be value. So the value here will be junior and here again it will be class. That's it. So the first checkbox has been created for a junior developer, but let me give a label here. Now what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this and we are going to paste it for different position levels, right? So we have pasted it and just the minor changes we are going to do. So the first change is mid-level and the value here again will be mid-level. Okay, and the label also will be mid-level developer. Again here it will be senior and a senior developer. That's it. Control S and here you can see the checkbox junior developer, mid-level developer and senior developer. This is the basic difference between radio button and a checkbox. In radio button, you can only select one at a time, and in checkbox, you can select all. So after this, I want the programming languages input. So again, for this, what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this whole division and we'll just make the changes. So we have pasted it. The first change would be programming languages. The first language will be Java, and we are going to change the name and the values. The second one will be JavaScript. And the third one will be, let's say, Python. That's it. The languages section is also completed. So what is the next section that I want? I want the user to fill the password and confirm the password, right? So now for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy my older div section and I'm going to paste it here. So again, for the password I need here is password. So creation of form is very easy. You just need to mention the things that you want in your form and you're good to go. Here in input type, we'll of course keep it as a password. Then only it won't be visible. It will be in the form of stars or dots. That's it. And again, this too, confirm the password. The password section is done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a form action. So for creation of form action, we are going to copy this and paste it. So here we only need input type. We'll just delete it and let us first change this. Input type will be reset. Here we are creating a button. So let me remove this all. After this, we are going to add a value, which again will be reset. We are going to give the class, which will be button reset button. That's it, and we'll just copy paste this for our submit button. This will be submit. That's it. Now the form is completed. The HTML part of the form is completed. Here we have created two buttons, the submit button and the reset button. So you are getting this pop-up. This is because we have mentioned required in our HTML code. So this is the creation of form using HTML. Now just quickly move on to CSS and we'll just quickly style our form. So I'm just going to provide the styling. I'm not going to explain the every part of styling as we already know why do we use everything. You can just yourself change the styling and look at the outputs. So it will be easy for you to understand the CSS. CSS is basically the thing which you can never complete because every day there is a new styling technique. So you just need to experiment with the styling and then you'll be able to understand the CSS features. So after this, I'm going to style my form title. We have just started with the styling technique and you can see the visible difference that CSS is making to my HTML form. And now you can see the output. I have applied so many styling techniques here, and now my form is looking like a proper well-designed form. So this is the form that we have created using HTML and CSS. So here I'm going to write Nidhi Jha, and the date of birth that I'm going to include is, let's say, 2003 February and 13th. Age, let's say 21, gender female, and here 123@gmail.com. So I'm gonna apply for all of this. I know all the languages. Password I'm gonna keep 123 and 123. That's it. We have submitted, and then I'm gonna write here anything and reset, and the reset button is working. So now what we'll do further, we'll just add some JavaScript functionalities into our form, like form validation. And one more functionality I want to add in my form is that whenever I'll enter my date of birth, it should automatically calculate my age. So this is the function that I want to apply in my form. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to discuss the topics of JavaScript that we are going to apply in this form, and further while we are working on the project using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, let us see the basic features of JavaScript that we are going to use in our form, as well as the project that we are going to make using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, we have JavaScript basics, which includes syntax and structure and control structure. So JavaScript syntax is a set of rules that defines how the code should be written, while its structure involves organizing your code logically with variables, functions and loops. Now, control structure in JavaScript, such as if-else, for loops and switch statements, allows you to control the flow of your code based on the conditions and iterations. So the next feature of JavaScript is DOM manipulation. So DOM manipulation in JavaScript let us dynamically change our website content, structure and style by interacting with the elements in the document object model. This allows us to create interactive and responsive user interfaces. Next one we have is event handling. Event handling in JavaScript lets you to respond to users' action like click and key presses. That makes your website more interactive. And then on we have form validation. Form validation ensures that user inputs are correct and complete before they can submit the form. That improves the data accuracy. Then on we have local storage. Local storage allows you to save the data in user's browser, so it remains available even after the page is refreshed or closed. Now let us add some of these features to our form. What we'll do, we'll use the local storage and form validation into our form, and then afterward when we'll start creating the website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript, we'll use DOM manipulation, event handling, form validation, local storage and of course the basics of JavaScript, all these features of JavaScript in our website. So now let us move to the VS Code, and then we'll create some basic functions of JavaScript and then we'll apply that to our form. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a file for JavaScript, script.js. And the next step is to link our JavaScript file to HTML file. So for linking our JavaScript file to HTML file, we'll use script tag in our body section. So we'll just link it like this, script and then again source, and we have given the name script.js. Now the JavaScript file has been linked to the HTML file. So whatever functions we are going to create in script.js will be applied to form.html. So here in script.js, the first function that I'm going to create is validation function. So validation function is most basic function that you can create. It is just used to validate the form. So what this line of code means? So this line of code basically is retrieving the value from first name. let us see where we have created first name. Here is the ID first name. So whatever input we are going to give in this first name will be accessed by this first name. Right. Now again, for the last name and everything, we are just going to copy paste this function. That's it. We are going to change this as last name. Here it will be last name. Just keep it in mind, the ID should be same here. Okay. So after last name, we have created DOB and then age. After that, email. And again, we have created password and confirm password. Right. Again, we are going to change the IDs here. So for DOB, the ID was DOB. For age also, the ID was age. For email, it was email. And so on. Password and confirm password. Right. So this is it. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly check the ID name. Last name and first name. It is okay, it is okay. And again we have created for email and password and confirm password. Here P is small. So here also P is small. That's it. So this will retrieve the data from first name. This will retrieve the data from last name. Same as from DOB, from age, from email, password and confirm password. Okay. So just save it. Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to validate if the user have entered the data or not. So if first name and last name, here I am basically given if any of the data including first name, last name, DOB, email address, password or confirm password is not entered, then you should get an alert. So basically I am creating an alert function here. So then a user will get an alert that you need to fill this required section. So here the user will get an alert and the alert will be all the fields are required to fill. All the fields are required. That's it. So this is the alert that the person is going to get if he does not fill the any required section. So after this, what we are going to do, we are just going to add return false. So what this will do, this will just prevent the form from submission. It will make sure that all these sections including first name, last name, DOB, email, password and confirm password are filled. Otherwise the form won't submit and the person will get alert. Right. Now one more validation I need to keep, that if the password and the confirm password matches. For that we will do password. If it is not equal to confirm password, then user will get alert password does not match. Right. That's it. Let me do it. Do not match. That's it. Again, I'll add a return false. Again, it will prevent the form from submission. So after this, one more function we need to add for the validation of the password if it is meeting the standard criteria of the password. For that, we'll call one function which is password validate. It is password valid. So it will basically match with the password that we have entered, and then if it does not match, it will again throw an alert that password, the basic alerts that we get. That's it. This is the alert that user is going to get, that password must contain uppercase, lowercase, number, character and everything. So this is the basic criteria that our password needs to match. again, what we are going to do is we are going to add a return statement here. So if it does not match, the form should not get submitted. And outside this, we are going to call return statement again and we'll add true. So if it is not the case, like if the password is matching all the criteria that we include in is password validate, then the return true will be called. So now we need to make a function that we have added here, right? So the next thing that we are going to do is, again, we are going to make one function to handle the event. So it will handle the form submission event. So whenever the user will click on the submit button, it will get triggered and it will basically check the form validation criteria, whatever we have applied. So first one is validate form. So it is going to check this. And the else condition will have form successfully submitted. Right. So if the form is not validated, then it won't get submitted, and in else condition we have included that if this is not the case, the else statement will run. Okay, the form will get submitted. Now this is to handle the submission, and again we are going to create one function to validate the password. So we are going to create the isPasswordValid function here. So inside this we are going to create whatever features we want in our password. The first thing we want is uppercase. So this should include A to Z. It should test in password that at least one character from A to Z is included in the password. That's it. Now again for the lowercase, that will be included from A to Z. Again, we'll do the same for numbers and special characters. Number should be from 0 to 9, right? And it should also include the special character. That's it. So special characters, we are going to mention it manually. That's it. Also colon and semicolon. So these are the special characters that I want to check in my password. Any one of the characters should be included. So the return statement will has uppercase and has lowercase. Similarly, that's it. Okay. Now the validation has been completed. So this section is basically validating that everything should be included. It will take the input from first name, last name, DOB, age, email, password and confirm password. This will validate basically the every section is filled, and this will basically check that password and the confirm password are matching. This will basically call this function which we have written here, and it will basically check that the password is containing uppercase, lowercase, number and special characters. Right. Now one more function I want to include in my JavaScript form. That will be the calculation of the age. So what I want that when user is entering their date of birth, then the age should get calculated by itself. For that, I'm going to make one function, calculate age, right, from DOB. So this function basically will calculate the age from the date of birth and the current date. That's it. This will just subtract the years and the months of your date of birth to the today's date. right? The date you are born to the date you are filling the form, that will get subtracted. So again, if the month difference is less than 0, or the month difference is equal to 0, and that's it. We have created here a function. It will read the user's date of birth, the month, and then it will calculate the age according to the today's date and the month, right? So this is basically the function to calculate the age, and now we are going to add an event listener. So now we are going to add an event listener that basically updates the age whenever the DOB changes. For that, we will add document.get element by ID DOB, right? Add event listener, which is change. That's it. If the DOB get changed, then the age will also get recalculated according to the recent data of DOB. So here we are going to write again age, and value will be age. That's it. So what here we are going to do, we cannot close this change here. We have to close it here. So that's it. After that, we are going to add one more event listener that will handle the form submission. So it will basically read all the application data from application form, right? Here again, we need to add one event listener that will be submit. So it will now handle the submission, right? After this, again, one more event listener we are going to add that will be for the local storage. It will for the storage of form data. That's it. Now one more function we need to make to store the form data. What things we need to store, we need to mention it. So I need to store first name. It will read this from first name itself, right? It will read the input value from the first name. After this, again, same thing for the last name and everything. So this is for the last name. Then it will be for the date of birth. After that, for the gender. Everything will be stored in the user's browser. That's why we use local storage to store the data into user's browser. So before gender, we have age. And then on we have gender. So here we have applied radio button. So we need to use the query selector here. After this, we are going to mention for email. So for email, again, we are going to add that's it. And after this, for positions, every data we need to store, and we need to store multiple things here because it is not a radio button, it is a checkbox. So we are going to use array. So again, for the programming languages also, we are going to use the same line. We are just going to add here languages. And last but not the least, we are left with the password. So now that's it. Before closing, we'll just add local storage, set item from form data. That's it. We are done with the JavaScript part. So now that we are done with the JavaScript part, let us quickly go to our form and let us quickly check the validations and everything. So Nidhi Jha, and here the date I'm going to add is, let's say, 2006 and randomly any date. Now here I can see the age has been calculated by itself. So this is the JavaScript function that we have made, 123@gmail.com. So the local storage is also working. Again, this checkboxes and password, let's say Nidhi, I have kept Nidhi and submit. So this is giving me alert which I have added, and now let's say I will keep 123@Nidhi, and again 123@Nidhi. So still password is not correct because the uppercase has not been included. I'll just write A@123, A@123, and one small letter also, which will be A and A. Okay, so now the password does not match. Let me quickly see. Now it should match, and the form has been successfully submitted. So now our form is working and it has been created using HTML, CSS and JavaScript.
Now guys, this is a very simple editor, and I think it's my most favorite editor. You can use Sublime Text or any other editor that you are comfortable with. Alright, so this is how it looks. Now what I've done is I've already copied a folder called jQuery. All you have to do is create a folder on your desktop and then drag it and paste it over here. Okay, so I've already created a folder because I think it's a good practice to have a folder that contains all your code snippets. Alright, now guys, if you downloaded Visual Studio Code, you need to make sure that you have installed an extension called Live Server. Alright, so I've already installed this Live Server. Now this will basically host our web page. So whatever we type out or whatever code we have over here, it'll get hosted using this Live Server. So make sure you install the Live Server in order to host your web page or whatever you create. Okay, so that's about Visual Studio Code. Now, without any further ado, let's get started with our first topic. So why use jQuery? Now, we all know that there are hundreds of JavaScript frameworks and libraries out there, but why must you use jQuery? Well, for starters, jQuery makes it extremely easy to manipulate the DOM. Now, DOM basically stands for Document Object Model. Guys, don't get intimidated by the name. I know it sounds like it's a very complex concept, but it's very easy. All right, I'll be explaining the DOM in the further slides, so stay tuned. Now, DOM is basically like a tree structure of the HTML elements. Now, in order to make a web page interactive, web developers manipulate the DOM, and jQuery makes it extremely easy to do that. Now, apart from that, the community of its contributors is more diverse and bigger than any other JavaScript library. It has detailed and comprehensive documentation which gets better every day. Now, another bonus point is that jQuery has thousands of plugins available for free, and they can easily be added to our projects. So these plugins add value by enhancing user experience. Now, one such example is the Ajax technology, which develops a responsive and feature-rich site. Okay, moving on, jQuery also provides cross-browser support. So basically, every time you write a code on your local machine and you want to run it on a browser like Google Chrome, Safari, and all of that, you don't have to worry about whether your code will run on different browsers because jQuery takes care of the dependency issues. Now, this is because it supports almost all the commonly used browsers. Alright. Now, guys, I hope all of you are clear with why we should use jQuery. Now, let's look at what is jQuery. Now jQuery is basically a fast, concise JavaScript library with a nice motto which says write less and do more. Now that is very apt because its entire functionality revolves around simplifying each and every line of code. It simplifies the DOM manipulation, event handling, and basically every other thing. Now jQuery offers a very effective way to capture a wide variety of events, such as a user clicking on a link without the need to clutter the HTML code. jQuery takes care of all the complex things in between. Also, an add-on is that jQuery is a lightweight library of about 19 kilobytes in size after compression. So this makes it faster to load the library and also takes up minimal resources. Now jQuery also comes with hundreds of built-in animation effects which you can use in your website to make it more interactive. Alright, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with what is jQuery. Now let's move on to installing jQuery. Now, there is no installation per se, this is just downloading jQuery. Now, let me tell you that there are two ways of doing this. Alright, the first is a local installation, wherein you copy the jQuery library on your local machine and you include it in your HTML code. And the other one is linked to a CDN. Now, CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. So you can include jQuery library into your HTML code directly from the CDN. So basically, this is like a link to your jQuery library. Okay, now let me show you how you can do this. Alright, so this is how the official website of jQuery looks like. Now here you can go on download. So over here you can see download the compressed production jQuery 3.3.1. So this is probably the latest version of jQuery. So what you can do is you can either click on this and you can copy this entire library. This is basically the jQuery library. You can copy this entire library and you can paste it within a file over here. Okay, so I'm going to paste it within this jQuery folder that I created. Okay, you can paste it in a file. Let's name it jQuery. So what you can do is you can copy that entire code and paste it in this. If you copy this entire thing and you paste it in your folder, you can easily go and edit it by mistake. Let's say by accident, you click on something and a small line gets deleted or a small element gets deleted. So your entire code is going to get messed up because your jQuery library was tinkered with. Okay. Alright, so we're not going to follow the first method. Instead, we're going to do the link to a CDN method. Now I've created an index.html file within which I have the link copied over here. Now this is basically the jQuery library. You can see the version is 3.3.1. And also I have another link which is for the UI, jQuery UI. Alright. Now guys, this integrity and cross origin is just so that nobody manipulates the contents of these libraries. Alright, so I've copied this link from somewhere on the web, I don't remember, but I'm just going to paste this link in my description box so y'all can go ahead and use this. Otherwise, if you find a better link, then y'all can use that as well. Okay, so this is basically my HTML file. So guys, I'm now going to obviously discuss the basics of HTML and CSS because that's not under the scope of this session. So I hope all of you have a basic understanding. If you all don't have a basic understanding of HTML, CSS and JavaScript, like I said earlier, I'll leave a link in the description box. You all can go and check out that video and then come back to this video. Alright. So guys, that's how you download jQuery. It's not like an installation. It's basically downloading the jQuery. Okay. So now let's look at the document object model. Now the document object model is a tree structure of the various elements of HTML. Here you can see that it begins with document. This is basically this. This document is basically the ancestor of every other element in this file. And this HTML again is the ancestor of all of these other elements. Okay. Now the head and the body elements are children of the HTML element. So this is basically like a tree structure. So basically title is a descendant of head. Similarly, H1 and the P tags are children of body. Okay. So they are just descendants. Now guys, this is a simple tree structure and this is what document object model is. It's not any complex concept. It's a very simple structure of your HTML file. Now let's move on to jQuery selectors. Now the first thing we're going to learn in jQuery is the selectors. Now why do we need selectors? These selectors allow you to select and then manipulate the HTML elements or the DOM elements. Now all that a web developer has to do in order to make a web page more interactive or just create a web page for that matter is to make sure that the DOM is easily manipulated. Only when you add effects into the DOM, you can make any changes on your web. So that's why we use selectors. So basically selectors will select a particular HTML element And then you can use other functions on this HTML element and manipulate that element. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll look at examples, we'll type out codes and we'll look at examples. So don't get too confused. Okay, so I'm going to open up my file. So let's open a body tag. Now within the body tag, I'll have a header. I'm going to have a h1 tag, which will basically say jQuery tutorial. Okay, guys, the Q is always caps in jQuery. So we'll have a header which says jQuery tutorial, and let's have a simple paragraph by Edureka. All right. In order to make things a little more interesting, I'm going to create an unordered list. Now within which I'm going to have a few elements in the list tag. So let's say I'm going to list my favorite dogs. I know there are no favorites when it comes to dogs because all dogs are really cute. But if I had to list down 3 favorites, I would definitely go with these 3. Okay, golden retriever. I'm quite old-fashioned when it comes to dogs. I really like golden retriever, even though there are new breeds right now. But I think this one's really cute. And then Siberian husky. So guys, you can make it interesting and put in a list of whatever you'd like. Like you can put in a list of your favorite fruits or your favorite colors, anything like that. Okay. And let's say boxer. Close the HTML tag. So I'm just going to save this file, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal an explorer. So basically this is how our web page looks. Now, like I mentioned earlier, most of the browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, Internet Explorer have a JavaScript engine embedded into them. So this is a Google Chrome browser, like y'all can see. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on anywhere on the page and I'm going to click on inspect over here. Okay, so this opens up my JavaScript engine. Now this is basically the file. All right, 1 second. Okay, there was a small error because I had opened up a CSS file which I had linked. Okay guys, just ignore that error. So now what I did here was I opened up the JavaScript engine. We have a JavaScript console over here. It says JavaScript context. Now what you can do is you can manipulate the DOM elements through this console. So basically you can run different commands over here. You can type something and you can run it. Now, just like in the vanilla JavaScript, we need to select things and manipulate them. In jQuery, we can select anything we want by using this $sign. All right, so this is the $sign or the dollar function that you can use to select anything. Now, in regular JavaScript, we have functions like document.getElementById, query selector all. Then there is getElement by class, getElement by tag, and there are hundreds of such functions. But when it comes to jQuery, the dollar function basically replaces all of these other functions. Okay. Now let's look at an example. So let's say I want to select this header 1. This is h1 tag, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type the $sign first. We'll open up brackets and within quotation marks, we're going to type whatever we want to select. All right. So what I'm doing over here is I've used this selector function and within the quotation marks, I mentioned h1. So what this does is it will basically select the h1 tag for me. Okay, so let's click on enter. Now, when I click on h1, you can see that it highlights my header1 tag. Okay, it also shows me the dimensions of the tag, and this is how the selector basically works. Now let's try selecting the body. Now that I've selected the body, you can see that it highlights the entire body and it shows me the dimensions of the body as well. Okay, so guys, this is how the selector works. Now let's make things a little more interesting. Okay, let's just go back to our Visual Studio Code. Now what I'm going to do here is within my first list element, I'm going to add an anchor tag. Okay, let's say we randomly add an anchor tag and we're basically directing this to google.com and let's call it Google. So guys, I hope you all understand basic HTML because I'm not going to explain the HTML. It's going to be a very lengthy video if I sit and explain HTML to y'all. So for that, I told y'all that I'm going to leave a link in the description. Y'all can refer that link and y'all can understand HTML. So I saved the file. Now I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so here you can see the anchor tag, which is Google. Now let's say that I wanted to select this anchor tag. Okay, now we previously saw how to select the h1 tag. We saw how to select the body. Okay, but what if I want to select this particular anchor tag? So what I can do is I'm first going to type out unordered list. You have to type out the path to your anchor tag. Now, in order to specify the anchor tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify that the anchor tag is within a list, li, and in turn, this list is within an unordered list. Okay, so it's basically like specifying the path to this anchor tag. Now, because there's only one anchor tag in this entire list, it's going to select this anchor tag only. So let's see how that's done. So you simply type out ul, li, and a. So this is your unordered list, this is your list item, and this is your anchor tag. Now let's click on enter. So when I click on A, you can see that it highlights my anchor tag. It also gives me the dimensions along with it. So guys, this is how it works. Now let's make it a little more interesting. Now let me just type out this code first and then I'll explain what it's doing. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to select the header, okay, h1 tag, and then I'm going to apply a method to this. I'll just type it out first and then you all can understand what I'm saying. So what I'm doing here is I'm selecting the h1 tag using this dollar function. After that, to this h1 tag, I'm going to apply this method, .css method. Now within this method, I've passed a parameter and a value to that parameter. So the parameter is color, or the property is color, and the value of the property is red. So what this line is going to do is it's going to change the color of the h1 tag to red. Okay, let's see if that works. All right, you saw that this turned to red. So guys, this is how you can play with the selector. It basically manipulates the DOM. Okay, so this is what I meant when I say manipulating the DOM. Now let's make it a little more fun and let's say we change the background color also. Okay, we change the background color to black. So here you can see the result. So guys, basically the selector is just to select a DOM element and then manipulate it in whichever way you want. Okay, so this is the most basic concept of jQuery. Understanding the selector is very important because you're going to use selector at every line of jQuery. So with that, we're done with our selectors. Now let's look at our next topic. Now we're going to discuss a few jQuery methods. Now one of the methods that I already discussed is the CSS method. I just showed you all how CSS is used to style a particular header. Okay, but we'll come back to this later on. Now similar to that, we have other jQuery methods like the before method, after method. Now what does a before method do? Now this method inserts a specified content before the selected element. Now this is the selected element. Now before the selected element, it's going to add this content. So whatever content you want to add before a particular element, you mention that content within these parentheses. Okay. Now let's look at it practically. I'm going to open up my browser. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my unordered list. And before my unordered list, I want to add something before my unordered list. So how I can do that is I'm just going to mention whatever I want to do. So within h2 tags, I want, let's say, my favorite dogs. And let's close the h2 tag. So what I did here was I basically selected my unordered list first. And on my unordered list, I'm going to perform this function. Now what this does is it adds whatever I type within these quotation marks before my unordered list. Okay, let's just see how it works. So here you can see that right before my unordered list, I have my favorite dogs. Now similar to this is the after method. Okay, let's go back to the slides. Now the jQuery after method inserts a specified content after the selected elements. Okay, so this is the selected elements, and after the selected elements, it's going to enter this content. Okay, let's look at how this works. We'll look at the same example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to after. Okay, and let's say I type are adorable. Enter. Okay, so you saw that it says my favorite dogs, blah, 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 are adorable. Okay, so guys, this is how before and after functions work. So these are just simple examples of how before and after work. So up next, we have text. Now a text function is used to set or return the text contents of the selected element. So let's say we have a selected element over here, and if we pass this text method on that selected element, it's just going to return the text of this element. You can also set or replace the text of a particular element by using the text function. Okay, let's not get too confused. I'll just open up my browser and show you how this is done. Let me just refresh my page. Okay, let's look at an example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a selector and I'm going to select the list of elements within the unordered list. So I've selected li and I'm going to use a text function over here. Okay, let's see what this returns. Okay, so over here you can see that it's returned golden retriever, Google, Siberian Husky, and boxer. Okay, let's do one thing first. Let's remove this anchor tag because it does not make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to save my file and let's open up the browser, refresh, and let's run this command. Okay, so here you saw that it returned golden retriever, Siberian Husky, and boxer. Okay, similarly, let's say I just want to return the first element of my list. Then I would do something like this. So what I did here was I selected list and in that I mentioned first. Okay, so I basically mentioned the first element of the list. Now this returned only the golden retriever to me, which is exactly the first element of my list. Here you can see that golden retriever. Now let's say that I want to replace some content. Okay, let's say I want to replace this by Edureka with something else. Okay, let me just refresh. All right, so how I'm going to do this is first always start off with the selector. So I'm selecting my P, which is my paragraph tag. Now, since I have only one paragraph within this entire HTML file, it knows that it's this paragraph. Okay, so let's say there was another paragraph over here. Then what you would do is you would mention paragraph colon first and you'd perform an action on it. Okay, so yeah, let's coming back to this. I'm going to say text. Welcome to this fun tutorial. So what I've done here is I've selected the paragraph tag and then I've applied the dot text function on this tag. Now let's see what this does. Okay, let's click on enter. What happened here was by Edureka was replaced by welcome to this fun jQuery tutorial. So this is how you use the text function to either set or to return some content. All right. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with this. Now let's look at our next function. Okay, the next one here is HTML. Now the HTML method is very similar to the text. It is used to set or return the HTML content of the selected elements. Now let's look at the difference between the two. Now first let's look at an example of how HTML is used to return the content of a particular element. So let's say li last.html. So what I've done here is I've selected the list and from the list I've selected the last element and I'm running HTML tag on it. So this returns boxer. You all can see that it returns boxer. Now let's see how you can set the content using HTML. Now what we're going to do is we're going to change this last element over here which says boxer. We'll change it to something else. So guys, bear with me when I type the code. So I'm going to replace boxer with German Shepherd. Now let's click enter. Here you saw that it got changed to German Shepherd. Okay, so this is how you set the content using HTML. Now what is the difference between HTML and text? Okay, let me show you what the difference is. Let's say I'm going to select the entire unordered list and I want to return the value using text. Now when I return the value using text, you see I get this. But when I do the exact same thing using HTML, let's see what happens. So I'm selecting the unordered list and I'm running the HTML function on this. Now here you saw that it's returning the HTML tags to me along with the text content. Over here it just returns the text content, but over here it will return the HTML content as well. Okay, so you can see that li and end li is not there over here. That's because it returns only the text content. This will return the HTML content as well. Okay, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with the difference between HTML and text. Moving on to our next function is the CSS function. Now I already showed you an example of this CSS function, but what exactly this function does is it styles a particular element. So whatever element you select is styled using CSS. So if you see any color or any pop in your page or any sort of design, very pretty design on a web page, it's because CSS was used. Okay. Now what this jQuery CSS method does is it sets or returns one or more style properties for the selected elements. Now let's quickly look at an example. So what I'm going to do is let's clear this unordered list. What I'm doing here is I'm creating a script tag. Now guys, script tag is always used in order to run some JavaScript or some jQuery script. So over here, I'm going to create an object using the let keyword. So I'm using the let keyword to create an object, and the name of the object is design. And let's define some properties of this object. Let's say that the color is blue. And let's define another property like background. Let's set background to green. Let's define another property which is border. We'll set this to, let's say, 3 pixels solid black. What I did here was I created an object. I created an object called design, and I've given this object 3 properties: color, background, and border. Okay. Now these 3 properties have particular values. So color's value is blue. Similarly, background color is green, and the border is so on. Now let's just save this file. I know y'all are confused, wondering why I'm doing this, but just give me a second. So what I did was I saved this file. Now let's open up our terminal and we'll select, let's say we'll select the header1 tag. Sorry, I forgot to add the selector function. So we've selected the header1 tag, and on this we're going to apply a CSS function. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass an argument to this CSS function. Now what we're going to pass is we're going to pass the object that we just defined. So we created an object called design, wherein we had 3 different set of properties which had different values. So we're just going to apply these values and properties to this h1 tag. So let's click on enter and see what happens. So you saw that the background color, the font color, and a border was added to this. Now this happened because we had created an object with color, background color, and border. So we just applied all of these properties to our h1 tag. Okay, it's as simple as that. So guys, this is how the CSS function works. It's basically for styling your web page. Okay, so your web page looks more prettier with the help of CSS. Now let's look at our next topic, which is attributes. Alright, now the attribute method is used to set or return attribute values of the selected element. So let's say you select a HTML element, and that HTML element may have hundreds of attributes. So you're going to select a particular attribute of that HTML element, and you can return it using the attribute function. You can also use this attribute function to set an attribute to the element that you selected. So let's not get too confused with definitions over here. Let's just execute this and see how it works. Alright, let's go back to the Visual Studio Code. Now in order to make it a little more interesting, let me just clear this entire thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to display pictures of 3 puppies, and we're going to work on those 3 puppies. Okay, we're going to work on the images. We're going to try and add borders to those images. Okay. Alright, so first thing what I've done is I've created a folder called puppy, where I have 3 cute pictures of a golden retriever, a boxer, and a husky. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this folder and I'm going to paste it over here within the jQuery folder. Alright, so here you can see that I've added the puppy folder, which has 3 different images. Now what we're going to do is we're going to display these images. Now in order to do that, I'm creating a div and I'm assigning a class to this. Let's name it puppers. So now I'm just going to add these 3 images. So I'm going to use the img tag. I'm going to set the source. So the name of the folder is puppy / let's say goldie.jpg. It's a JPG image. So let me just copy paste this. And similarly, I'm going to add the other 2 images also. So the other image is husky. And then there is a boxer as well. Now let's go ahead and save this first. And okay, so what I've done is I've moved this to the root folder. So let's just save this and let's refresh. Alright, so guys, I was facing a problem. It wasn't loading for some reason. So I just opened my jQuery folder on my computer and I just copied the puppy folder into that. Okay, so this is basically the index.html file we're writing. And I've also copied the puppy folder within this, which has 3 images. Okay, now this should work. So here you can see that within jQuery folder, I have a puppy folder and I have the HTML file. Okay, let's save this. Now this should definitely run. Let's reveal an explorer. So now you see that we get 3 cute puppies. Guys, how adorable are they? To make it look a little more presentable, I'm just going to align these images horizontally. Okay, so that it's clearly visible. So in order to align them to the left, and also I'm going to set their width and their dimension. So what I'm going to do is I'll open another file. So guys, like I told you all earlier, that CSS is used for styling purpose. So I'm going to open a CSS file over here. Okay, so this is the symbol. This means that it's a CSS file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the class puppers, and within this class I'm going to say float left. So what I did was I selected the puppers class, which I had defined within the HTML file. So here you can see that the class of the div was puppers. So I'm just selecting this entire div and I'm just floating it to the left, meaning that I'm going to align it to the left. And also let's set the dimension of the images. So I'm going to mention the image tag over here. I'll set the width. Let's set it to 300 pixels, and also the height. All right, let's say 250. So let's save this file, and we need to link this CSS file in our HTML file. So guys, don't forget to do that. A lot of people miss out on this step and then they wonder why their code is not working. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to add a link of my CSS over here. So it is a style sheet. So for those of you who don't know, CSS stands for cascading style sheet. I'm also going to write the type. It's a good practice to mention the type. So it is text /CSS, and also let's mention the path. So the name of my file is index.css, correct? So that's about it. Now let's save this file and let's open it up. All right, so guys, now you can see that they're beautifully aligned to the left and they all look so adorable. So guys, don't get distracted. Let's focus on our task over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the console over here. So let's apply this attribute function to these images. Now, first of all, let's select these images. For that, you're going to use the selector function, and within the quotations, I'm going to write img.attribute function. So what I've done here is I've selected all of these images, and I'm applying the attribute function with the following properties. The attribute that I'm going to change is the border. So I'm adding a border, and I am setting the border to this value. So it's a 5 pixel solid black border. Okay, so guys, this is how the attribute works. Now let's click on enter. Let's see what happens. So here you can clearly see that I have added a black border. One second, let me make it more visible. Yeah, see, it looks much better. So what I've done is I've added a border, black border of 5 pixels and a solid border. Okay, so guys, this is how the attribute function works. Now let's go back to our next method. All right, so our next method is the value method. Now this is basically used to set or return the values of the selected elements. Okay, so here you're just going to return the value. You're not going to return the attribute, or you're just specifying the value of the attribute and you're going to return this. So we're going to try something different over here. So in order to run a code on this val method, I'll have to tell you what is a click function. Okay, so what is a click event? So let's go to the click slide. All right. So here is the jQuery events list, and the first one is a click event. Now this event is executed when the user clicks on the HTML element. Okay, so you basically select an element using the dollar function, and then when you click on this element, some function is performed. So I'm briefly telling you what this does because I'm going to be using the click function. Now let's open up our file. So we're going to type in something different over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this entire thing. Let's clear the div element, and I'm just going to add script over here. Now script tag is used to add your jQuery or your JavaScript code. So I've just opened up my script tag. Now over here I'm going to type a function. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm selecting the entire document dot ready, and then there's a function over here. All right, so guys, before moving on, let me tell you what this document.ready function does. Now it's a very good practice to have this function in every file of yours, but I forgot to mention it earlier. So it's a very good practice. Now a page cannot be manipulated safely until the entire document is ready. So basically what jQuery does is it detects the state of readiness. Now whatever code you include inside this document.ready function, so whatever code I'm going to type over here, basically in these lines, it will run only once the page is ready. Okay, So basically the code that you include within this function, so let's say I type something over here. Okay, whatever code I'm typing over here, all of this code will be executed only after all of this is executed. So only after loading all of these jQuery libraries and frameworks, only after that, whatever is mentioned within this document.ready function will get executed. Because let's say that I wanted to run a jQuery function over here, okay, some jQuery function, and I just ignored this line and I didn't have a document.ready function. Now what happened was, let's say that for some reason this library took a lot of time to load, and by the time it loaded, this jQuery function was already executed. Now obviously that's going to return an error because it's going to say that there is no jQuery library or something like that, because this library was not entirely loaded. Okay, so that's why you need a document.ready function. Okay, so guys, I hope you all are clear. Now this is a good practice to include. It's not mandatory, of course, but it's always good to have document.ready function at the beginning itself. Okay, so after your title, after you load the libraries, you should always add in this document.ready function. It's a good practice. All right, so before we type out the code over here, I'm just going to create a button and an input type. Okay, now input type will basically create space for user input. So my input type is going to be text. So the people who are familiar with HTML, CSS know what I'm doing exactly. So I'm giving some ID to this input, and also let's give it some value. Okay, it's blank value. So whatever you enter here is going to be saved. Okay, so I created an input type over here. Now also I'm going to create a button. Okay, so you use the simple keyword button and you just type the name of the button. Let's say submit. Now let's come back to this function. Now what I'm going to type here is, I'm going to start off with selecting the button. Okay, so it's selecting the button, and now I'm adding the click function over here. So guys, pay close attention to what I'm doing here. Okay, so basically I'm selecting the button using the dollar function. What I'm saying is, when you click this button, a particular function will get executed. Now let's type out the function that gets executed on the click of the button. So click is basically an event. So on executing this click function, some event occurs, and that event I'm going to type over here. Okay, so what it's going to do on the click of a button is, it's going to give out an alert with the value dot val. So this is where I'm using the value function. All right, now let's close. All right, so what I'm doing here is, on the click of the button, this event is going to occur. Okay, so you're going to get an alert saying value, and wherein the value is going to be this some text identifier. So whatever value the user types in is going to get passed over here. Okay, and then this dot value function is going to return that value to you. Now don't get too confused. Let's save this and we'll run this and you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. All right, so what I'm going to do here is, see, this is the input wherein the user types input, and this is the submit button that we created. So let's say hello. Now let's click on submit. Okay, so when I clicked on submit, this is what happens using the click event. So basically an alert is shown wherein the value is returned. So whatever input is given by the user is returned using the val function over here. Okay, so you see it says hello. Let's say Edureka, how are you doing? Okay, submit. So this is just returning the value that I'm typing in the input. So guys, this is how the value function works. All right, it's very simple. It just returns the value. Similarly, you can set the value as well. So I want you all to try something with setting the value, and please comment down whatever you've tried or any new program that you've run using the val function or any other function. We'll be very interested to know how you have used these functions to build your own program. Now the next function I'm going to talk about is the add class method. Now this basically adds one or more class to the selected elements. So you're going to select an element using the dollar function, and whatever element you select, you're going to add a class to it by simply using the add class method. Now let's look at this through an example. So first of all, let's just clear this entire thing. Okay, so now similar to the previous example, we're going to load the images of all the puppies. So it has a class called puppers. Okay, and we're going to add all the images. Okay, so puppy, Goldie. Okay, similarly, I'm going to have the other two images over here. Okay, and the last image, which is a boxer. I'm selecting the puppy folder and then the boxer image. All right, so I created a div similar to what we did in the previous examples. Now I'm going to open a script tag. Before I type out the entire script, I'm going to have a button, right? So let's add a button over here. Okay, let's name it try add class. Now that we have the script, all right, now within the script, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with the document.ready function. Now earlier I already explained the use of this ready function. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. All right, now over here, I'm going to first start off with selecting the button. On the click of the button, some function is going to be performed. Okay, and what is that function? So basically on the click of a button, an event is going to occur and I'm going to type out that event over here. Okay, now before I type out the event, let's define a style class. Okay, now the style tag is used if you want to specify some CSS code. Now you can obviously open another file called CSS and enter the entire thing, but it's a small code, so I'm just going to type it over here itself. So I'm creating a class called style class. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to define some property called border, and I'm going to assign a value to this property. Let's say 5px solid green. So this is what is there in the style tag. Okay, now coming back to this function. So on the click of this button, an event has to occur, and I'm going to type out that event over here. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting all the images first, and then I'm using the add class method, and I'm passing this style class function that we just created. Okay, all right, now let's close our parenthesis over here. So what I'm doing here is on the click of this button and on these images, you're going to run the add class method. Now to this method, I've passed a class called style class, and within this style class, I have created a border of 5 pixels solid green. Okay, so don't get too confused. Let's save and open the file. Okay, so what happened was on the click of this button, all these images were selected and a border was applied to all of these images. Okay, now this border was specified within a class called style class, which we had created over here. Okay, so guys, this is how the add class method works. Now let's go back over here and let's refresh first. Okay, now along with add class, we have remove class and we have toggle class as well. Now remove class will basically remove that class which you just added, and toggle class will toggle between adding and removing the class. Okay, let's just look at how this works. Okay, to the same example, let's open up the console. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these images. Okay, and then I'm going to do remove class style class. Now what I did here was I selected all of these images. I'm running the remove class method on all of these images, and I'm passing the style class as an argument to this method. So first of all, let's add it, and then we'll see how the remove class works. And you can see that every image has a green border. Now let's do remove class. Okay, so you saw that the border was removed. Now let's do toggle class. Okay, so when I did toggle class, it got added again. Okay, so if I do toggle again, it will remove the border. Similarly, again, it will add, remove. Okay, so guys, this is how add class, remove class, and toggle class works. Now let's get back to our next topic, which is jQuery events. Okay, now I've already explained the click event to you, but we're still going to run a program and see how this works. Now what the click method does is it's basically an event. When you apply the click event to a selector, some function occurs or some event occurs. Okay, and that event is specified within this function. Now let's look at an example. So first of all, I'll just remove the style, which is not needed, and then this button is also not needed. So we do require these images. Let's just keep this as it is. Now what we're going to do is we're going to edit this script path. So instead of having button over here, we're going to select images. So on the click of images, some event is going to occur. That event is specified within this function. So let's type out that event. What I'm doing is I'm using this keyword and I'm adding an effect called hide. All right. Now let me tell you what this does. So basically on the click of an image, this event is going to occur. Now this basically denotes whatever element you're currently selecting, and that element will be hidden using the hide effect. Now hide is basically a jQuery effect. Now this is used to hide a particular element. So whichever element you've selected over here is going to get hidden using this hide effect. Now I'll be explaining hide, show and all of these other effects in my further slides. So for basic understanding, just know that this hide effect is just going to hide a particular element that you've selected. Okay, so I've saved the file. Now let's just open it up. So what I'm going to do is let's click on each of these images because we've added an event on each of these images, right? So let's click on this image. So you saw that it got hidden. Similarly, the other two images also get hidden. Now this is happening because on the click of an image, I'm going to hide that image. Okay. Now this is just used to record my current event. So basically on the click of the images, those images are going to get hidden. Okay, that's exactly what we did here. Let me show it to you once again. So I'm clicking this image, it gets hidden. Similarly this and this. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with the click event. Now similarly, we have on. Okay, now this method attaches one or more event handlers to the selected elements. Now, whenever you have on, a lot of people get confused between click and the on event. Now, on is used to specify other event handlers. So you can use on along with click and along with key press. Now, key press is the next method that I'm going to discuss. So I'm going to be running an example where I'll show you how to use key press and how to use the on event as well. Now, key press basically executes whenever a character is entered. So basically, whenever you press a key on the keyboard, some event is going to occur with the help of key press. Okay, so guys, it's quite explainable. If you just read the name of the event itself, you'll understand what it says. Okay, now key press is a combination of key down and key up. Let's not get into too much detail. So I'm just going to create an example where I'll be showing you how to use key press and how to use this on event. Okay, so let's open up our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's clear this entire div. We do not require this for this example. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create an input. We're going to give it an ID. Let's say press. All right, and also it'll have a type. Okay, and the type is text. And we'll also set some size to this. Okay, let's say 10. All right, now here we have a script. Now within the script, instead of selecting images, we're going to select the input. First of all, let's clear this entire block. So we have the document.ready function. Now after this, let's select the input. So here we're selecting the input using the dollar function, and I'm going to add the on event here. So here I'm also going to add the key press event, and some function is going to be performed. Okay, so guys, let me just type this out. Don't worry, I'll explain what I'm doing. p.hide. So what is happening here is on key press. So as soon as you start typing on this input, some function is going to get performed. This p is going to get hidden. So let's create a paragraph, another paragraph. Let's call it, let's enter this code here. Start typing. Okay. Now there are two paragraphs here, so I want to edit this paragraph. So I'm going to pass in a parameter called last. Okay, so this is basically going to select the last paragraph, which is this one. Okay, now guys, I know this is sort of confusing. Okay, there's a small error somewhere over here. Okay, so I haven't closed this. Now let's just save the file. I'll show you what's happening, so don't worry if you haven't understood anything. Okay. Now basically I define an input there, and what I'm going to do is when I start typing, this paragraph is going to get hidden. So let's see how that works. Let's say hello. Yeah, see, as soon as I press the first character, the whole paragraph got hidden. Now, how does that happen? That happens because we use the key press function. So on the press of a particular character on your keyboard, this last paragraph will get hidden. So guys, this is how the on and the key press work. Now on is used to specify other events as well. So on is an event and key press is also an event. Okay, so this is how on works. And this is the difference between click and on. So with this, we're done with events. Now we have to discuss jQuery effects. Alright guys, so now let's discuss the hide effects. Now there are a lot of effects over here. We have hide, we have show, toggle, fade out, fade in, fade toggle, and similarly we have a few other effects. Now like the name says, it's sort of an effect. So basically hide is like an effect. So it'll select a particular element and it'll hide it. Okay. You can have parameters for how long you want to hide an element or for how long you want to fade an element. Now we've already seen several examples of hide. So let me just show you a basic example wherein we'll discuss hide, we'll discuss show, we'll discuss toggle. Okay. Now show will just make that particular element visible and toggle will toggle between hide and show. So don't get too confused. Let's just open up our Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is I'll just clear this entire thing. Okay. So we'll remove any sort of confusion. Now within the body, I'm going to have two buttons over here. Now each of these buttons will have a class called button, and I'm going to give an ID to each of these buttons. So the first ID is hide and the name of this button is also hide. Okay, now let's just copy this entire thing and we're going to create another button and we're going to give it an ID called show, and let's name the button show. All right. So here I've just created two buttons and I've given a different ID to each of these buttons. Now what I'm going to do is let's load a single image. Okay, so let's not waste time and load 3 images. So we're just going to load the same puppy images. So the name of the class is puppers. All right, and let's add an image. Okay, so puppy, and let's select anyone. Let's say Goldie. Okay, so yeah, let's close this. And this is our div section. Okay, so now let's add a script tag. Now over here, we're going to begin with the document.ready function. Okay, so let's select the document. I've already explained what this does. Now within this, let's define some code. Now first what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the ID hide. So wait, sorry, I forgot to put this in quotation marks. So what I'm doing here is I'm selecting this hide identifier. So basically this button hide. Okay. So we have two buttons here. That's why I've given each of them an identifier so that you can differentiate between these two buttons. So basically this is selecting the hide button. Okay. I'm selecting the hide button, and on click of this hide button, some event is going to occur. Now that event I'm going to specify in this function. So what is going to happen is I'm going to select the image over here first. Now I've selected the image and I'm just going to hide that image. So on clicking the hide button, the image gets hidden. Now let's close this. Now similarly for show, we're going to do the exact same thing. Okay, let me just copy paste this. It's going to be easier. So instead of selecting the hide button, we're going to select the show button, and on click of the show button, the image will get visible. So we're using the show function over here. So guys, it's as simple as that. Alright, so I hope all of you understood what I'm doing here. So let me just run you through what I did. So first of all, I created two buttons. I gave a different identifier to each of these buttons, hide and show. Okay, and then I'm displaying this image, a single image. So what's happening over here is on clicking the hide button, that image is going to get hidden. Okay, and on clicking the show button, the image is going to get visible. All right, let's save and let's just run it and see how this works. So let's click on hide, it gets hidden. Let's click on show, it's visible. Okay, now what we can do is we can also use the toggle function over here. So let's just select the images, sorry, the only image that we have, and I'm going to perform toggle on it. So it gets hidden. Now if I click on toggle, it's visible. Similarly, it gets hidden and visible. So toggle toggles between hide and show. Okay, so guys, that was about hide, show, and toggle. So we covered all of these three in that example. Now let's look at fade out, fade in, and fade toggle. Now, just like the name says, it basically fades a particular element. So either it'll fade out that element, or it'll fade in, or it'll fade toggle. Okay, now let's just execute an example and see how this works. All right, so first of all, let's clear this entire script path. I'm clearing this entire thing, and also we don't need buttons, so let's clear these two lines as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the other images over here as well. Now for each of these images I'm going to give a ID. Okay, so let's define the ID of these images. Okay, let's say this image has an ID 1, and similarly I'm going to do it for the other two images as well. So this image has an ID 2, and we'll change this to Husky. Okay, and in this third image I'm going to give it an ID 3, and I'm going to change this to Boxer. All right, so basically I've assigned an ID to all of these images. Now in a short while you'll understand why I'm doing that. Now let's create a script tag, script, and we're going to have some code in this. So we're going to start off with the document.ready function. Okay, so document.ready, some function. All right, so I forgot to create a button. Let's create a button. So over here only I'll create a button. Let's say the name of the button is buy, because we're fading out. Okay, so I'm going to create a button called buy. Okay, and now what we're going to do is on the click of the button, so we're selecting the button over here, and on click of the button some event is going to occur which we're going to mention in this function. Okay, so what is the event? I'm basically going to select all of the images one by one. So first I'm selecting this image. All right, so basically it's the Goldie image that I'm selecting, and I'm going to fade it out. I'm going to use the fade out effect over here. So we can also pass parameters to these methods. So if I say fade out slow, then it'll slowly fade out. Okay, then similarly I'm going to do it for my other two images. All right, so here let's select the second image, and let's keep it fast over here. Okay, it'll fade out really quick. And then I'll select the third image, and we'll say slow. Okay, for this let's just keep it slow. Okay, now just close the parentheses, and we are done with the code over here. All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm loading three images, and I'm giving an identifier to each of these images. Okay, then I'm selecting each of these images and I'm fading them out. Okay, now let's see how this works. So let's open it up. All right, now let's say buy. So here you can see that the first one and the last one fade out slowly. So the first one to fade out was this image because we passed a fast parameter. Okay, for these two we mentioned slow. Okay, let's look at it again. Yeah, so guys, this is how fade out works. Okay, now let's look at an example for fade in. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to clear this div. So let's not use puppy images anymore, even though that's saddening, but yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a script function. Now within this we're going to have three divs. Okay, so instead of keeping this as fade out, let's keep it fade in. So we'll make it fade in over here. Similarly for this also we'll make it fade in, and for this also fade in. Now what are we going to fade out and fade in? Let's look at what we're going to fade out. Now first of all, let me create a button. I'm gonna, let's say Namaste. Okay, we're typical Indians over here. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to create a class called, let's say, fade. Okay, now what I'm going to do is within this div I'll have three different boxes or squares, and we'll give ID to each of these divs. So that is 1. Now this is the ID that I've mentioned over here. Okay, so ID 1, we're going to style it and we'll give it some sort of width. Okay, let's say width is so much, and similarly we'll give it some height, and let's say 60 pixels. We'll keep the display as none for now because initially nothing should be visible. When you're fading in, it starts with nothing to everything gets visible. Okay, so that's why we're keeping the display as none. And also we'll set the background color. We'll set it to orange for this one. All right, so you can see that I've set the display to none because we're fading in the image. Okay, then the background color I've set to orange. All right, now what we're going to do is, that's the end of this div. Just close the div over here, and we're going to add another division. Now within the div, I'm going to give a small break. So you can use the BR to give a break. Now let me just copy this entire thing. We're going to have 3 divisions like these. So I'm just copying this whole thing. Now for the second div, what we're going to do is we're only going to change the background color. So I'm sort of trying to display our flag, the Indian flag. I won't be able to get the chakra in between, but apart from that, I think it should work. Okay, and this I'm going to change it to green. So we've created 3 divs over here, and on these 3 divs, we're going to fade in. Okay, this is slowly going to appear on the screen. So for this also I've set slow, fast, and all of that. Let me just change this. So the first one can appear by default. Okay, we're not going to pass any parameter. The second one, we'll put slow. And the third one, let's actually give it some value. Okay, so this is basically time in terms of milliseconds. So I'm going to give this value. Let's save the file and let's see how this runs. Okay, so I forgot to remove the buy button. Let's take that off. Okay, we have the Namaste button. Let's save the file and now let's check. Okay, let's say Namaste. So I made a stupid mistake over here. I forgot to change the ID. So this is 2 and this is 3. Okay, so now it should definitely work. Let's save the changes and I'm just going to open up my browser. Right, let's refresh. Okay, so here you can't see the white one because it's totally white, it's not visible. But here you can see that there is, this sort of looks like the Indian flag. So obviously I couldn't get the chakra over here, but yeah, so this is how it works. So guys, that was about fade in and fade out. So I hope all of you understood how fade in, fade out works. Okay, now let's move on to our next topic, which is slide down, slide up. And similarly, we're going to do slide toggle as well. Now, just like the name says, this effect is used to slide down a selected element, and it similarly has a speed and a callback parameter. Similar to that is slide up, wherein the selected element slides up. And then we have slide toggle, which toggles between slide up and slide down. So let's look at an example. Okay, so first of all, let me just clear this entire thing. Okay, I'm going to clear this whole thing, and so I'm going to start off with having a button. So let's say the name of the button is, we can name it slide. All right, and then we can, what we're going to do is we're going to add a div over here. Okay, a division. We're going to have an ID for that. Let's call it div1. Okay, this is not necessary, but it's a good practice to have an ID. Over here, it's not necessary because there's going to be only one div. So we're going to style it. Let's say we have the width. We'll set the width to 90 pixels. Okay, similarly, we'll have height parameter and we'll set that to 60. And we'll also give it a good background color. We'll give it pink. Okay, and okay, I have misspelled background. So basically this is the div. Let's close the div. It ends over here. Alright, so we basically created a div over here. It's basically a small square or a rectangle, okay, of color pink. Now let's have a script tag. Now within the script tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the button over here, and we're also going to add on event over here, and let's also add click. Okay, so on click, an event is going to occur, and that event is defined within this function. Now what we're going to do is we'll select the div, okay, using the identifier that we gave it, div1. Okay, and we're going to apply the slide up or the slide down function to this. Okay, let's apply slide up first. Okay, we can also pass a parameter, say slow. Let's close this up and this should work. Okay, let's save. So what I did here was I created a small rectangle using this div and I styled it. Okay, so I created a small rectangle over here and I have a button called slide, and on click of that button this square is going to slide up slowly. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, let's say slide. So let's see it again. So it's slowly sliding up. Okay, so guys, this is how slide up works. Now for it to slide down, what we're going to do is, if it has to slide down, then initially the display has to be none. So we're going to set the display to none and we're going to change this to slide down. Okay, let's save and let's see if this works. Okay, let's click on slide. See, it's sliding down slowly. So guys, this is how slide up and slide down works. Okay, you can also toggle it in the same manner. Okay, so if you toggle this, it will either slide up or slide down. Okay, so guys, with that we are done with jQuery effects. Now let's finally move on to our last topic, which is jQuery user interface. Okay, this is just the UI. Now I'm just going to discuss 3 functions over here, which is draggable, droppable, and date picker. Now, like the name suggests, you can drag any selected element using the draggable method. And similarly, the droppable method is used to drop the selected element at a specified target. This is how draggable and droppable work. Now, let's look at an example. Alright, so I'm going to begin with clearing everything over here. Oh, guys, I don't know why I removed the first header. Okay, let's just keep it as jQuery tutorial. Now what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to begin with a style tag. So basically we're going to style an element that we're going to drag around. So this is just going to be a small square or something like that. So I'm going to give this style a ID called drag. Alright, now within this we're going to have a few properties like width. Let's have it 150 pixels. Then we'll have height similarly. So we're just going to design an element that we're going to drag around over here. Okay, 60 pixels. And then we'll give it a background color. Let's say blue. Let's click on blue violet. Alright. So this is basically the style tag. Now basically we have a rectangle over here with the background color blue violet. And we've given it an identifier called drag. Okay. So guys, one thing I forgot to mention was, if you know CSS, then you know that when you use a hash, it's basically for an identifier. But whenever I mentioned dot with some name, it means that I'm selecting a class. Okay, that was just extra information. So yeah, now let's just open up a script tag. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a function over here. All right. Now guys, you can use function as a shorthand for document.ready function. Okay, so this is like a shorthand for function. I forgot to mention this earlier, but you can use this. Now what you're going to do here is I'm going to select the drag identifier, and to that element, whatever we designed over here, sorry, I forgot to put quotation marks. Now this drag identifier basically selects this rectangle that we created. So that rectangle is getting selected and we're going to make it draggable. Okay, we're going to use the draggable function, and yeah, all right. Okay, so this is the script. Now what I'm doing here is I'm creating a div of id drag. Okay, so basically this drag, and I'm creating a div of id drag. So it's basically the same division, and I'm just going to have some text on it. Let's say drag me around. Okay, so yes, let's save this, and this should definitely work. All right, so this is basically what we styled. We created a rectangle of violet blue color, and now you can just drag it around. Okay, you can see that I can simply drag it around the entire HTML page over here. Okay, so guys, this is how draggable works. I know it looks really cool to drag it. It's like a small game. So this is how draggable works. Okay, now let's look at droppable. Now let me just clear this entire thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an image of a puppy whom we want to drop off at his house. So basically we're going to have an image of a puppy and we're going to drag it and drop it into his house. So we're going to involve draggable and droppable over here. It's a cute concept. So guys, yeah, I'm first of all going to start with displaying the image. So okay, I'm going to select Goldie, and alright, so now that I've selected the image, now let's have a style function. Okay, now we need a house for this puppy. So we're going to design the house. Now I'm going to give an identifier to this. Let's call it drop. Now within this, I'm going to have a width. Okay, we'll set it to 400 pixels. Similarly, height 400, and we'll make it float to the right because I'll tell you why. Alright, so when I display this, you'll understand why I'm floating it to the right. Background color as, let's give it aquamarine. Okay, so this is the end of style. So what we did here is we basically created a square of the color aquamarine. Now let's add the script tag over here where all the work happens. Now over here, I'm going to begin with function. Alright, now I'm going to start off by selecting the image. There's only one image here. You can either say image or you can give the identifier of the image. It's the same thing. And this image should be draggable. Okay, draggable. Alright, now I'm going to select this square that we created, which has an identifier called drop. So I'm going to select that square and I'm going to make it droppable. Alright, let's just close the parenthesis over here. Alright, so this is it for script. Now let's also add a small text over here. So I'm creating a div with the ID drop. Okay, within this div, let's have a small paragraph which says my home. Alright, okay. So what we did here was we started off by displaying this image, and then we created a square with the following properties. After that, we're going to assign the draggable method to the image and the droppable method to this square that we created over here. Okay, now let's just look at the output. You'll understand it much better. Alright, so basically this guy wants to go home. Alright, give me a second. Okay, so the reason it wasn't getting dragged was because I did not mention a hash over here. When you give an identifier, you have to mention hashtag over here. Okay, so let's save this and let's open that up. It should work. Refresh. Now see, it's draggable. So this guy wants to go home and this is his house. So it's droppable over here. Okay, it does not move around or go back. It's droppable. So his house is droppable. So we're just taking him to his house. I know this is silly, but this was a good way of showing you how draggable and droppable works. Alright, so I hope you all understood draggable, droppable. Now lastly, we're going to look at date picker. So guys, this is an inbuilt function. It's an inbuilt widget in jQuery wherein you can enter a date and then you can easily visualize the date. We're not going to go into detail with this. I'm just going to show you a simple example of how the date picker works. Okay, let me just start off by clearing this entire thing. Okay, right up to here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an input wherein the user will enter the date. Let's give it an ID. Let's say date is the ID and the type is text. We'll also assign it some size. Okay, say 10. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to open up a script tag. Now within the script tag, it's very simple guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the input. So I'm typing the input ID over here, and on that we're going to call the date picker widget. Okay, so let's save this. So guys, this is alright. So I'm just creating an input, and as soon as you type the input, you're going to get a date picker. Okay, so this is an inbuilt widget. There's not much to code over here. Alright, so as soon as I clicked on it, the date picker got visible. So let's say I give some date. You can give some date randomly, or if you select on some particular date, that date is visible over here. Okay, so it just works normally like this. Alright, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with the date picker.
What is Angular? So it only makes sense to start with what exactly is Angular. So for viewers who are watching any Angular video for the first time, you deserve an introduction to what you are learning. Now, most of you, I assume, actually already have done your research before coming onto YouTube and typing out Angular tutorial. So it's only mandatory that I give you this introduction. So first of all, Angular is a front-end development framework. Now that's out of the way, let's get into what front-end development framework means. So if you have any web developer friends, you will constantly hear two words, backend and frontend, backend and frontend. So what do these two words mean? Well, the roles of a web developer are forked into two very distinct branches in this industry. The first is that of a backend developer, and the second is that of a front-end developer. Now, a backend developer is responsible for mostly everything that happens on the back end. So basically stuff like routing. Well, routing is also done by front-end developers, but that's another thing. But routing is basically the job of a backend developer. Fetching things from a server, writing the JavaScript for all that things, that is a complete backend developer thing. Setting up the server for, in fact, setting up the database schema, that's everything a backend developer does. What the front-end developer does mostly entails what you see on your screen right now. So the way you see Facebook, the way it's designed, how the news feed is actually placed like that, that is the job of a front-end developer. He makes sure that everything on the website looks tip-top and smack perfect, and he does this with a lot of optimization. So mostly back in the day, front-end mostly used to be done by HTML and CSS, and CSS used to get very complicated in this fashion. It still is a little complicated if you want to present a very polished website, but creating the HTML and making it much more reactive is what the framework does for you. So most online sites will say that front-end development framework is also referred to as a CSS framework. Well, while this is very true, it's not so perfect of a thing to say that it is a CSS framework. It is more of a reactive HTML framework, and I will explain just now how. So the second thing that you should know about Angular is that it is maintained and developed by Google. So AngularJS is a JavaScript-based open source front-end framework mainly maintained by Google and by a community of individuals and corporations to address many of the challenges encountered in developing single-page applications. We'll also get to what single-page applications mean in a moment. It aims to simplify both development and the testing of such applications by providing a framework for client-side model view controller, that is the MVC architecture, or the model view model controller, or the MVVM architectures as you might know it. So basically, it's maintained and developed by Google. Now, if you know Google, you know things they give you as a product is amazing. Things like Flutter really took off. Android, we know what it is today. And AngularJS has been out there since a long time. It's got an amazing community. If you have any sort of doubt, you can go ahead and post it out on Stack Overflow under the Angular tab, and you will probably get an answer almost immediately. Other than that, your problems might already be there posted by somebody else who is developing and face the same problem. So basically, you have a great community, great support from Google, and it's a breeze to work with Angular today. The third thing that you need to know about Angular is that it is a JavaScript-based framework. Now, if that was not already obvious from Angular 1, which is named AngularJS, well, I'm just putting it out there, it is JavaScript-based. So why is it a good thing that it is JavaScript-based? Well, JavaScript is commonly known as the language of the web. So if you are interacting with any part of the web, you're probably going to use JavaScript or the JavaScript engine. You might be doing unknowingly, but you are definitely doing it. For example, you're watching this video on YouTube right now. You are using a JavaScript engine that runs a video framework. So yeah, so if you know JavaScript, you basically know how to talk to the web. So when you're trying to learn Angular, you don't really have to learn a new language. For example, when you're learning Flutter, you have to learn about Dart. So Dart is a new language that is developed by Google and is used in Flutter, that is their mobile application development framework. If you want to go learn Flutter, you can check out my Flutter tutorial on Edureka. But for now, you need to know that Angular is based on JavaScript. Well, not exactly JavaScript, it is based on TypeScript. TypeScript is the main language that is used in Angular scripts, and TypeScript is basically a superset of JavaScript. And we'll get into what TypeScript is later on. So basically, the fact that it is based on JavaScript makes it much more common and easy to reach out for developers like us. After that, we just discussed that Angular is meant for single-page applications. So we are not trying to create multi-page applications with Angular. Angular is made for making single-page applications. So what exactly is a single-page application? Well, it does not require a page reloading. So for example, Gmail is a wonderful single-page application. So let me just go ahead and show it to you. So if you go ahead and open up your Gmail account, and let's say you are straight up going to open on the inbox page. Now, if you were to go into drafts, let the site stop loading. Okay, so if you were to go into drafts, you see that there is basically no loadout here. Your screen isn't going into that whole whoop-de-whoop of loading. But if you are not on a single page application, for example, GoToWebinar, which is a recording service. So out here we are on the My Webinar tab. And if I were to go to my recording out here, you see that this goes into a loading fashion. This is loading up a new page. So this means that GoToWebinar is not a single page application, while Google is a single page application. And you just saw how much faster Google can be. My God, this is still loading and Google was done with it already. So yeah, single page applications certainly have the performance and the speed that you require today to do all your things very seamlessly. So it's great to have a framework that lets you create single page applications with so much ease. So with that out of the way, this is all the theory part. Let's go ahead and start up with our own Angular project. So the first thing that you need to do is to start up with Angular is go ahead to your browser, open up a new tab and search for Node.js. Now, I am assuming that you don't have Node.js installed on your computer. So click on the first link and go ahead and download the one that is recommended for most users. After you download it, you'll get a setup file. Go ahead, click the setup file and just follow the instructions. It's a pretty easy install, and I don't think there should be much problems with it. But just in case out there you get a problem with it, some configuration problem goes wrong, please go ahead and check out another video that actually explains how to install Node.js on your computer. Because this video is meant for Angular, I have a lot to do, and I can't waste time with stuff like how to install Node. There are a lot of videos out there, including Edureka's itself, and you can go ahead and check them out. Now, once you have installed Node on your computer, you can go ahead and check if Node is installed by just typing Node on your command prompt, and this should open up a JavaScript console. You can say stuff like print, or let's say var x equals 5, and if you just call x, it'll say 5 out there. I know my text isn't very clear because I have this weird blue background in my command prompt, but yeah, if you can open up a JavaScript console with just typing Node, you have installed Node in proper fashion. Now to exit from this console, you can just type .exit and that will exit you from that console. So now let's go ahead and clear up our command prompt. And the next thing that we are going to do is install Angular on our computer. So to install Angular, let's see what we have to do. So the best place that you have for any doubts of this sort is the Angular documentation. So go ahead and search for the Angular docs. So this will open up the Angular docs. It's at angular.io/docs. Go ahead and check the setup part. So out here, you see that you need Node.js. Now that you have done it, you can go ahead and install Angular through an npm command. So npm is the Node package manager, and all you have to say to npm is that you need to install. So install, or you can just simply say I and then -g, which basically means that it is going to be a global install and not pertaining to any particular folder or any project setup. So we are going to be installing this globally so that you can access the Angular CLI from almost anywhere on your computer. So after that, all you have to say is Angular/CLI, if I'm correct. Okay, it's @Angular. So for stuff like this, always keep the documentation open and you should go ahead and press enter after that. So this command will go ahead and install Angular on your local machine. So let's just wait for this to finish. Okay, so as you guys know, I already had Angular installed on my computer, so nothing new has actually been changed. It just says it updated one package, so that doesn't really matter. So this means that Angular has been installed on our computer. And you can go ahead and check that by just creating an Angular project. Now I'm in my default user directory, so let me just go ahead and change it to the desktop directory. And out in the desktop directory, I want to make a folder called Angular tutorial. So Angular_tutorial. So this is where I'm going to be saving all the projects and all the setups that we will be needing for the various assignments and simple applications that we will be looking at and the concepts. So this is going to be the folder for the day. So let's go ahead and quickly change into that folder. And so Angular tutorial, and we are in our Angular tutorial folder. So out here, what you can do to start up a new Angular project is, as you guys can see, out here it says to create a workspace and initial application. You can use the ng-new command. So ng-new basically tells Angular CLI that you want to start a new project, and then you basically give your project a name. Okay, so ng-new, and what do we name our project? Well, let's think of some appropriate name. Let's go back and see what are we actually going to do next. So we are going to be writing our first app. So it's very simple that we are going to be calling this our first app. So ng-new will go ahead and create a folder which has everything that you need to create your first app. So you can opt out for routing for now, because we will not be going for routing in this tutorial. And we will also be using CSS for our file. So just press enter twice, and that will be using the default settings for setting up your Angular project. And there it goes. So that completes our project setup. And for this project setup, we are also missing out one thing. So firstly, we are missing out our code editor. So I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, but you can use other paid applications like WebStorm out there. WebStorm is amazing. If you can pay for it, please go for it. But for now, for a very free way of making a tutorial, I'm going to be sticking to my cheap ways and just use Visual Studio Code. Now, just because Visual Studio Code is free doesn't mean it takes away from any of the functionalities that come from the paid apps. It has all the functionalities like syntax highlighting for creating and generating components. It's really good. You even get a built-in terminal to actually run your Angular CLI commands. Okay, so let's just wait for this project to get set up. It kind of takes a couple of minutes from some time, so let's just give it some time. Okay, so now that our Angular app is set up and running, all we need to do now is go ahead and just download Visual Studio Code. So to download Visual Studio Code, go ahead and type in Visual Studio Code on your browser. Go to the first link and also the second link out here, that download Visual Studio Code. That should give you a setup file, and you should just go ahead and set it up. That's very easy to do. So let's not waste more time and get started with writing our first app. Okay. So out here, if you were to go to your desktop, and if you made a folder like me, like Angular tutorial, you will see that there's a folder that says first app. Now, if you were to open the folder, you see a lot of things you probably don't understand out here. So there is a tslint, which is a JSON source file. There's also the package file. There's a package lock. There's also this very important angular.json file, which basically includes all your dependencies. Now, this E2E file is not really going to be useful for us in this Angular tutorial. E2E basically means end-to-end, and this is made for end-to-end testing of Angular apps. What we are going to be interested in is mostly the node modules and the SRC. So out here in SRC, you see that there is this index page. There is an index page, which is your HTML file. There's also this style sheet, which is your basic styling of the web app that comes built in when you basically make any Angular app. So first of all, let's go back and let's open this folder, particularly with Visual Studio Code. So as you guys can see, I have opened up our first app, and we can go into our SRC, and we can see that there's an app folder, and we get a lot of files out here. So we have an app component.css file, we have an app component.html file, we have an app component.spec.ts file. So all of these .spec.ts files are basically used for testing purposes. We're not going to be concentrating on testing, but rather more on developing an app. So this is none of our concern for now. You can feel free to actually go ahead and delete it. Now, if you go ahead and open up app.component.ts, you can go ahead and see that there is a bit of code written out here. So there's an import line from the first thing. We can see that it's importing something called components from a library called Angular/core. There's also this decorator out here that tells Angular that this is a component. It has a selector, it has a template URLs, it has styles URLs. And in the class, you can see that there is a variable that says title, and it says first app. Now, this really doesn't make sense to a beginner, but just wait on when we will know what all of these things mean, from components to a class and everything else. So first of all, let's go ahead and see what this app that Angular ships with looks like. So to do that, go ahead and open up your terminal. You can simply do that by dragging it up and down. And out here, what you want to say is ng -- open, which basically makes your default browser open up. And all you want to say is serve. So this command basically serves the app that is in the development mode right now, and it will serve it on a local host at port number 4200. So it's compiling at the moment. So let's go ahead and see what it actually looks like. Let's give it some time to compile, and it should open up the app for us automatically. Let's close off this one. Let's keep the documentation open. Let's close off the Node.js. Let's close off my mail. Okay, so this is the first app. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are greeted with a welcome screen. As you guys can also see, it's on a local server. This is not hosted at a global scale. This is just for your testing purposes as a developer. So you can see that it says welcome to the first app. Now, if you go ahead and see out here, it says title equals first app. Now, if you go ahead in the HTML part, you can also see that there is this little place where title is referenced back again. So as a developer, I think you can make some sense that these three files, the app_component.ts, the app_component.html, and the app_component.css, is kind of interconnected with each other. So yeah, this is basically what an Angular app looks like. Okay, so this is basically the application that Angular ships with. It's a very welcoming application. It says, welcome to first app. It has some useful links, such as the Tour of Heroes link. It has a link to the command line interface documentation and a few of the Angular blogs. Now, this is of really no use to us if you want to learn. So let's go ahead and actually fiddle around with this file that comes along with Angular when you create your app. So if you go ahead and look at the app_component.html page, it looks deceivingly similar to what we see on our screen out here with this app that Angular ships with. So as you guys can see, it has an H1 that says welcome to and title, and out here you can see welcome to first app. So basically we can say that the title out here, which we saw in the TypeScript file, which is said title equals to first app, and that gets converted out here. Above that, we also have a few links, and basically it's an unordered list. And also, if necessary, there is some styling that goes along too. But at this moment, there is no styling that is available. So let's go ahead and tinker around with this application just to give you an idea how Angular actually works. So Angular is basically divided into components, an Angular app. So out here, what you see is the app component. So every component has three files. It's basically, it's a template. So it has its own styling. So that is app.component.css. It also has its template. So the styling is CSS. The template is app.component.html. And the logic, the business logic that goes inside this thing is in the app.component.ts file. Now, there is also this app.module.ts file, and I'll get to that just in a moment. But for now, what you want to do is go ahead and just delete all the stuff that is there in the app.component.html file. Now, don't forget to keep your terminal running, which is serving this application. So every time you go ahead and save, it basically saves it. And you can go ahead and see that it has reloaded it, and we have nothing out here, to be honest. So let's make this page a little more interesting. So firstly, let's give this just an input, let's say. So we want a div, and in this div, we are going to have an input of type text. Now, every input should also go with a label, and this label is for name. So we can give this type name equals name out here. Right, so let's make this a little less confusing for you guys. Let's call this first name. Right, and out here you see if we go ahead and save it, we should get an input out here. We can type stuff out here, but it really does nothing even if we press enter and stuff like that. So we can also have a paragraph out here, which outputs out our name for us. Please don't pay much attention to the syntax for now. Just try and understand what is happening in the background, because we will get to the syntax just in a few moments. So we want to display the name out here. So to display the name, we need to create a variable called name. So go ahead and go to your app.component.ts file and change this name, the title, to name. And out here, let's change it to my name. So we're going to say Arya. So let's save that. Let's go back and save our HTML file. And as you guys can see, Arya is coming out here. But if we still type something into the input, nothing actually happens. Now what I want to do is, whatever I type in the input should automatically be reflected in this paragraph below it. So we can do that very simply with so-called tool that Angular ships with. Now these tools are called directives, and we will get into directives just in this tutorial. I'll be teaching you how to make use of inbuilt directives like the one I'm going to be using right now. So let's go ahead and use this directive. Now pay no attention to the way I am writing this because syntax is something that can be dealt with later on. So for now, what we want to do is start a square bracket and then an open parentheses bracket. That is the normal bracket. And what we want to say is ng model is equals to name. So name should be in your double quotes. Now this will tell Angular that whatever is being typed out here is going to be stored in a property called name. And we are also going to be displaying the same name down here in this paragraph. So let's go ahead and save this. And let's go ahead and reload our file. And you surprisingly see that the input part that we had has suddenly disappeared. Now what we want to do to realize our mistake is go ahead and say inspect. If you go into the console, it says uncut error, template parse error. So it can't bind to ng model since it isn't known property of input. Okay, so basically Angular can't figure out what ng model is. Now this is because we have not imported the functionalities of ng model. Now I said that this is an input model and it comes shipped with Angular. But the way TypeScript works is that you have to go and tell TypeScript everything you are importing that you will be needing for your app to be running. Now all your imports to this is actually done in the module file. So things that need to be imported when you are running this is done in the modules file. So as you guys can see, we are importing a few stuff already that is by default. So we are importing the ng module from angular/core, and we are also importing the browser module from angular/platform browser. Now, to actually make the magic of ng model happen, we need to import something, and this is @angular/forms. So everything ends with a semicolon. So basically in TypeScript, you need to tell TypeScript where everything is particularly. So angular/forms. And what we need to import is the forms module. Now, this was telling TypeScript that we are going to be using this, but you also need to tell Angular that your forms module needs to be imported. So you can do that by just copying this name and putting it in the imports array out here. So put a comma, you press enter, and type in forms module. Go ahead and save your HTML page also, just in case. And now what we see out here is we do not get any error first of all, and we have this nice little input box. So let's close this. We also have this nice little input box. It says aria in the paragraph. It also says aria in the input box. Now, if I were to delete that, everything in the paragraph also automatically gets deleted. So if this was not a single page application, for example, reflecting the changes you made to the input would probably take you to reload the page. But that is not with Angular. You can go ahead and simply type your name and everything will happen like it's magic and it'll appear down in the paragraph below. So that was all about installing Angular, setting up your project, and we set up a project. We saw how the shipping app actually looks like, and then we kind of fiddled with it. And this is how an Angular app basically works. You have components, and then you also have modules. So modules are like sub packages, like any app would be divided into sub packages. An Angular app is divided into modules. Now modules contain components, and this is the component out here that we worked with just now. It is called the app component. Also, another thing that I want to bring to your notice is if we go ahead and open up the source code, what you see out here is it's basically an HTML page, but there's this weird app root element out here. It almost seems like we have built our own custom element. Below that, what you see is a bunch of script imports that Angular does for you so that Angular works properly. But the main interesting part is this app root element. Now, if you remember, we had seen this app root element in our app.component.ts file, and we see that we have a selector called app root. Now, the page that gets loaded into the browser is actually this index.html page. Now out here you see that we have created this app root thing. So basically app root out here is like a selector. So basically this will help you understand how an Angular app gets loaded when we get to that. So index.html is basically the file or the source code that you see out here. It also happens to have this app root custom element. Now we built this custom element using our components, and we told our component that the selector for this custom element will be app root. And the template of that component is stored in app.component.html, which is basically this file. And also the component has some styling, which it at the moment doesn't have any. If it would have any styling, it would be in this app.component.css file. And basically that's it. And we have our app.component.ts file, which makes sure of the logic that is working properly. So basically this is how Angular works. It's a bunch of components.
Let's start by looking at the current market demand for web developers. In India, the IT industry is booming with web development leading the way. So currently, there are over 1.5 million web developers in India, and this number is growing by 20% annually. According to the recent data available on LinkedIn, there are over 10,000 job openings for front-end developers, over 21,000 for back-end developers, and over 15,000 for full-stack developers. And it's not just in India, the demand is strong globally as well. In the USA, according to the data available on Indeed, there are over 1,800 jobs for front-end developers, over 1,900 jobs for back-end developers, and over 3,000 jobs for full-stack developers. Now is the perfect time to start your learning journey and get a job as a front-end, back-end, or full-stack developer. Now that we have discussed the market demand, let's examine what web developers actually do. So the primary roles and responsibility of a web developer includes website designing, website performance, website maintenance, and collaboration with designers. Now let's look at the website design process. So the web designing process begins with requirement gathering, which means web developers collect the requirements from the stakeholders, including the feature and design preferences. After gathering requirements, developers create SRS documents and proceed to develop prototypes of the projects based on those requirements. And after developing a prototype, developers move on to the final step, which is developing a project. And the next responsibility of a web developer is to ensure the website performance. Let's see some practices that web developers does to ensure the performance of the website. First, optimize image size. So web developers ensures that images are properly sized and optimized for the web so they load quickly without affecting the website quality. Next, browser caching. Developers set up caching so that when user revisits the website, it loads quickly. The last one is test on different devices. So web developers test the website on various devices and browsers to make sure it performs well on each device. The next responsibility that web developers have is a website maintenance. So let's see some basic steps performed by web developers for website maintenance. First, updating content. So web developers keep the website content fresh by regularly updating text, images, and other elements to ensure the site remains relevant and engaging. Next is the website backup. Developers regularly make backups to protect the website data, so if something goes wrong, they can restore the site to a previous state. And the last one is security updates. So developers install updates for any software or plugins used on the site to protect it from security threats. And the next responsibility of web developers is to collaborate with designers. So now let's see a few basic reasons for their collaboration. First, share design prototypes. Developers review and discuss design mockups or prototypes provided by designers to understand the visual and functional aspect of the website. Next is discuss layout and structure. So developers collaborate on how the design will be translated into functional website. The last one is ensure design consistency. Developers work with designers to ensure that design elements like fonts, colors, and spacing are consistent across different pages and devices. Before starting with our roadmap, let's examine the job description of a web developer associate. So, this is the job description for the web developer's designation in Accenture. This job description is for entry-level web developer. So, the company requirements include HTML5, which is the latest version of HTML and JavaScript. In this role, you need to solve routine problems, so you need to have a good understanding of these skills. So let us now move forward and learn what skills we need to master to become eligible candidates for such roles. First, we will start the front-end development roadmap. The skills that we will cover in the front-end development roadmap are HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and front-end frameworks. Now, let's take an overview of HTML. HTML stands for the Hypertext Markup Language. That means it is not a programming language but a markup language. A markup language is used to present the content on the web page, while a programming language is used to write instructions for the computer. HTML is a static language and it doesn't change dynamically. All the data and information remain static in nature and they stay the same unless someone manually changes them. HTML structures web content, which means it organizes content on a web page by specifying aspects such as headings, paragraphs, and links. HTML also manages the layout of text, media, and images, like for example, the placement of pictures and video elements. Now, let's have a look at how HTML works. So now we are using the Visual Studio Code editor. So first, let us create an HTML file. So let us name something as first.html. And now in this file, I'll first create an HTML tag because anything that you are going to write inside the HTML document will be inside the HTML tag. So now inside the HTML tag, I will create a heading using the h tag. And then a paragraph using the p tag. So let's write something inside it. And now it's time to run our code. So as you can see on the screen, the code inside the HTML tag is displayed on the web page. So what I'm trying to say here is that tags are necessary in HTML for every specific purpose. So you can also say HTML is a website skeleton and it provides the website structure but doesn't add any styling to make it attractive. Now, to provide style to the website, we need to move on to the CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It's what makes your website look stylish by handling colors, fonts, and layouts. So CSS ensures consistent styling. That means if there is any change in the style at one place, it gets updated everywhere. Next is responsive design. CSS helps your website look great on any devices from phones to desktop. And with responsive design, your layout adapts to different screen sizes. Next is improves performance. CSS improves performance by separating style from content, making your pages load faster and run more smoothly. Now, let us have a look at what is the contribution of CSS to any website. I have created one project using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So here is the project that I have created, and this is the CSS file attached to this page. Now, I will run this and let's look at the output. So here you can see that everything is in proper shape and size. The navigation bar is functional and the functionality like the hover effects has been added to the items. So all of this is done using CSS. Now let's go through the code again. And what I will do here is I will unlink the CSS file from this page. So here I have unlinked the file. Now let's look at the output. And here you can see the navigation is not at all in its place. And the image doesn't have any structure or size. So this page without styling just looks like a skeleton of the website. So now it is clear how and why CSS is important for the website development process. Having covered HTML and CSS, we now move on to the JavaScript. So let's have an overview of JavaScript. A few basic features of JavaScript includes interactivity. So JavaScript makes the website interactive. It allows users to click, fill out forms, and engage with the website content. Next is dynamic content. JavaScript allows real-time updates in content without reloading the page, which keeps the website fresh and responsive. Next, we have client-side processing. JavaScript runs in the user's browser, speeding up tasks like form validation and interactions without constant server requests. And the last one is it improves UX. So JavaScript enhances user experience with features like animations and real-time updates, which makes the website more engaging and enjoyable. Now, let's quickly see how JavaScript works. So again, I will take you to my website and through the website we will understand the basic functions of JavaScript, which is validation. So here I am on my register page, which has the 3 sections: the username, email and password. So let's say I have entered my username and password, but without entering my email, and if I hit the register button, so you can see that I am getting the pop-up that says please fill out this field. Now this is because JavaScript form validation has been applied to this form. So after you hit the register button, JavaScript will validate the form you have filled out in every required section and only allow you to register. So this is the basic function of JavaScript. So we create and add many functions to our applications to make them responsive and attractive. Now let me enter the email and let's see the output. So as you can see on the screen, you will receive a message saying your registration was successful. So again, this is another function on JavaScript called the alert function that we have added to our website. So I hope you now have an idea of what JavaScript is and how it can make your website interactive and responsive. Now, having covered HTML, CSS and JavaScript, we will move on to the front-end frameworks and libraries. Front-end frameworks provide pre-built components that make it easier to create complex user interfaces. So let's have a look at some trending frameworks now. First is React. Meta developed React in 2013 and is a powerful library that's been adapted by major companies like Facebook and Instagram. So next is Angular. Google created Angular in 2010 and it's another framework trusted by big names such as PayPal and Samsung for building dynamic web applications. Then we have Vue, which Ivan Yu introduced in 2014 and has been adapted by big companies like Microsoft and Apple. There are so many front-end frameworks in the market, but you cannot start learning every framework at a time. To make it easy for you, I have done some research about the most used frameworks. Here is the data from Stack Overflow and it represents the most used frameworks currently. Here, you can check that React.js is leading its way, and as I mentioned before, React.js is also used by well-known companies like Facebook and Instagram. So this concludes our learning of front-end development. Now, let's move to the backend development roadmap. In the backend development roadmap, you will start your learning with server-side languages such as JavaScript, Node.js, Python or PHP. So these languages are essential for handling business logic, processing data and managing server operations. Now, here I would like to add a point. So many people think Node.js is a programming language. Actually, it is neither a programming language nor a framework. Node.js is a runtime environment for JavaScript. So in simple language, Node.js helps JavaScript run on the server side. So once you have a good knowledge of server-side languages, the next step is to learn about backend frameworks. Backend frameworks like Express.js for Node.js, Django for Python, and Ruby on Rails for Ruby will streamline your development process and help you build applications efficiently in less time. After you are comfortable with backend languages and frameworks, you will move on to the databases. Databases store, retrieve, and manage the data of any web applications. Now, databases are of two types, relational and non-relational databases. In relational databases, having a good understanding of MySQL would be helpful. In non-relational databases, start with MongoDB and then move on to PostgreSQL. Alongside these core skills of backend development, you also need to understand APIs. APIs allow software to communicate with each other, and API development is key to connecting your front end with backend. After API, mastering version control are also essential for web developers. So for example, Git helps you manage changes in your code, while GitHub allows you to collaborate with others and store your code online. Now, let's take a look at the salary expectation of web developers. The data that I'm going to discuss here has been taken from Glassdoor and PayScale. So as a web developer in India at the entry level with 0 to 2 years of experience, you can expect to earn between 5 to 7 lakhs per year, and as you gain more experience, let's say 2 to 7 years, and become a mid-level professional, your salary can increase to 7 to 15 lakhs annually. So for those with over 7 years of experience, expert level roles can offer anywhere from 15 lakhs to 25 lakhs or more per year. And in the USA, entry-level web developers can earn around $85,000 per year, Mid-level professionals with 2 to 7 years of experience can command salary of around $120,000 annually. In comparison, senior level developers with over 7 years of experience can earn $150,000 or even more per year. Now that we have explored the potential career paths with the salaries, so now let's talk about how you can get there, and one of the best ways to fast track your journey is through a recognized certification, and that's where Edureka comes in. Now let's explore the certifications one by one. Edureka's HTML certification training focuses on teaching the fundamentals of HTML, covering how to structure web pages, create headings, paragraphs, lists, links, and manage media like images and videos. It's perfect for beginners looking to build a strong foundation in web development. Next, Edureka's CSS certification training will teach you the essential of CSS, including how to style web pages, control layouts, and apply colors, fonts, and animations. It's ideal for beginners aiming to enhance the visual design and responsiveness of their websites. Next, we have a JavaScript certification training course. Edureka's JavaScript certification training will teach you the core concept of JavaScript, including syntax, DOM manipulation, event handling, and the basic programming logic. It's perfect for beginners looking to add interactivity and dynamic functionality to their websites. And then we have Edureka's React.js certification training, which will teach you the fundamentals of React, including component-based architecture, state management, JSX, and handling events. It also provides live instructor-led classes, making it ideal for developers looking to build dynamic, high-performance web applications with real-time guidance. Following to this, we have Edureka's Angular certification training, which will teach you the fundamentals of Angular, including components, directives, services, and routing. It also provides live instructor-led classes, making it ideal for developers looking to build robust, single-page web applications with expert guidance. Next, Edureka's Web Developers Master's Program is a comprehensive structured learning path designed to equip you with the skills needed to become a full-stack web developer. The program covers key technologies such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Angular, Node.js, Express.js, and MongoDB. It also includes training in version control with Git, front-end frameworks, and backend development. The program offers hands-on projects and real-time guidance to ensure a deep understanding of web development from front-end and back-end perspectives, making it ideal for career growth. Also, Edureka's full-stack developer course is designed to provide comprehensive training in both front-end and back-end development. The course covers essential technologies such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, Express.js, MongoDB, and React. With a focus on building dynamic, high-performance web application, it includes hands-on project and real-world scenarios to enhance practical skills. The program features live instructor-led classes, allowing students to interact directly with the experts and receive immediate support. This course is ideal for aspiring developers looking to master the full-stack web development and advance their careers.
Let's dive into the three major reasons to make React so useful. So the first one is component-based architecture. In React component-based architecture, UI is broken down into reusable, self-contained components. Each component has its own structure and behavior. In this layout, the page is divided into different parts: a navigation bar at top, a sidebar at right, and the main display area. In React, we build each of these sections as individual components, meaning each one can function independently. So the next one is virtual DOM. The virtual DOM is essentially a lightweight copy of actual DOM. Instead of directly making changes to the real DOM every time something updates, React updates this virtual DOM first. Once React has figured out what has changed, it then updates only the necessary parts of the real DOM. And after that, we have the development speed. React component structure allows us to quickly build and test small parts of the app individually. Since each component is separate, we can focus on building and styling one section at a time without breaking other parts of the page. This saves the time and helps us to build application faster. So in short, React component structure, development speed, and virtual DOM help us to create dynamic, efficient, and user-friendly applications. So now let us move on to what is React. First of all, React is an open source JavaScript library. React is maintained by developers worldwide and is focused on building user interfaces, making it highly adaptable and community-driven. The next one is React makes development fast, scalable, and simple. React component-based architecture allows developers to break UIs into reusable paths, speeding up the development and making the large application easier to manage. Next is React is used for building user interfaces, mainly single-page applications. React is perfect for single-page applications where content updates dynamically without reloading the entire page, offering a smooth user experience. And the last one is React enables data changes without reloading the page. With features like Virtual DOM, React efficiently updates the data in real time, allowing the web applications to respond quickly without full-page reloads. Now let us have a look on trending frameworks. So here is the data from Stack Overflow, and here we can see that React.js is most trending framework currently. So React is the popular choice for developers nowadays. Now that we have a clear understanding of what React actually is, let us explore why it is a such popular choice among the developers. So the first one is Virtual DOM. React's Virtual DOM updates changes efficiently without refreshing the whole page, making apps fast and responsive. The second one is development speed. With the reusable components and large community of pre-built libraries, React helps developers to build applications quickly. Next one is stability. React uses one-way data flow, which means change in child component won't affect the parent component. This keeps the app stable and easy to manage. The next one is interactive interface. React makes it easy to build highly interactive UIs, which means user can get smoother and more engaging experience. The next one is component-based architecture. React divides the UIs into components, allowing us to build, update, and use parts independently, saving a lot of time and effort. The next one is server-side rendering. React supports server-side rendering, which can improve page load speed and SEO by rendering the content on the server before sending it to the user. The next one is simple to use. React's simple syntax and clear structure make it beginner-friendly, letting new developers start creating apps quickly. The next one is flexible development. React flexibility allows it to be used in a variety of projects, from small apps to large-scale enterprise applications. So now that we have covered the key components of React, let's move on to setting up your development environment, where we are going to download VS Code and then we will install Node.js for running React on our systems. Now to download Visual Studio Code, we need to visit the official website of Visual Studio Code. We are just going to click on this website and then we are going to just click on the download. If you are using Windows, you just need to click here. In case you are using Mac, you need to click here. So I am using Windows, I need to click here. So now after the download process, you will see something like this. You just need to click on I accept the agreement. Next, just check these boxes, create desktop icon, open with code and open with code. Click on next and finally click on install. So that will install Visual Studio Code into your system. So now after installing VS Code into our system, we are going to install Node.js. And to download Node.js, just visit this website nodejs.org. And you just need to click on this download the LTS version. So now after clicking on the download Node.js LTS version, you'll be able to download the exe file. So after completing the download process, you will see this interface. You just need to click on next, and I already have Node installed in my PC, so I'm getting these options. Otherwise, you'll just get a next option. Let us say I want to change it, and then again you will click on next, next, and then you will just get a finish option here. So that will start the installation of Node.js. So after successfully installing the Node.js, what we are going to do is we are going to open our command prompt to cross-check whether Node.js has been successfully installed into our system or not. So for that, we need to write one command. So the first command is node-v. So this right here is telling the version of our Node.js. So the next command is npm-v. So this is also telling the version, npm version that we have installed. So by this, we know that Node.js and npm has been successfully installed into our terminal. So what is the next step? So next step is to open our VS Code, and then in VS Code we are going to check whether Node and NPM are working or not. So here I am on my Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open my terminal here, and here is my terminal. So inside terminal I'm going to repeat the commands. So the first one was node v. That's it. It is showing the version of Node and it is successfully working in my Visual Studio Code. And then it is npm v. So now npm is also working in my Visual Studio Code. So now we have successfully installed the VS Code and Node.js into our system, and now we are ready to create one project. So now that React is installed, let's move on to creating our first React app. So to create our first React app, we are going to open Visual Studio Code. Inside this, we are going to open one folder. So here I am going to create one new folder, and I'm going to name it as React Dev. We'll just select this folder, and now we have access to this folder. Inside this folder, we are going to open the terminal, and inside the terminal, we are going to create the app. So to create the app, we are going to use this command, that is npx create react app. And after this, you can provide any name which you want to provide to your app. Let's say I'll provide it as React, and then enter. And the installation of the dependencies will start. Just write y here and enter. So now this will create the React app and add the dependencies into my React app. So we need to choose the different project name. I'll just choose npx create React app and let's say counter. That's it. Now it should create my project. And now this is installing the packages into my folder. Right here we can see the counter app has been created and the package.json has been added inside it. Now let us wait till the React app is getting created. Now here we can see that our first React app has been successfully created. The node modules has been added, the source components has been added, and we can see the package.json and everything is added in our folder. So this is how you create your React app. And now what we are going to do is we are going to run our React app. So for that we can just use cd and the app name, that is counter, and enter. And after this we'll just start our React app. That's it. We are going to launch our React app. So here we can see this is our first React app. So by default, when you are going to install the React app, you are going to see these things. So now we are going to make some changes in our React app, and then we are going to write the code for Hello World. So there are some useless files that you need to delete first. So inside the src, you are just going to keep the index.js and app.js. Rest you can delete. And that's it. I'm going to remove the logo also. Now we are going to make some changes in our app.js. So first of all, we are going to remove these. And then we are going to remove the code inside the return statement. And we are going to write one heading here. That will be Hello World. That's it. We are going to save it. And we'll move on to index.js. Inside index.js, first of all, we'll remove all this. And then we are going to remove this and this. So now we are going to just save our file and just look at the output. So this is the output. The code we have written inside the return statement is Hello World. So this is our first React app. We have successfully written our first code in React, that is Hello World. So now what we are going to do is we are going to learn some core concepts of React, and then we will be creating one counter app. So now that our first React app is up and running, let's dive into the core concepts of React that make building applications so powerful and efficient. So the core components of React includes components. Components are the building blocks of React app. Each part of your UI is component, which can be reused to make development faster and cleaner. They help us to break down the complex UIs into manageable pieces. Next on we have JSX. JSX is a syntax that looks like HTML but works inside the JavaScript. It makes it easier to write the structure of your React component. JSX allows you to combine HTML-like code with JavaScript functionality in one place. Next on we have is Virtual DOM. The Virtual DOM is a lightweight copy of the actual DOM. React uses it to update the UI efficiently by only changing what's necessary, making the app faster. This reduces unnecessary operations and improves the performance. Next on we have is state management. State refers to the data that changes in your app. React lets you to manage state inside the components. So when the state changes, your UI automatically updates. This is essential for handling dynamic data like form inputs or user interactions. Next on we have props. Props is basically short for properties. These are used to pass data from one component to another, helping you make your component dynamic and reusable. They allow you to customize component based on the data that they receive. Next on we have is event handlers. Event handlers in React are functions that handles user interactions like click, form submissions, and more, allowing your app to respond to user actions. They provide a way to trigger changes in your app based on the user input. So now that we have covered the core concepts of React, let's switch to VS Code and apply these concepts in real project. We will see how everything works together with hands-on coding. So the first thing again I'm going to do is I'm going to open one folder inside my Visual Studio Code. So I'll just create one more folder naming counter. I'll just select this folder and again we are going to create this app. So inside our terminal, again we are going to write npx create React app counter. That's it. So our app has been created. Now what we are going to do is we are going to move into the app by cd counter. That's it. Now again we are going to delete the unnecessary things. That includes index.css, logo, and these two files. We are also going to delete this app.css. So now we are going to create one more file inside it, which will be counter.js. That's it. We are going to work on these three files. And again, one more file we should create for our styling. So it should be style.css. And that's it. So first of all, we will start with counter.js. So by creating this counter.js, we are going to understand the concepts of state, props, and event handling. So what we are going to create is we are going to create an app in which we will increment or decrement the numbers. And by creating that, we will be understanding the concepts of state management and properties and event handling. So first of all, we are going to import the React to use the JSX syntax and define the React component. So it will be import React from React. Now here we are defining the properties that we are going to use, which includes count, increment, and decrement, and along with that one reset. So these are the properties that we are passing. So basically counter is a functional component that takes the four props, which includes count, increment, decrement, and reset. These props are passed down from the app component, enabling counter to display and manipulate the count value based on the user interaction. Now the counter component returns JSX that renders div element with class counter. Inside this div section, the current count value is displayed inside h1 element as a counter count. And then we have created these three buttons, including increment, decrement, and reset. The increment button triggers the increment function from the properties. to increase the count when clicked. And after that, we have this decrement button. So this triggers the decrement function from the properties to decrease the count when clicked. And then on we have this reset button. This reset button triggers the reset function from the properties to reset the count to 0 when clicked. Now here we can see that each of the button uses onClick attribute to call the function when clicked. Since increment, decrement and reset functions are passed as props from the app component, clicking these buttons triggers the respective functions in the app that we are going to write. So for example, the increment button is clicked, the increment is called, which increases the count in the app component state. This triggers a re-render of counter updating the displayed count. So that's it for the counter.js. And now we are going to create the app.js. Now here we are on the app.js section. So let us have a look on the app.js. So for imports, we are importing useState from React. This hook manages state within the component. And after that comes the counter. So counter component from counter that we have created, this child component will display the counter and the button from the user interaction. Now again we are importing this style.css from the style app that we have created. After this comes the app components. So inside the app component, useState0 initializes a count state variable with the initial value of 0. And after that, count holds the current count and setCount is a function that updates the value. So state in React is persistent across renders, meaning count will retain the value until it's updated by setCount. And after that comes the event handlers. These functions are used to update the count state based on the user actions. First of all, we have the increment. So it increases the count by 5 each time it is called by executing setCount count plus 5. And then on we have is decrement. It decreases the count by 1 each time it is called. And then we have this reset. So reset sets count back to 0 by calling the setCount 0. So by defining these functions, the component becomes interactive, allowing user to modify the state and see the changes reflected in the real time. So that's it for the app.js. We'll just save this file. We'll just save the counter.js. And after that, let us move on to the style.css. So after writing counter.js, app.js, and we are just going to keep the index.js as it is. We have just excluded the codes. Those were not necessary. So we have already seen those in the first counter app that we created for Hello World. So now we'll just save the index.js, and for styling.css, first of all, we have just styled the body using the font family, display, justify content, alignment of items, height and the background color. After that, we have styled the app using these styling techniques, and then we have styled the counter. After that, we have styled the button, and that's it. We have made the button hover. So that's it for the styling. Now we have created the counter app. Here we learned about 3 concepts: the properties, the state and the event listeners. So these are the 3 core components that we have learned. And now we'll just save this project and we'll run our project. So here is the counter app that we have created. So when we are clicking on increment, the count is incrementing by 5. When we are clicking on decrement, it is decrementing by 1. And after clicking the reset button, it is being reset to 0. So this is the simple app that we have created using props, states and event listeners. So now that we have a proper idea about prop, state and event listeners, we'll now move on further and we'll just create our Mario game. So before that, as we have now understanding about the prop, state and event listener, so basically what are components? So all the files that you can see inside the source are components of the React. So app.js is one component, counter.js is one component, index.js is one component. So again, the other core concept of React was JSX. So this right here, the code that we are able to see is basically JSX syntax. So basically this is a JavaScript code, but we have written HTML inside the JavaScript file. So this is called JSX. So now we have clarity about the core concepts of React. First of all, the components. Here are the components. Then the JSX. These are the JSX. And after that we have properties. These are the properties, and then these are the event handlers. And we have also seen the state management. So after that we have this styling. So that's it about the increment project, and I hope you are clear with the concept of prop states and event handlers. So now that we have clear understanding of the concepts of React, we'll be starting our Mario game. So let us now understand how we created this Mario game using React. So first of all, we'll start with the sources. In this, there is a section named asset. In this, we have included the audio, font, and the images that we are going to use. So after this, we are going on the section of components. So inside this components, we have one section that is items. In this, we have included all the components that are being used in this game. For example, we are using birds, bricks, clouds, key message, obstacle, sun, and all. So after this, we have this molecules. In this, we have included the footer, the loading screen, Mario the character, and the mobile controls. Again, we have included the title and the score. So now one by one, we are going to have a look on these codes. So first of all, let us start with birds. So inside birds, there is a section of bird.js. So first of all, we are importing the use effect and the use state from the React. And after that, we are importing the bird.css from the stylesheet file. So first of all, here isReady is a piece of state that starts as a false. It will later be set to true when the document is fully loaded. And after this, the use effect hook runs after the component mounts. It defines a function setLoad that sets isReady to true. So after that, this part checks if the document is ready to fully load it. If it is, it calls the setLoad immediately. If not, it adds the event listener for the load event, which will call setLoad once the page finishes loading. The cleanup function removes the event listener if the component unmounts or if the effect runs again. At last, we have the return statement. The component return a div containing another div for the birds. The class name of the inner div changes based on the isReady state. If isReady is true, it adds the class birdAnimate, which likely triggers an animation. So that's it about the bird.js. Now let us look at the bird.css. So for that, first of all, we have provided this GIF, and then we have included the background repeat as no repeat, background size, height, width, position, top and left. Then we have provided the bird animation, and after that we have provided the keyframes and media queries. So that we are already familiar with what are keyframes and media queries. So now after bird.js, we have bricks.js. So again in bricks.js, the component imports the use effect and use state from React to handle the state and a lifecycle events. So it also imports the CSS file bricks.css to style the components. And after that, we have this const isReady. So here isReady is a piece of state initialized to false. This state will eventually determine whether the animation of the brick is active or not. After that, we have is use effect. The use effect hook runs when the component mounts. It defines the function setLoad that sets isReady to true. And after that, we have this if-else statement. This part checks if the document is fully loaded, and if it is, document.ready state is complete, it immediately calls setLoad. If the document is not loaded yet, it adds an event listener for the load event, which will call setLoad once the page finishes loading. The cleanup function removes the event listener if the component unmounts or if the effect runs again. And after that, we have this return statement. The component returns a div with a class bricks container. Inside it, there is another div for the bricks. The class name of this inner div changes based on the isReady state. If isReady is true, it adds a class brickAnimate, which likely triggers the animation. So after this brick.js, we move on to brick.css. So again in brick.css, we have given this background image, and the styling that we have included is background repeat, background size, height, width, position, bottom and left. Next on we have brickAnimate. These are the animation that we have provided, and after that the keyframes and the media queries. So now after birds and bricks, let us move on to the clouds. So again in cloud.js, we have included all these functions just like brick.js and cloud.js. So you can just pause this and go through the code again. It is basically the same function. We are just importing the cloud.css and we have changed this return statement. So after this, again we have cloud.css. We have included the background image, background repeat, background size, height, width, position, top and left. Again we have included the clouds animation and keyframes and media queries. You can just pause this video and go through the code once, and if you have any doubt, you can just comment in the comment section. After that, we have this key message.js. Inside this key.js, first we have imported the key message.css for the styling. So inside this, we have basically created one press container and we have given two paragraphs including enter key and space key. So here enter key is for starting the game and space key is for jump. So after that, we have included obstacles. So now let us look at the obstacle.js code. So inside this obstacle.js, first of all, the component imports the CSS styling images for the obstacle and necessary hooks from the React. It also imports Redux hook from the state management. So after that, dispatch is used to send actions to the Redux store. IsPlay and speed are selected from the Redux state, where IsPlay indicates if the game is running and the speed represents the current speed of the game. So now after that, we have this use effect that sets up the interval that runs every 100 milliseconds. It dispatches action to update the Redux store from the current dimensions and positions of the both obstacles by accessing their boundaries rectangles through the refs. Each property, height, left, top, width are getting updated from the both obstacle. So after that, we have one more use effect. So this use effect runs whenever the speed value changes. If the speed is non-negative, it sets the timeout to adjust the speed to the small value after 1 second. This could be used to ensure that the game continue to run smoothly. So after that, we have this return statement. The component returns a container of the obstacles. Each obstacle is represented as an image. This class name changes based on the isPlay state, adding moments classes if the game is active. The style props adjust the animation duration based on the speed, making the animation faster or slower depending upon the game's current speed. So that's it about the obstacle.js. Now we'll move on to the obstacle.css. So here we have provided some basic styling techniques to obstacle container, obstacle 1, 2, and then we have separately styled the obstacle 1 and 2, and then obstacle 1 move, then obstacle 2 move, then we have provided some keyframes and media queries. So again, if you have any doubt, you can just comment down in the comment section, and rest you can pause the video and look at the code. So after this all, we are left with the sun. So we are importing the sun.css for the styling, and we have included one class container, sun container, and then we have given the class name as sun. So again, inside the CSS, we have provided the background image of the sun, which is a GIF form, and then we have provided the styling that includes background repeat, background size, height, width, position, top and right. And again, we have included some media queries into it. So that's it about the atom section. Now we'll move on to the molecules. So inside molecules, what we have done, we have created footer, loading screen, Mario, the character, score and the title. So now we'll just quickly look to the every molecule. So before moving on to the molecules, we have just imported everything that we have created: birds, bricks, clouds, key messages, obstacle and sun. So before moving on to the molecules, here we have imported all of these things. So each line imports the component of specific file path. For example, bird component is imported from the .birds file. The imported components are presumably React components that will be used in the application to render the different parts of the UI. And after that, this line exports all the imported components into single object. By doing this, it allows other modules to import any of these components easily from one central file instead of importing each of them individually from their respective files. So now, first of all, let us look at the Mario character development. So here the component imports style, images or the Mario character audio files for jump, death sound and various hooks from the React and Redux. So after that, this use dispatch hook allows dispatching actions to the Redux store. Several state values are selected from the Redux store to manage the game state, such as whether Mario is dead, the game is loading, or the Mario's position and the dimensions. Now after that, these selectors retrieve the position and dimension of two obstacles, allowing for the collision detection. Now after that, we have this audio handling. For this, we are using useMemo hook to create audio objects for jump, die, and background music. This ensures that these objects are only created once, optimizing the performance. Now after that, this handle key function listens for the key presses. If the enter key is pressed, the game isn't playing. It dispatches an action to set the game as ready. And if the space key is pressed while Mario is not jumping, that triggers the jump and plays the jump sound. After 400 milliseconds, it stops the jump sound and resets its playback time. So after this, right here, you can just pause and have a look at the code one by one, and if you have any doubt, you can just comment in the comment section below. So after this, we have again used this use effect that monitors the Mario's position and checks the collision with the both obstacle. So now if the collision is detected, it dispatches the action to set Mario as dead and plays the dead sound. It also repeats the game score after the short delay. So that's it about the Mario character, and you can just go through the code line by line. This code just shows the use of use effect and how we are controlling the Mario and when the collision is happening to change the state of the Mario and everything. So now let us quickly look at the CSS of Mario. So here for Mario, we have given the styling technique, which includes width, height, position, bottom and left. Then we have animated the jump, and then we have added the keyframe, and then we have added the animation if Mario dies and keyframe again for that, and we have added some media queries. So now after the Mario character development, let us quickly look at the footer section. So this component imports the CSS file for styling, which would typically define how the footer looks. And after that, this defines the functional component named footer. Functional components are simpler way to create the components in the React. And after that, we have this return statement. Inside this div, it displays the text copyright followed by the current year, which is dynamically obtained from the new date get full year. This ensures that the copyright year is always up to the date without the manual change. It also includes the anchor tag that links the placeholder. The target blank attribute makes the link open in the new tab, and then REL adds the security feature to prevent the new page from accessing the previous ones. And that's it for the footer section. Now, this line basically exports the footer component as a default export of the module, making it available for import in the other files. So that's it for the footer section JS. Now this is the footer section CSS. We have just styled the copyright button and the copyright link. So now after the footer design, let us look at the loading screen. So inside the loading screen, first of all, we have added the import statements. This imports necessary hooks, use effect and use state from the React, the Mario character image, CSS for styling, and Redux function, set loading screen and use dispatch. So now after this, we have added this. This basically declares the functional component named as loading screen. So now after that, we have used isReady. So isReady is the state variable initialized to false if it will set to true after the specified delay, indicating that the loading is complete. So again, dispatch is a function from Redux that allows the component to dispatch actions to the store. And after that, we have used the use effect. This use effect runs once when the component mounts due to the empty dependency array. It sets the timer for 5 seconds, after which it updates isReady to true, indicating the loading is completed. And then at last we have the return statement. The component renders a div with the class loading screen container. It displays the Mario character image using the image tag. While isReady is false, it shows an H1 element with the text loading. Once isReady is true, it displays the enter button. When the button is clicked, it dispatches the set loading screen false, action likely to update the global Redux state to hide the loading screen. And then at last we have this export default loading screen. So that's it for the loading screen. Now let us look at the CSS of the loading screen. So inside the loading screen CSS, we have provided width, height, position, top, left, bottom, right, background color, color, display, flex direction, justify content, alignment of items, gap and z-index. Then we have styled the Mario loading, then the loading title and then the enter button. After that we have provided this hover effect to the enter button. So that's it. You can go through the code line by line, and again that is it for the loading screen. So now let us move on to the mobile controls. Again we have added the imports here, and after that we have added this mobile controls. This defines the functional component that is named as mobile controls. And after that we have added this is play Mario jump is die. So this indicates if the game is currently being played. Mario jump indicates whether the Mario is currently jumping. Is die indicates if the game is over, and dispatch is used to send the action to the Redux store. After that we have used use memo to create an audio object for the jump sound. This ensures that the audio is only created once for the performance efficiency. And after that, this function is triggered when the start button is clicked. It checks if the game is not already playing, and if it is not over, if the both conditions are met, it dispatches an action to set the game to ready. And after that we have created this function. This function is called when the jump button is clicked. It checks if the Mario is not already jumping, and if he isn't, it dispatches an action to set him as jumping. Plays the jump sound after 400 milliseconds. It stops the sound and resets the playback time. And at last we have this return statement. So in this, the component renders the div with the class mobile controls container. It conditionally renders the start button when the game is not playing or not over. Again, the over button when the game is over. The jump button when the game is playing. And at last again we have this export statement. And now again we have the styling of mobile controls. So here is the media query and then the mobile controls container. And after that we have styled the start button, jump button and control button. Again we have styled these buttons by applying the filters, and we have given the background color, and then we have given the background color to the control jump button. So that's it for the CSS of mobile controls and the JS of mobile controls. You can go through the code line by line and again comment down if there is any doubt. Now at last we'll move on to the calculation of the score. So now we are at the score.js. Again we have added the import statements that imports the necessary hooks from React, Redux function and CSS file. So after that we have this declaration. This defines the functional component named as score. And after that we have used this query selectors for score, last score, play, die and dispatch. So the score shows the current score from the Redux store, and the last score shows the last score recorded. And the play is basically a boolean indicating if the game is currently being played. Die is basically a boolean indicating if the game is over, and dispatch is a function that is used to dispatch the action of the Redux store. And after that we have included this high score. This basically initializes the state variable high score. It retrieves the high score from local storage, passing it as an integer, or defaults to 0 if the high score is not found. So after that we have used this use effect. This use effect runs whenever the dependencies change. That means incrementing the score if the game is being played or not over. It sets the time out to increment the score by 1 to every milliseconds, and then updating the last score and the high score. And after that we have the return statement. So this component basically renders the div with the class score container. If the game is currently being played, it displays the current score. If the game is over, it displays the last score. It always displays the high score along with that. And at last we again have the export statement. So that's it for the score.js, and we'll move on to the score.css. So for score.css we have just applied these styling techniques, including the media query and the styling of high score. So after that, last one we have is title. So inside this title.js, first of all the component imports the CSS file for styling, ensuring that the component has desired looks. So again after that we have this const title. This basically defines the functional component named as title. And after that, we have this return statement. So the component returns the div with a class name title container, which acts as a wrapper for the title elements. Inside this div, an image element displays the Mario logo. It uses the imported Mario image as a source and it has the class Mario logo for styling. And h1 element contains the text Mario jump styled with the class title. This serves as the main title of the game. And again we have the export default title. So here is the styling. So first of all, here we have styled the container, then we have styled the Mario logo, then title, and then we have added the media queries. So that's it for the title. Now let us quickly go through this index.js file. So here each line imports the specific component from the corresponding directories. So footer displays the copyright information, loading screen shows the loading animation and enter button. Mario represents the character, and mobile controls provide the button for the mobile users. Score displays the current, last and the high score. Title basically displays the game title. And after that, this line of code exports all the imported components as named export. This means that when importing from this module elsewhere, you can access each component by its name. So again, in the other index.js file, we have exported the atoms and the molecules. So that's it. We have covered all the atoms and the molecules that we have made for the Mario game. So now what we are going to do is we are going to run our project. So for running our project, we are just going to add the command and then we'll be able to run our project. So here we are going to add the command to run our project. So we are just going to write, that's it. We are going to give the command as npm start and it will start our project. So here is our game. Here is the output of our Mario game. It is the landing page. We can just click on enter and it is basically the screen. Here we have the enter key. We have to press the enter key to start the game and then we have to press the space key to jump. Here we calculate the score, the high score. We have added these GIFs of birds, clouds, sun and the bricks, and here we have the Mario character. So here is the footer. Basically we have designed the copyright and this is the title. So this is the whole project that we have created using the React. So I'll just quickly enter key and now I can see the game has been started. So again I can jump using the space key and my score is being calculated here. My current score and the high score is being calculated here. So this is the final project that we have created using React.
Now let us go and explore all about React.js hooks. Starting from what is React.js hooks. React.js hooks are functions that allow you to use the state and other React features in functional components. They were actually introduced in React 16.8 as a way to make it easier to share the stateful logic between the components and also to make it easier to work with the functional components. Here, the most commonly used hooks are the use state, use effect, and use content. So these are considered more important or most useful hooks. So other than this, we will also explore some of the additional hooks too. For example, use reducer, use memo, use callback, and use layout effect. So these are the hooks that we will be exploring in this session. We will see each of it in a detailed form right now. Before that, we will see what actually the hooks are. Now let us go back and see before React hooks. So before React hooks, if you wanted to use the state or other features in the component, then you had to use a class component. Here the class component are more complex than the functional components and can make it difficult to reuse the stateful logic. Here with the React hook, you can use the state and other features in the functional component, which makes it easier to share the stateful logic between the components. And also it makes it easier to work with the functional components. Here the React hooks differ from the traditional React class component because in that they allow you to use the state and other features in the functional components instead of having to use the class components. And additionally, you must keep this in mind. Here the React hooks do not require the use of this keyword. which makes them less verbose and easier to understand. And why do we say here the class component is more difficult? So here the class component in React are based on this JavaScript class syntax, which can make them difficult to understand for the developers who are new to the React or who are more familiar with the functional programming. Additionally, these class components often include the boilerplate code, such as the constructor, functions, and binding the methods to the correct context, which can add unnecessary complexity and make the code harder to maintain. And the most important feature of this React hook is it allows the creation of custom hooks, which are reusable functions that can hold the state or the logic that can be shared between the multiple components. Here, this makes it easy to extract and reuse the logic that is used in the multiple components. So at the end, this can make the code base more maintainable and easier to understand. One of the main advantages of React Hook is that they make it easier to share the stateful logic between the components, as I said in the previous statement. So this is because the state and the logic can be extracted into a single hook, and it can be reused in multiple components, rather than having to duplicate the logic in multiple class components. React Hook also make it easier to test the functional components since they do not rely on this keyword and the lifecycle methods. Now let us see the types of hooks we have in this session. Here we have three major hooks, that is use state, use effect, and use context. So these are considered to be basic hooks and more important hooks or commonly used hooks. And additionally, we will also look into use reducer, use memo, use callback, and finally use layout effect. So these are the hooks which we will be covering in this session. Other than this, we also have many other hooks. So if you want to learn more about hooks or more about React.js, you can enroll to our Edureka's React.js certification training course, where we will be providing you with an hands-on and live demo sessions. So here, we will get started with our first hook, that is use state. So let us see what is use state and how does it work in our code, and I will give some of the tips that how can you use the use state inside the code. Now, according to the definition, use state is a hook in React that allows you to add the state to the functional component. State is a way of storing and managing the data that can change over time and can affect the component's behavior and rendering, though I will explain it in a detailed form. Here, this use state is a hook in React that allows you to manage the state in the functional component. Prior to the introduction of hooks, the state management in React was only possible in class-based components. So, with this use of use state, you can now manage the state in the functional component as well. And also, the use state is a function that takes a single argument, so which is the initial state. After that, it returns an array with two elements, that is, current state and a setter function for updating the state. The current state is a value of the state, and the setter function is used to update the state. So here I will explain this in a detailed form with an example. So I am using Visual Studio Code. So here I will show you a small demo. For that, I will jump into Visual Studio Code. Now, as you can see, I have already created an app called Counter App. So you can see here the Counter app, and here I have created a counter.jsx inside the source folder and inside the components folder. Now let us write a small React hook example. First, I will import the React component from React. For that, write just import React from React. Okay. After that, I will import useStateHook from the React package after this line. For that, you just need to write import in the bracket useState. So you will have some of the recommendations over here, and you need to find useState over here. So state. And you can notice that I am writing in a camel case statement. Here, the React.js takes the import in a camel case. After this, Now that we have imported the component and use state from React, at the same time, we need to export this file to the index.js, right? So that the output will be shown in the browser. So that don't forget to export this file to the index.js. So I will export. So just type export default counter because my file name is counter. So I'm writing counter. And you just need to go inside the index.js and include the counter file inside the React strict mode. Now let us get back to the counter.js file. So now let us declare a new state variable. So let us call this as count. Here the use state returns a pair of value, that is the current state and the function that updates it, as I said in the explanation. So that we will just write a function called counter. Inside that just write const and pass the values, that is the current state and the function that updates it, right? So here the current state is this count and then we will set the count. So this will be the function that updates it. And in our component we use the use state hook by invoking it and passing the initial value for our state variable, which is 0. So I'll use that. So I'm using the use state. So I'm passing the value as 0. Okay. Now let us return this. So I'm wrapping this with a div tag. Now here we use the count variable to display the current number of clicks in the page. And in the button tag, here we use this onClick property to specify a function that will be called when the button is clicked, right? Now for that I will write a paragraph to indicate the numbers. So I'm writing you clicked. Here I'm calling the count and this count will be indicated in numbers. So you have clicked this many times. So right? So I will give the button to click. So on click. So I'm calling this set function. So that is set count. This S should be in a small. Here the function that we pass to on click is an arrow function that calls the set count and passes in the new value of the count. So which is the current value plus 1. So let us write the count, that is the current value, and plus 1. So whenever the button is clicked, here the count will be incremented like the current value plus 1. So the count will be incremented to 1. So I'll close the button by telling click. Okay. So let us run this by typing npm start and you can see the server has started. You can see that we have written you clicked this many times, right? So let us click this button and check. So here you can see the number is incrementing. So if I click on this, the number is changed the value to 2. So that the current value is right now is 2. So if I click the button once again, the number will be incremented plus 1. So that the current value plus 1 will be incremented. So here as you can see, the count, this is the current value and plus 1. So every time the button is clicked, this function will be called and the state variable count will be updated. And here the component will be re-rendered to reflect the new value. So I hope you understood. Now I will give you some of the tips to use the use state. Here we have some of the limitations. For example, keep state update simple. Here you need to avoid the complex logics or the calculations when updating the state. Instead, use a callback function to update the state based on its current value. And next, so you need to keep in mind that you need to use the use state when it is only necessary. Here, use props or the context when possible, instead of creating the state for every piece of data. After that, you need to use the use effect hook for the side effects. Keep the state top level. That means you need to keep the state at the top level of your component hierarchy, as opposed to buried deeply in class component. This makes it easier to understand and debug the code easier. And you need to keep in mind that you need to test your components. Always you need to test your component to make sure that they work correctly and the state updates are behaving as expected. With that, we will move on to the next hook, that is use effect. Now, let us explore about use effect. Here, this use effect is a hook in React that allows you to synchronize a components with an external system. Also, it will allow you to tell that React to run a piece of code after rendering in order to update the system or the side effects of the component. So, this is done by specifying a callback function that contains the code to run and an array of dependencies, which are variables that components uses and that React will watch for changes. Now, when the component is first rendered, the callback function passes to the use effect will be run. This is similar to the component did mount lifecycle method in the class component. If any of the dependencies specified in the dependency array change, React will rerun the effect. Now, this is also similar to the component did update lifecycle method in the class component. So, as I said before, here we have class did mount, class did update, and class did unmount. So, these lifecycle methods are used in the class component. So, here the next lifecycle I'll be explaining is component will unmount. Here, when the component is unmount, the cleanup function passed to the use effect when it will be run. This is for cancelling network requests or cleaning up any other side effects that were created. Now that we will understand this use effect hook with a small example. So I'll go back to the Visual Studio Code. I will clean up the use state. I will keep the React component and the export as default. Now, we need to use the use state and use effect from the React. So for that, we will import use effect along with the use state from the React package after the React component line. So that I will just import inside the curly braces, write use effect and use state. Right? In our component, we declare a state variable data using this use state. And the initial value is an empty array. So for that, we will just write a function for that. Counter. So for that, I will be setting the constant values here. And I'll pass both width and the set width. As I said, the current value and the function that will be updated. So here width is the current value and I'll set the state So now what does this line mean? So here I have written this line, right? Now this means that I am taking the window's inner width. So let us see. For example, I want the inner width of the browser and I need to design a web page where my grid needs to match it. So I need to know the width of my system or the browser. So that I am taking the inner width of the browser. Now let us fetch the use effect. I am taking the function handle resize. So we need to know the size of our window, right? So that is why we are using this function handle. Now I will set the width for window inner width. Here, the setWidth function updates the state when the browser window is resized. Now, let us set the window event listener. Here, the use effect hook is used to add an event listener to the window that listens for a resize event. And when the resize event is triggered, the handle resize function is called. For that, we are writing a code here. So for that, window dot add event listener. And I am specifying here resize. Here, as I said, when the resize is triggered, the handle resize will be called to update the width of the state in the new value of the Windows inner width. Now here let us clean up the function to remove the event listener. Here now I will return the remove event listener. Here I am specifying this window dot remove event listener. Here the empty array at the end of the use effect is the dependencies. It means this effect only runs once on the component mount, right? So here now I will return this also. So I'm writing the Windows width will be. So I'm calling this width function here. Here the component returns a div that displays the current width of the browser, right? Now let us check out the results. Here the window width is 614. Now let us resize this. Here, as you can see, if I resize, the Windows width changed to 335. So if I again resize, so it will change according to that. So it will not change the height. So as if we have just said only for the width. The total window width of my system is 614. So if I resize, so it will change according to the size we moved to. So I hope you understood the example with the use effect. Here some of the tips to practice this use case in a best way. For that you need to first understand the purpose of the use case of the use effect hook. Here it is used to handle the side effects. So as I said in the example, such as the data fetching in a functional component. And always you need to include a dependency array as the second argument to the use effect. And this array should include any variables or state that the effect depends on. Here, if a variable is not included in the dependency array, that the effect will run on every render. And you should be mindful of the order in which effect runs. Here, these effects are executed in the order that they defined. So it is important to consider that the order of your effects if they are dependent on each other. And you should use the cleanup function provided by the use effect to remove any side effects before the component is unmount. So this is especially important for the data fetching and subscriptions to prevent the memory leaks. So as I did here in the example, I did the cleanup function to remove the event listener, right? So like that. And also you should keep in mind that the excessive use of use effect can lead to unnecessary re-renders and it can be slow down your applications. And also you can use the use context hook instead of use effect when possible. Here the use context is a simpler and more efficient way to manage the shared state across the multiple components. That is what we are looking next. We will look into the use context here. Now let us see what is use context. It is a kind of hook that is used to consume the context in a functional component. It is an alternate to the context type property or the consumer component that were used in the class component. Here, when a component needs to access the context, it can use the use context hook. to describe to the context and retrieve its current value. The hook takes the context object as its argument and returns the current value of the context. The component can then use this value to update its state or props. The use context hook allows a component to subscribe to changes in context so that it can re-render when the context value changes. So this is done without the need to pass props down manually through every level of the component tree, which makes the code more efficient and maintainable. Here, when a context value changes, the React will re-render all the components that are using that context. This means that the component using use context hook will be re-rendered too, which is how the component will get updated with the new context value. Now, if I summarize the use context hooks allows the functional component to access the context and the subscribe to changes in context. It also eliminates the need to pass the property through the multiple levels of the component tree, eventually, which leads to more efficient and maintainable code. Now, let us see a small example. So, let us go to Visual Studio Code and I will just remove from the function. So, default, let us keep import React component from React. Here in import, we will just import the create context with use context. Okay. So now let us create a context with a default value. For that, I am writing the const and theme context. Here we use this create context to create a new context called this theme context. Okay. With the default value of light. So I'll keep the default value as light, which is equal to create context to light, right? Fine. Now let us create a function counter. Now let us use the context to access the current theme, right? So that I am specifying the const. Now the theme is, we are using the use context in theme context. Here in our example component, we use the use context hook to access the current value of the theme context, right? So here we have light. So we need to access this light in this theme context. Here we will return the div. So let us specify the class name as theme, right? And let me write something like the current. So we need to get the output from this theme. So when the value changes here, the value here will be also changed accordingly. Now here, let me write a function called app and return the theme context dot provider value is dark. So I am specifying the counter over here inside the theme context. Right, now let us see the output. Here, as you can see, the current theme is light, right? We access the value of the context in this case. Here the theme, and we use it to set the class name of the div element. And in the app component, we wrap the element component with the theme context provider and set the value to the dark. Okay. Here now, whether the value is provided to the context will be available to all the components that are wrapped inside the theme context provider. And all of them will be able to access the current value of the context by calling the use context and theme context. Okay. Now here are some of the tips to practice the use context. Here, to keep the context value minimal, only store the values that are necessary for the components that are consuming the context. And you need to avoid the storing unnecessary data, as it can lead to unnecessary re-renders and performance issue. And also you need to use the default values. Always provide the default values for the context when creating it, in case that consuming the component does not have access to the context. Now you should use the use context for global state so that it is shared across the multiple components, such as the user's authenticated status or the selected theme. Also, you need to avoid using context for local state. Here, use state hooks for local state that is specific to single component rather than using the context. Only update context when necessary. You should only update the context when the value has changed to avoid the unnecessary re-renders and performance issues. Here, you need to use the use effect hook to update the context. The next we have the test context. Test the context value and update to ensure that they are working correctly. Here we use the test context to test the value that were updated correctly and whether it is working correctly. Now then we have the use multiple context. So here if you have multiple pieces of global state and that need to be shared, here we need to consider using the multiple context to keep the state organized and easy to manage. With that, we will move on to use reducer hook. Here, the use reducer is a hook in React that allows for managing the state within a functional component. Here, it is similar to use state, but it is typically used for more complex state management. And the state reducer hook takes two arguments, a reducer function and an initial state. Here, the reducer function is a pure function that takes the current state and an action, and it returns the next state. The initial state is the starting state of the component state. A component can call the dispatch function returned by the use reducer to send an action to the reducer. Here, the reducer that updates the state based on the action and the current state, and also the component re-renders with the new state. The use reducer is considered more powerful than use state because it allows for more complex state management, such as handling the asynchronous actions and managing the multiple pieces of state at once. In short, the use reducer is a hook that allows you to manage the state within a functional component in a way that it is similar to how you would manage the state in a Redux store. It takes two arguments, a reducer function and an initial state, as I said initially, and returns the current state and a dispatch function that can be used to update the state. Now with that, let us look into a small example. So let me remove from the import again. Let us import the use reducer package from React. After that, we create a reducer function that takes in two arguments, that is state and action. Here, which are the current state and the action that is being dispatched respectively. Okay, so that let's write const. So initially I'm setting the value to count 0. So initial state is count 0. Fine. After that, the function reducer state action. After that, I have switch case. In that, I will write switch. I'll write action type. If that is the case, then the case should be in increment. Then I will return the count to the state count plus 1. If the case is in the decrement, then I will return count state minus 1. Then default, I will return the state. First, let me write the code, and I will be explaining you each and every statement here, right? So that first here I'll write the function. Here, as you know, the use reducer hook returns a pair of values, the current state and a function that updates it. In our case, we use the destructuring assignment to assign the state and dispatch, right? Here, we use the state count to display the current count in the page and in the button tag. Here, for that, I will specify the page and the button tag. Here, for that, I am returning a statement. So, return. Here, I am writing the count. Here, count and the state count. Now, let us specify the button for increment as well as the decrement. Here, on click, let us write the dispatch. So this type will be in increment. Fine. Now for the same, I will give for decrement. Right. See here. Here I am giving the decrement. So after that, the div is closed. So here the function that passes in the on click property to specify a function that will be called when the button is clicked. So I'll be showing that in the output page. Here the function that we have passed to onClick is an arrow. That function calls dispatch and it passes in the object that describes the action that should be performed. Here in this case, the action type is either increment or decrement, right? So when the component is rendered, it was initially the number is 0. The count is 0. So when the button is clicked in the increment, so it will call the dispatch function with the type increment. And the reducer function will receive the action and the state so that it will update the state and increment by 1. So see, for example, if I go to the output, so if the button is clicked in the increment, so the count will be 2. For example, if I increment 1, so the count will be plus 1, right? So when the minus button or the decrement button is clicked, so it will call the dispatch function to the decrement. Then the reducer function will receive the action and the state. So it will update the state and decrease by the count 1. And the component will re-render and it will show us the output as minus 1. So count minus 1. So here keep your state and the action simple. Now let me give you some of the tips. Here you need to keep your state and action simple. The use reducer is designed to handle the complex state and actions, but it is important to keep them as simple as possible to avoid the confusions and make it easier to debug. And also you should use the initial state correctly. Make sure to provide an initial state that is the same type and shape as the state in your reducer function. And the use actions to change the state. You need to use the actions to change the state in your reducer. So do not modify the state directly as this can lead to unexpected behavior. Also, you need to keep your reducer function pure. So what that Your reducer function should be pure, means it should not have any side effects and should not rely on any external state or variables. So with that, we will move on to the use memo. Use memo is a hook that allows you to optimize the performance of your React component by only recalculating a value when one of its dependencies has changed. Now, it is similar to the use effect hook in that it allows you to perform a side effect, but instead of updating the component state or props, it returns a value that can be used by the component. Here, the use memo hook takes two arguments as previous hooks takes. The first one is a function that returns the value you want to store, and the second one is an array of dependencies. The function is only called when one of the dependencies has changed. If none of the dependencies have changed, the previous value is returned instead of recalculating the value. For example, if you have a component that displays a list of items and the list is passed in as a prop, you can use the use memo to only refilter the list when the search item changes, instead of refiltering the list on every render. Now let us see a small example. So now let us go to Visual Studio Code. I just have import React component from React and I have exported the counter. Now let me import the hooks from the React. So I'm importing use state and use memo, right? Now let us define a functional component called counter. Okay, so function counter. Now let us create the state variable for first name, last name, and age. So that constant first is our first name. Then I will set the first name. Here I will use the use state. Same thing for last name and age. I am giving a empty parameter over here so that it is dynamically updated when the user enters the first name, last name, and the age. Okay, right. Now let us calculate the user object over here. So now let us see. This function will rerun only if the first name, last name, or the age state variable have changed. So I am giving the user also. So const user by using the use memo. So let us return the full name, the full name consists of the first name and the last name. And finally age, right? In the array, I'm just giving the first name, last name, and age. Return. Inside the div, I'm just giving the input value for the first name, last name, and the age. Here, the component also uses the use memo here, right? So, this hook can create a memorized object called the user. So, that is why we have specified the user over here. And that combines the first name, last name, and the age, the state variable, into a single object with properties, that is first name and the age. The components then renders input field that allows the user to update the state variables and display the user object. So that is what. So here I will be giving the input values over here. Here first one is the first name on change, so if the value is changed, then the output should be re-rendered. Here in the age, we have to type the number. So the input value will be in the form of number, right? Then let me give a paragraph inside saying the full name and the age. Now let us see the output. So if I show you the output, here I can type my name. So here in the full name, you will get the first name and this is the last name. So for example, I'll type V. So as you can see, the full name I have written in the first name as Tejashwini and the last name has V. So in the code here, it should return in the name of full name is the first name plus the last name and the age, right? So here, if you see, in the place of first name, I have typed only my first name, and in the last name, and in the place of age, since I given in the input has numbers, so it will tell you to increment or decrement, or else you can even type the number. So in place of age, you have the number over here, right? For example, 46. Yeah. And you can increment or decrement as you need. So in this code, the React functional component is called the counter, right? So it uses the React hook called useState and useMemo to manage and update the component state and to perform a calculation based on the state. Here, the component has three state variables, that is the first name, last name, and age. So which are initialized using the useState. Now, these state variables are used to control the values of three input fields rendered in the component JSX, that is these three input fields. Here, the component also has a user variable. So here you can see the user variable, right? Here the function concatenates the first name and the last name, the state variable to create the full name, the property of the user object, and the user age, that state variable as the state property. The second argument of the use memo is array of dependencies, which is used to determine when the calculation should be rerun. In this case, the calculation will rerun only if the first name, last name, or age state variable has changed. The component re-renders an input field from each state variable and displays the full name and age property of the user object. Right, with that, we will move on to the tips for use memo. Use the hook called use memo when you need to compute a value that depends on prop or state but not change often. Always pass a function that runs the value you want to memorize as the first argument. The function should take the props or state that the value depends on an argument, and the use memo with the second argument an array of dependencies to tell that React which values the memorized value depends on. So this will ensure that the memorized value is only recalculated when one of the dependency changes. Avoid using use memo in render functions as it can lead to poor performances. Instead, you can use it in the component functions that are called before the component re-renders. Also, you need to use the use memo with the caution when working with the large data set or the complex computations, as it can cause performance issues if not used correctly. And avoid using the use memo to store functions, as they cannot memorize Instead, you can use the use callback hook for this purpose. Now let us see use callback hook. Use callback is nothing but it is also a React hook that allows you to optimize the performance of your React component by only recreating a callback function when one of its dependencies has changed. It is similar to use memo, but that allows you to store a value and only update it when the dependencies has changed. But instead of storing a computed value, it stores a callback function. Here, the callback hook takes two arguments. The first one is a callback function that you want to store, and the second is an array of dependencies. Here, the function is only recreated when one of the dependencies has changed. If none of the dependency have changed, the previous callback is returned instead of creating a new one. For example, if you have a component that displays a list of items and the list is passed in as a prop, you can use the use callback to only recreate the function that handles the recreating the function on every render. But it is important to note that the use callback is often used in the conjunction with the use memo when the dependencies are object or the function. To prevent unnecessary re-renders and recalculations, as use memo only recalculates the value when the reference to the object or functions changes. Now let us see a small example for use callback hook and import the hook packages from React. That is, I'm using the use state and use callback from React. Now the function called counter. Let us initialize the count and the increment value here, right? So that for here I'm writing the const. So I'm setting the count as well by use case, by use state. And the next one is increment. I'm using the use callback function over here. Let's set the count to count +1 because we are incrementing it, right? So, right. Now let us return with a div tag. Inside that I'm writing a h1 tag. So I'm telling the count value. Then I'm specifying the child increment. After this, we have the child increment over here, as you can see, right? So that I'm creating a function over here called child. Inside that, I'm just passing an argument called increment by returning a button with an onClick function increment. Right? Now, in this example, the parent component has a state variable that is count. So as you can see here, we have count. This is the parent component. And the callback function is the increment. That increments by 1. So here the count plus 1. So as you can see, this is the parent component plus incrementing by 1. Here the child component receives the increment function as a prop and renders a button when clicked. And it calls the increment function over here. The use callback hook is used to memorize the increment function, passing in the count as a dependency. This means that the increment function will only be recreated if the count state variables change. So this can help to prevent the unnecessary re-renders of the child components. When you run the code, the output will be an increment button and a h1 tag saying the count is 0. So when you click on the button, the count will be increasing by 1. and the h1 tag will be displaying the updated count, right? So if you can see, I'm clicking on increment and the number changes to 2 by increment plus 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. So right, now let us see some of the tips. So here, use the use callback when you need to pass a callback function as a prop to a child component and you want to avoid the unnecessary re-renders. Always, you need to provide the dependency array as the second argument to use the callback. This tells the React which variables the callback depends on and when it should recreate the callback. And also you need to keep in mind that the dependencies you include in the array, if you include too much or unnecessary dependencies, it can cause the unnecessary re-renders and negatively impact performance. And you need to avoid the use callback inside the loops or conditions, as it can lead to unexpected behavior and hard to debug the issues. And always you need to check if the callback function is the same using the reference equality operator before passing it to a prop. So this will prevent the unnecessary re-renders of the parent component. You need to be careful while using the use callback function. With this, the state or prop that are objects or array, because these are passed by references, not by values. So if the callback depends on such variables, it will be recreated every time the parent component re-renders. And you need to be aware that the use callback does not work with async functions because it cannot memorize the results of asynchronized operations. Always test your component with and without use callback to check that if it works as expected and that the performance improves you expect as visible, right? Okay, now let's move on to the last hook in this session, that is use layout effect. Now, what is use layout effect? Use layout effect is a React hook that allows you to synchronize all layout changes to a component. Here it is similar to the use effect, but it runs synchronously after all DOM mutations. Now, this can be useful when you need to measure a DOM node or read its layout before making changes that affects its size or position. Also, it should be used with caution as it can cause visual inconsistencies if not used correctly. And also, it is recommended to use effect unless you have a specific use case that requires the synchronous behavior of use layout effect. So you need to be careful while using the use layout effect. And also importantly to note that the use layout effect should be used only for updates that are critical to the visual appearances of the component and that cannot wait until the next frame. For all other updates, it is generally recommended to use the use effect instead with the run asynchronously and does not block the main thread. And also it is important to remember that if you need to perform any side effects that involves the DOM, such as adding or removing the event listeners, you should do so inside the use layout effect instead of use effect. This is because the use effect runs after the browser has painted and may cause unnecessary layout thrashing if it updates the layout of your component. Okay, with that, let us move on to the example. Now, this code is a simple React functional component that uses the use layout effect and the use state. So here it uses these both hooks to measure the width of an element and display it in the screen. Okay, the first code imports that the layout effect and the use state and the use ref from the React library, right? Here, the use state is a hook that allows you to add the state to a functional component. In this case, it is being used to create a state variable called width, and that will store the width of the element. Here, the useState hook also returns a setWidth, so that can be used to update the value of the width state variable. Here, now, the useRef is a hook that allows you to create a reference to a DOM node. So in this case, it is being used to create a reference to a div element that will be used to measure the width of the element over here. Here, the use layout effect is a hook that allows you to synchronize and apply the layout changes to the component. So it is similar to the use effect as I mentioned earlier, but it runs synchronized after all DOM mutations. So this can be useful when you need to measure a DOM node or read its layout before making changes that affects its size or the position. So this component start with the div element with the id my element, and within the width state variable is displayed, and use layout effect is then invoked. So inside the hook, the code first gets a reference to the element with the id called my element using the document.getElementById inside the my id. This use layout effect hook is then invoked. Inside the hook, the code first gets a reference to the element using the ref variable called ref.current. You can see here this ref.current. Then it uses the get bounding light range, right? This method to measure that the width of the element and assign it to the variable width. After that, the set width function is invoked with the width variable as an argument, so which updates the state variable with the width of the element. Here, the use layout effect hook also accepts a cleanup function, which is a function that runs when the component is unmounted or the effect is being rerun. So this is that function. Okay. So the cleanup function will also display the cleanup in console. So when you inspect in the console, then you will get to know about it, right? And also you need to keep in mind that it is important to note that the use layout effect hook should be used with the caution as I mentioned. So as it can cause the visual inconsistencies if not used correctly. So it is recommended to you to use the use effect unless you have a specific use case that requires the synchronized behavior of the use layout effect. And it is important that if you don't provide a dependency array, the effect will run on every render, so which could lead to a performance issue. So it is better to provide a dependency array with the values that the effect rely on, so that it only runs when those values changes. Okay, so it should not run whenever the small changes happens, the whole program will run. So write in this example an empty dependency array. So this is the empty dependency array. So it is passed to a use layout effect hook. So which means that it will only run the code once when the component is first rendered. So in this example, instead of using the document.getElementById to find the element, it is passed to a reference to the element as it uses the ref.current. Here, the ref.current.getBounding client rec. So to get the width of the element, so let us see the output over here. So we have to run. So after that, so as you can see, the width of the element is around 613.4400. Okay. So let us inspect this. Here you can see, as I mentioned, you will get a console. Here we have console, right? As you can see here, the cleaning up function, as I said in the program, right? Here you will get the cleanup function here. So inside the console, you will get the cleaning up.
let's start by exploring what progressive web apps are. Progressive web apps combine the best features of web and mobile applications to deliver a seamless app-like experience directly through your browser. Built using modern technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, progressive web apps offer enhanced capabilities such as offline access, lightning-fast performance, and option to install them on your device without needing to visit an app store. Some of the popular examples of progressive web apps include Spotify, which ensures smooth music streaming, Telegram for instant communications, and Pinterest, offering a highly responsive and interactive platform for creative inspiration. These examples highlight the versatility and growing adoption of progressive web apps across the industry. So now that we understand the essence of progressive web apps, let's move on to explore the key elements that make progressive web apps so powerful and versatile. So the first one is service workers. These are the scripts that run in the background of your application. They enable offline functionality by caching resources, ensuring user can still access the app even without an active internet connection. The next one is HTTPS. Security is paramount. Progressive web apps are served over HTTPS to ensure data encryption, which protects sensitive information from being intercepted. The next one is push notification. This feature allows you to re-engage users by sending updates or reminders directly to their devices, helping maintain consistent interaction with your audience. The next one is Web App Manifest. This is a JSON file that defines how your progressive web app should behave when installed on a device. It includes the details like app's name, icon, start URL, giving it a native app-like feel. The next one that we have is Application Shell Architecture. This provides the foundation for building the fast and reliable progressive web app. By separating the shell of the app from the dynamic content, users experience quicker load time. The next one that we have is Transport Layer Security. An additional layer of security ensures that all the data transferred between the user and the application remains private and intact. So these elements work together to create a seamless, secure, and engaging user experience, setting progressive web app apart as a future of web applications. So now that we have explored the key features of progressive web apps, let's understand how they work to provide a seamless user experience. So to begin with, everything starts when the user interacts with progressive web apps on their devices. For instance, they might tap on the button or explore a new section. This simple action triggers a request to fetch the required source of data. And then comes the role of service worker. Once the request is sent, the service workers take over. Think of it as a behind-the-scene assistant. It steps in to handle the request and decide how to proceed based on whether the user is online or offline. Now, if the user is connected to the internet, the service worker forwards the request to the backend server. The server processes the request and quickly returns the necessary data or the content to the app. But what happens if the user is offline? This is where the service worker truly shines. Instead of letting the app fail, it retrieves the required data from the offline cache. This ensures that the app continues to function seamlessly even without the internet connection. Finally, regardless of whether the response comes from backend or the cache, the service worker sends it back to the app. This guarantees a smooth user experience for the user, no matter their connectivity status. So now that we have understood how progressive web apps work, let's look at some key benefits they bring on the table. So the first one is progressive web apps are designed to meet user expectations effectively. They offer fast load times, smooth navigation, and reliability, ensuring users have a great experience every time. The next one is they bring a native-like appeal. Progressive web apps look and feel just like mobile apps, offering a feature like push notification and an app-like interface. This gives a user convenience of the app without the need to download one. The another significant advantage is cost reduction. Progressive web apps save resources by eliminating the need to develop a separate app for the different platforms. One app works across all the devices, saving time and money. So not only that, progressive web apps are highly adaptive. They seamlessly adjust to different screen sizes and devices, ensuring they are accessible to everyone whether they are on smartphone, tablet or desktop. What's more, progressive web apps eliminate the need for an app store. User can add them directly to their home screen, skipping the hassle to search and download the apps from store. One standout feature is their ability to provide a seamless offline access. Even without internet connectivity, progressive web apps use cached data to keep the app functional, ensuring the user never loses the access of important features. Finally, they are incredibly efficient. Progressive web apps are light on data uses and deliver excellent performance, making them ideal for users in areas with limited connectivity or slow networks. With all these benefits, it's clear why progressive web apps are gaining popularity in digital world. So now that we have explored the key benefits of progressive web apps, let's shift our focus to understanding the steps involved in developing one. Building progressive web app is a step-by-step process that ensures the application is reliable, high-performing, and user-friendly. Let's walk through all these steps together. We start with planning the progressive web app feature and functionality, where we define the app's purpose, identify the target audience, and list the key features it will provide. This ensures that we have a clear roadmap to follow. Next is building the front-end, where we focus on creating a responsive and engaging user interface. Using technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we ensure the app delivers a consistent experience across the devices. So after the front-end is complete, we implement a service worker. This is a critical step where we add functionality for offline access, caching, and background synchronization, making the app fast and reliable even in poor network conditions. Then we set up HTTPS, which secures the app by encrypting the data exchanges. This step is essential not only for protecting the user data but also for enabling features like Service Worker. In the next step, we add a web app manifest, a JSON file that contains metadata like an app's icon, name, and the color theme. This allows the user to install the app on their devices, bridging the gap between website and a native app. Once the foundational steps are complete, we move on to the testing of progressive web app. This involves rigorously checking the app's performance, functionality, and compatibility to ensure it works flawlessly across various devices and browsers. After testing, we proceed to optimize the performance. This step focuses on improving the load time, reducing resource uses, and ensuring the app meets the performance benchmarks. A well-optimized app provides a smooth experience for the users. With the app optimized, it's time to deploy the progressive web app. This involves the hosting of app on the secure server and making it accessible for users. Deployment marks the beginning of app's journey in the real world. Next, we can optionally register for push notification, enabling a real-time communication with the users. This feature is particularly useful for engaging users and keeping them informed about the updates or the events. Finally, we promote and monitor the progressive web app. Promoting the app involves marketing strategies to increase its visibility, while monitoring helps to track performance, users' patterns, and the user feedback to make continuous improvements. By following these 10 steps, we can create a progressive web app that is secure, reliable, and optimized to provide an outstanding user experience. Now let's explore some of the well-known companies that have successfully implemented progressive web apps. The first one is OLX, one of the world's largest classified platforms. OLX has embraced progressive web apps to provide a fast and reliable user experience. Building on that trend, Spotify, the music streaming giant, has also adopted progressive web apps to offer a seamless experience across their devices. Similarly, Make My Trip, a popular Indian travel booking platform, uses progressive web app to provide a quick and easy booking experience for their customer. Continuing with the convenience theme, Starbucks, a coffee giant, has leveraged the progressive web app to offer a mobile-friendly ordering experience. In the social media landscape, Twitter has adopted progressive web app to deliver a faster and more reliable user experience. Not far behind, Flipkart, one of the biggest e-commerce platforms globally, also uses progressive web app to enhance the speed and performance. Moving on to the visual performance, Pinterest employs a progressive web app to provide a seamless experience across the device, ensuring smoother interaction for its user. On the business front, Forbes, the re-owned business magazine, has adopted progressive web app to give readers a faster and more reliable browsing experience. In the e-commerce sphere, Alibaba.com, a leading Chinese platform, uses progressive web app to offer a seamless shopping experience. Finally, Uber, a ride-hailing giant, leverages progressive web app to deliver customers a faster and more reliable experience. These are few examples of many companies that are using progressive web apps to provide a better user experience. Progressive web apps are powerful technology that can help businesses deliver fast, reliable, and engaging experience for their users. So now that we have seen the global adoption of progressive web app by various companies, let's focus on specific success story. Twitter Lite. This is an example that highlights the significant improvements achieved after implementing the progressive web apps. Before adopting progressive web apps, Twitter Lite struggled with slow load times, particularly on 2G networks, making the app inaccessible for users in regions with low internet connectivity. After implementing progressive web app, load time improved significantly, offering a fast and reliable experience even on a slower network, ensuring the accessibility for the users. Now again, before adopting progressive web apps, the app consumed a high amount of data, creating a barrier for the users with restricted or expensive data plans, especially in emerging markets. After implementing progressive web apps, data usage was reduced to 70%, allowing the users to enjoy platform without worrying about the excessive data consumption. Before adopting progressive web app, the native app required 23 MB of storage space, which was a concern for users with devices that has limited storage capacity. After implementing progressive web app, the app size was reduced to 600 KB, making it a lightweight and accessible for the user with even low-end devices. Before adopting progressive web app, user couldn't access the app without an internet connection, as the native app lacked the offline functionality, limiting its usability. After implementing the progressive web apps with offline access enabled through cached content, user could continue engaging with the app even when they aren't connected to the internet. Before adopting to the progressive web apps, user retention was low. The engagement level suffered due to inconsistent performance, leading to a fewer pages viewed per session. After implementing progressive web apps, the user engagement surged with a 65% increase in page viewed per session, showcasing the app's improved reliability and appeal. While Twitter Lite demonstrated the potential of progressive web apps to revolutionize user engagement and performance, let's now look at how Uber leveraged the progressive web app to enhance accessibility and transform their global user experience. So before Uber adopted progressive web app, Uber's mobile app experience was restricted to modern devices and stable networks, limiting its accessibility for users in areas with unreliable connectivity. After implementing progressive web apps, Uber became accessible even on 2G network and low-end devices, opening up its services to a much wider audience. Before Uber adopted progressive web apps, the mobile app faced slow load times, frustrating users and leading to a subpar experience. After implementing progressive web apps, load time was dramatically reduced to under 3 seconds, offering a user a seamless and fast experience. Before Uber adopted progressive web apps, users had to install a large app to access full functionality, which was inconvenient for those with a limited storage space. After implementing progressive web apps, Uber delivered fully functionality directly in the browser, removing the need for app installation and enhancing the user convenience. Before Uber adopted progressive web apps, emerging markets faced significant challenges due to connectivity issues, making it difficult for Uber to reach their users. After implementing progressive web apps, Uber successfully gained millions of users in developing countries, overcoming connectivity and barriers. Before adopting progressive web apps, high bounce rates on the web indicated poor engagement and retention among the users. After implementing progressive web apps, user retention and engagement improved significantly, making Uber's web experience more appealing. Now let's dive into why you should learn Node.js and explore its key advantages. The first one is scalability and performance. Node.js is built to handle large-scale applications seamlessly, making it good-to-go choice for the system that need to grow their user demand. The next one is end-to-end JavaScript. With Node.js, you can use the same language for both front-end and back-end, making the development process more unified and efficient. The other benefit is cost-effective. By using fewer servers and working with just one programming language, businesses can save a lot of development cost. The next one is real-time application. Node.js is perfect for building apps like chat platforms, online gaming, and collaborative tools where real-time updates are crucial. Next on, Node.js supports cross-platform development. This means you can create apps for Windows, macOS and Linux with minimal extra effort. And finally, we have its faster development cycle. Its lightweight nature and rich library of NPM packages enables developers to build and deploy applications much faster. So as you can see, Node.js offers an impressive combination of speed, efficiency and scalability, making it an invaluable tool for modern developers. Now let's understand what Node.js is. Node.js is a runtime environment that runs code on the server and facilitates seamless communication between the browsers and the database. So let's see how it works. The browser sends requests to the server processes the request using the Node.js, then it communicates with database to fetch or update the data before sending the response back to the browser. Now let's move forward and see why Node.js was created. Back in 2009, developers were frustrated because JavaScript could only run on the client side but not on the server side, limiting its capabilities. React.js solved this problem by creating Node.js, a runtime environment that allows JavaScript to run on the both server side and the client side. This made JavaScript a full-stack language usable for both client-side and the server-side applications. Now let's take a look at the architecture of Node.js. When the incoming request arrives, they first enter in the event queue. Node.js uses an event-driven architecture, so the event loop continuously monitors the queue for tasks. If the tasks require minimal computation like reading from memory, the event loop processes it immediately. However, if the task involves heavy operations like file I/O or database queries, it is sent to the worker thread pool. This thread handles the complex work in background and sends the result back to the event loop, which then responds to the client. This non-blocking mechanism makes Node.js highly effective and ideal for handling the multiple requests. Now that we have discussed the architecture of Node.js, let's move on to its applications. The applications of Node.js involves data streaming applications. Additionally, it's well suited for real-time streaming of data such as videos and audios. The next application is Chatbot. It is another application which is handling the real-time communication effectively, making it excellent for building chatbots and messaging apps. The next application is Queued I/O Inputs. Node.js manages the task in non-blocking manner, ensuring high performance for queued inputs and outputs. The next one is Server-Side Proxy. Node.js can effectively handle multiple proxy requests and services, making it a great choice for proxy-related tasks. The next one is REST APIs. It's perfect for creating robust and scalable APIs that connect various applications effectively. And the last one is Complex SAPs. Node.js is ideal for building dynamic interactive web applications where the content updates seamlessly without reloading the page. So these applications highlight the versatility and power of Node.js across the various use cases. So now that we have explored the diverse applications of Node.js, let's dive into one of the most essential tools, NPM, the Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager or NPM is a powerful tool that simplifies the process of managing dependencies in Node.js projects. First, install packages effortlessly from the NPM registry. Whether it's utility or a library, everything is just one command away. Next, manage dependencies with ease. NPM keeps track of your installed packages and their versions in single package.json file, making your project organized and hassle-free. But that's not all. With NPM, you can run scripts to automate common tasks, start servers, run tests, or build an application in no time. And finally, share your packages with the world. Publish them to the NPM registry and contribute to the Node.js community. So now let's explore the core concepts of Node.js that makes it such a powerful platform. First, Node.js uses event-driven non-blocking I/O model, allowing it to handle multiple tasks simultaneously without waiting for operations to complete. It also supports asynchronous operations, ensuring faster and more efficient execution of running tasks in the background. With JavaScript end-to-end, Node.js unifies front-end and back-end development, enabling developers to write seamlessly across the stack. Node.js has a rich ecosystem of modules, providing countless libraries to accelerate development. Finally, its cross-platform compatibility makes it versatile, running effortlessly on Windows, Mac OS and Linux. Now let's take a quick look on the core components of Node.js that makes it so powerful. First on we have module and then the console. Next we have cluster. Moving on we have global objects and error handling. Then comes the streaming, DNS, followed by buffer and domain. And finally we have debugger. These components together make Node.js a robust runtime for building scalable applications. Now let's start by exploring the key components of Node.js, beginning with modules. Node.js modules are reusable blocks of JavaScript code that helps to structure the application by breaking them down into smaller and manageable pieces. They promote organization, enhance code reusability, and make dependency management more efficient. Node.js modules are categorized into two types: the core module, which are also known as built-in modules, and the user-defined modules that are created by developers to add the custom functionalities. The core modules of Node.js includes HTTP, util, fs, URL, query string, stream, and zlib. And this is how you can import the inbuilt modules into your applications. Require is used to load and import modules because it is built-in function for handling the common JS modules. Now let's move on to the next component, which is console. The console module in Node.js provides a simple debugging console similar to JavaScript console in web browsers. It allows you to print messages, errors, and warnings to the console, making it a valuable tool for debugging and logging. For instance, use console.log hello Edureka will output hello Edureka in the console. So the next one we have is cluster. Node.js operates on single-threaded event loop, which handles the multiple requests concurrently in one thread. However, this can limit the performance of multiple core systems. The cluster module addresses this by enabling the creation of multiple worker processes, each running independently on separate CPU core. This approach allows Node.js to fully utilize the system resources, enhancing the scalability and performance for high-demand applications. Now here is the code for you to add the cluster to your web application. So the next component that we have is global object. So now let's explore the global object in Node.js. It serves a global namespace, allowing you to access the variables and functions available throughout the application without needing to import them explicitly. These are some global objects that you can add to your applications, which includes dir name, which specifies the name of the directory that contains the code of the application. Then we have file name, which specifies the file name of the code. Then on we have export, module, and require. So the next component that we have is error handling. Error handling in Node.js ensures your application runs smoothly by catching and managing the unexpected issues. It uses the mechanisms like try-catch blocks and even emitters to handle errors efficiently and maintain the stability. Node.js errors can be grouped into 4 types. The first one we have is a standard JavaScript error, such as syntax error, type error, and reference error. These usually occur due to coding mistakes. The next one we have is system errors, which arises when the resource-like files are missing. For example, attempting to access a non-existent file can trigger this error. So now moving on, we have user-specific errors, which happens because of invalid inputs or unexpected user actions, such as entering the wrong data type. Lastly, we encounter the assertion errors, which results from logical mistake or incorrect assumption in the code. Now here is the code for you to handle the errors using the try-catch block in your applications. So the next component that we have is streaming. It is a powerful feature for processing the data efficiently. Streams can handle the data as a continuous flow, making them perfect for working with large files or real-time applications. For example, instead of loading an entire film into memory, stream allows you to process it piece by piece. Now stream comes in 4 types, each serving a unique purpose. The first one is readable streams. These allows you to read data chunk by chunk, like reading a file line by line. The second one is writable streams. These enables you to write data piece by piece. These are ideal for tasks like logging or saving the files. The next one is duplex streams. These can both read and write the data simultaneously, making them perfect for two-way communication like chat application. The next one is transform stream. These modify or transform data as it flows, such as compressing the files on a fly. So the next component that we have is buffer. Buffer in Node.js is used to handle the binary data directly, making them essential for working with the streams or the files. You can create an empty buffer of a specific size like this, buffer.alloc10, which creates a buffer of length 10. Now let's move on to the next component, which is domain. It is essentially a container that groups the related objects in the Node.js. This allows you to isolate error handlings and ensure the events are well managed for the specific set of objects. There are two methods for intercepting the errors within the domain. The first one is internal binding. This is when the error emitters run its code inside the error method of the domain. The next one is external binding. Here, the error emitter is explicitly added to the domain using the add method. So the next component that we have is DNS. DNS in Node.js plays a crucial role in resolving the domain names to IP addresses. We use DNS for following purpose. First, it resolves domain name by converting human-readable domain names into machine-readable IP addresses. Next, it enables network communication, allowing the device to communicate seamlessly over the internet. Additionally, it improves the user experience by ensuring websites and services are accessible through the domain names, making them more user-friendly. Moreover, it supports load balancing, distributing traffic across the multiple servers based on the domain names to optimize the performance. Lastly, it enhances the security by implementing measures like DNS-based authentication and authorization. The next component that we have is debugger. The debug module provides a simple and flexible way to enable and disable debugging output in Node.js application. Just start your app with Node.js inspect file name and use the command like n to stop or c to continue the execution. So now that we have explored the core components of Node.js, let's take a step further and dive into the Express framework. Express.js is a lightweight Node.js framework that simplifies the creation of web applications and APIs. It streamlines the server-side development, allowing the developers to focus on building powerful, scalable web applications quickly. Now let's have a look at some features of Express framework. First, we have routing, which enables the efficient URL mapping. Then we have middleware, which is great for executing the code during request-response cycle. Next, it also supports static file serving, making it easy to serve assets like HTML, CSS, or images. Next, we have HTTP method support, simplifying the REST API development, and JSON support for seamless data handling. Additionally, error handling ensures the robust application, and security features keep your app safe from the threats. So that's it about the features of Express framework. So now let's move forward and understand one basic program using Node.js. First of all, we have this var express. This line imports the Express.js module into Node.js application. Then on we have app.get method. This method is provided by Express.js to define a route handler for HTTP GET requests. These includes two objects, the request object and the response object. So the request object represents the incoming HTTP request from the client's browser, and the response object represents the HTTP response that will be sent back to the client. After that, we have var server. This code snippet starts with the Express server, listens to the port 8081 and logs a message to the console once the server is ready to accept the request. At last, we have console.log. This line logs a message to the console indicating that the server is listening to the specified host and port. So now that we have a basic understanding about Node.js, let's have a look at some famous applications that are built on Node.js. So first of all, we have Netflix. Node.js is used in Netflix for faster startup time and efficient server-side rendering. Then on we have Groupon. Node.js is used in Groupon to streamline their development process with the unified language for frontend and the backends. Then on we have GoDaddy. Node.js is used in GoDaddy for handling the high traffic with the reduced server costs. Then on we have LinkedIn. In LinkedIn, the Node.js is used to enhance the performance and reduce the server-side response time. Then on we have PayPal, and in PayPal, Node.js is used to unify the engineering team and double the development speed. Then on we have Walmart, and in Walmart, Node.js is used for its scalability and real-time data processing during high demands event. Then on we have Uber, and Node.js is used in Uber to handle millions of requests per second with asynchronous processing. And lastly we have eBay, and in eBay, Node.js is used for its real-time updates. So this is why Node.js is a backbone of these global giants.
Express.js is a web framework which is built on top of Node.js. It helps us in creating web applications or APIs which can respond back from the server side to the client side. They can integrate with different type of database like MongoDB, Oracle, or MySQL, and helps us in creating server-side applications. It's a very lightweight framework, so you don't overload or burden your system with unnecessary dependencies in the code. So it's very easy to integrate, and it helps us in creating websites or web applications which work with APIs or a backend for our mobile applications. So some features about Express. So Express is very useful because it helps us in our development lifecycle, because by using Express, we can reduce the number of hours we spend on your application development time. The thing is, Express is built on top of Node. So it provides APIs or methods which can help you in doing things which have to be done custom in your Node.js application or have to be done repeatedly again and again. So it provides you a complete boilerplate for all the code setup and helps you in development. Next point is it provides you built-in templates. We look for templating engines or framework for doing templating. But in this case, Express provides us Jade or EJS as a templating engine for our HTML needs. It helps in building us single page, multi-page, or hybrid applications. So what's the meaning of this? So when you need to create a multi-page application, so that's an application which navigates from one page to another page, and server has to create those pages for us. That's called a multi-page application. In the same case, we have single page applications which process the first load of the page on the server and then process everything on the client side. If you want to create a multi-page or a single page application, you can use Express as a backend. And even if you like to choose kind of a hybrid, you have a React front end and some part of it is done on the client side or some part is done on the server side, you can use Express also in that case. So it's very extensible. You can extend it to different things and requirements. Next thing is it makes integration with database easy. Another thing in Express is it makes our life very easy when we are going to use databases, because it's built on top of Node.js. So we can use all the Node.js packages for connecting with different types of databases and integrate in our application. And they will work perfectly fine and they will not have any integration problems with it. So it helps us in connecting our applications with different type of databases, or you can choose a combination of different databases and develop applications on it. The next point is it's very easy to configure Express application because it's been developed with a mindset of making your developer experience very easy. So you don't have to do a lot of code for configuring an Express application, just few configurations in different files and your application will start working. The base application which you get from the Express generator is very much configured up. So you don't have to make too much tweaks into it and create your applications. It's very convenient to use Express. Next part is it helps us in defining middlewares for different tasks. If you work with Express, there will be a lot of places where you're going to configure different middlewares. Middlewares are like operations which are done between particular operations. So they can intercept the operation and do data manipulation or send different responses or even do logging for us. So by using different middlewares, Express helps us in doing error handling or manipulation of data or logging the information. This approach helps us in making our lifecycle very easy. We don't have to struggle in finding out problems or issues in our code by going through all the lines. We can just configure middlewares at different points of data flow and they will help us in logging out information or finding errors. So let's see how we can start with Express. First, we have to create our Node.js application, then we will install Express into it. So for creating a Node application, first I have to create a folder. For that, I will open my terminal. In my terminal, I will say navigate to desktop and mkdir or make directory, which is named as Node.js Express tutorial. Once the folder is created, I will just navigate to this folder. It's cd Node.js Express tutorial. In this folder, I will run npm init. npm init will ask me some questions about what's the package name and all this information about the package, which you can see. I will just press enter and go through them. At the end, it will give me a package.json file, which is a preview of it. So I will just say yes, it's fine. And it creates the package.json file for me in the project. Now I have to open this folder from my Visual Studio Code. You can choose any editor of your choice. I'm using Visual Studio Code. Any editor will work for this application. Now in this folder, you can see I have a package.json file which is the same which we configured through the terminal window. Now what we have to do is we have to install Express. So I will go back to terminal and run npm install express and -- save. I'll go back to my project folder and you will see that it created a node modules folder which has all the dependencies for this package or the application. So now I will create a server.js file. In this server.js file, we will write our express.js code. We'll write const express. So that's for importing express into this project. If we don't write this statement, we won't be able to use express. So we'll just write express. And then we have to create an express application. So I'll just write const app is equal to express. I will start writing the first route of my application. So we haven't covered the routing part of it, but I will show you the route URL and then we'll see how the routing mechanism works in Express. So first we'll have to write app.get. That means it's the get route for our application, the /URL, and define the callback for it. So the callback receives two parameters, so request and response. So you can write the logic of data which you want to send from this request. The request will receive all the information which is sent from the client, and response will have all the information which you want to send to the client side back. Because we don't need to receive anything from the client yet, so I will just say res.send and define hello world over here as string. So we have created our first route and now we have to start this application. So for starting this application, we can just write app.listen and it will listen to port number 8080. So once the route is configured, I will just go back to my terminal and run Node.js command for server.js file. So I'll just first clear this screen. So I'll run node server.js. So this has to be done in your project folder. So once done, I didn't got any message back because I haven't done any console.log or returned anything from that file. So that's fine. But now I will go to my Chrome browser or any browser of your choice. It's not that you have to go to Chrome. I will just say localhost 8080. It prints out hello world. So that's the message which you get from your server onto your client, because we are making a request on the root URL, that's the /URL, and it's a get call. All the browser requests which you do from the address bar are actually get calls. So it's picking a get call to the Node.js server and prints out information over here. So if I change it to something else, so I've changed the message and I will restart my server. So for restarting server, you have to go to the terminal window again and press Ctrl+C. It stops the server. Then you have to run the same command again and that will restart the server. Go back to your browser and refresh. It prints hello Edureka now. So this is how we create a simple application with Express.js, and we can use Express generator, which can be used for creating a complete boilerplate for your application. So you can try out Express generator later on. So this creates our basic application based on Express, and we can use Express generator to create a complex boilerplate for us, which will have different files and different configurations which we can configure later on. So now we're going to start working with routes. So when we work with Express.js, the first key thing which Express.js provides us is the routing mechanism. The routing mechanism in Node.js is not present. So we have to write our own logic to define that if a request is coming for a particular URL, how to navigate to that URL and what's the callback for that. So instead of writing our own code, we use Express for that. And Express works on different methods which are available on the HTTP protocol. So these methods can also be considered as CRUD methods like get, post, put, delete, and they will be configured in our application to do RESTful URLs also or application URLs. So when we are working with our application, we have to decide like which URL will do what. So when you are creating application, anything which sends data to the client side, that's a get call. So any kind of URL which is sending data is configured with a get method. Anything which receives data from the client side and stores it on the database or processes that information will be a post call. Anything which updates the data, like if you're sending any data from your client side to your server and that information is already on the server and you want to update that, you have to make a put call for that so that the system knows that this call is specifically for updating the content. The next one is delete. Now, when you already have some content in the system and you want to delete that records, you can use the delete call. I'm going to show you like how this is actually integrated in Express. So we're going to create two requests. One is get, which we already made. The next one is post. So let's see how a post request is configured. In the example, I created a URL which is app.get. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create app.post over here and define slash and response.send. I'll just prefix it with post over here so that we know that it's a post call response. Now I will go back to my terminal and restart this server. So one thing I will do is I will write a callback over here. So this lets us know that the server is started. Otherwise, we are not getting any message on the screen that this started or not. And one more thing, you can choose any port over here. So I'm by default using 8080, but you can choose any port of your choice, or if any port is blocked, you can change this to of your choice. So I'll go back to my terminal and say node server. Now it says server started. So my application is started again. I will go back to my browser and run the page again. So it prints the same output, which is hello Edureka. Now the next thing is I have to use Postman to send a post request, because I cannot send a post request from my browser until I do a form submit or a Ajax call. So I'm not going to do an Ajax call or a form submit right now. I'm just going to use Postman to test our APIs or the URLs. I'll just go to post this URL, and I already have some URLs. I will just remove that and write localhost 8080 and run this request. I got the response, but it gave me an error. It gave me a JavaScript error that reference error res is not defined. So something wrong with the code. Let's fix it. So I have used res over here, but I haven't configured the arguments for that. So I'll just copy these arguments and put over here. That's the same for post. And I have to restart the server. So whenever you make some changes into the file, you have to restart your server to get the latest updates. So I'll go back to my terminal, run clear and node server. Now I will run this same URL again. Now it prints post hello Edureka. So now our post URL has been configured. So in this way, you can send data back from your server to your client side based on different types of requests which you have. If you have different URLs, so I'm just configuring the root URL over here. But if you have different routes like people or products or those, so you can just write app.get products or post or delete or put as per your needs and write slash products, and I'll just update this products and people. So made some changes, and I will go back to my terminal, restart the server again and show you the content. Now I will just write localhost products like this, run the command. So it says cannot find this URL which is post slash products. Yeah, that's correct, because we don't have that URL configured. It's only get. So I have to switch back to get and make the request again. Now you can see it sends us information about products. So this way you can use different templating engines like Handlebars or Jade or EJS to send different pages over here. So this is how we configure our routes for our system. So as per need, you can choose whichever method you want to choose and configure the route based on it. Every route can have multiple methods on it, but you should not use the same method again and again. Otherwise it will just override the previous ones. So you cannot have two get routes for the root URL or the product URL, because the last one will override the other one. So you can only have one route name with the route method. So the next thing is I will show you what is Express Generator. So Express Generator is an NPM package which we can download on our system. So it has to be installed globally on our system. So you have to write -g or to make it a global package. I will go back to my terminal window and stop the server and run the command express install express-g. So it gave me an error that it's not able to install express generator -g on my system. The reason is because when you're installing global packages on a Mac machine, it based on your Node.js installation, it might require your super user access on a Mac machine or on a Linux machine. So you might face this error. So I'm facing this error. So what I have to do is I have to do a cleanup. Instead of running npm install express generator -g, I have to write sudo npm install express generator -g. So this will ask for the user password which is currently logged in. Once you add the password, it says express generator has been installed successfully on the system. Now we can use express generator. Now for using express generator, first we have to create a new project folder. So I will just move outside of this project folder and create a new folder over here. So I'll just write mkdir or make directory and create a new folder. So I'll just write Node Express Gen. So I will go to this folder, Node Express Gen, and run Express over here. So once you install Express Generator globally on your system, you can run the Express command. Once you run this command, it gives you this output. This says that you have used Express Generator and it created all the files for us. So this is the boilerplate files which are created by the Express Generator, and you can use them to run or create a Node.js and Express application. So I will just run npm install to install all the dependencies first. So all the dependencies are done. Now I have to run npm start over here, which starts your Express application. So let's wait for it to start. I think it started on our system, and we'll go to our browser and run localhost 3000. So you can see it installed all the packages and everything which are required by Express and created a boilerplate in which we can tweak all the files. So I will just go to my Visual Studio and open this project folder to show you what's in this project. So the project is desktop, Node Express Gen. So over here, you will have an app.js file, which is for configuring your application, a similar way which we created our server.js. And then we have route files. So for every route or every method which you're going to use in your routing, we have these files for that. By default, it provides you index and user. So index is the root URL and users is /users. And you can use these to configure your routes. And if you need more routes, you can create multiple of these and start importing them in your app.js file like this. And they will start integrating into your application. So you don't need to decide that you need 50 routes and what will the methods of them and anything. You can configure your routes based on your needs and how your development grows. So it's very flexible and you don't need to define everything on the first load. You can develop and make the system grow later on.
Introduction to REST API. So let us understand what is REST API. The term REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is basically an architectural style that defines a set of rules in order to create web services. Now, in a client-server communication, REST really suggests to create an object of that data requested by the client and eventually sends the value of the object in response to that user. For example, if the user is requesting for a movie in a particular city in India at a certain place and a certain time, then you can create an object on the server side. So over here, you have an object and you are sending the state of an object. This is why REST is known as the representational state transfer. Now, the architectural style of REST helps in leveraging the lesser use of bandwidth to make an application more suitable for the internet. This is why it is often regarded as the language of the internet and is completely based on resources. Another important point is that REST is a stateless client and server model. Now that we know what is REST API, let's move ahead and talk about some of its features. Now, the first and the most important feature of REST API is that it is simpler than SOAP. If you've heard of REST, I'm sure you must have heard of SOAP. Now, beyond the REST architecture, developers are using the standard SOAP, which is another possibility when writing an API. Now, the main advantage of the former over the latter is that its implementation is much more simpler. That is, API is very simple. Now, a clear example can be seen in the API catalog that Salesforce company provides. It has tools with both architectures, but it is very noticeable that REST allows access to services that are very powerful, convenient, and very simple to interact with in the entire company. So that's one of the great features of REST API. It's much more simpler than SOAP. The next feature is it supports JSON and XML. Now, there are developers for all tastes, and an API should definitely aim to adapt to them all. Thus, another advantage of REST API is that it satisfies the expectations of those who use the JSON language as much as it satisfies those that rely on XML. Now, if tech giants like Microsoft, Google, or WordPress opt for this type of software architecture in many of their tools, it is, among other things, because it prevents them from ignoring any developer. They all have a place in the REST API world. The third reason is documentation. Now, each change in the architecture of the REST API should be definitely reflected in its documentation so that any developer using it knows what to expect. Now, this already represents another advantage over other standards, which although they may be slightly explained, as it is the case of PayPal SOAP API, which usually does not provide much detail. Now, nevertheless, the documentation does require the creators of the API to keep that information fully updated, which sometimes can be cumbersome. Luckily, there are tools like Swagger for synchronizing such updates so that they can occur automatically when changing any detail of the API. The last feature of REST API is error messages. Now, when making a mistake while working with an API, any developer will appreciate knowing what the error has been. Hence, the possibility offered by the REST architecture of including error messages providing some clue in this regard is also very relevant. Now, talking about Microsoft, the services offered by the company founded by Bill Gates through Azure, its tools for the cloud have a clear list of possible error messages, which surely must have been more useful in more than one occasion. Now that we know some of the features of REST API, let's move ahead and talk about the principles of REST API. Well, there are 6 ground principles laid down by Dr. Fielding, who was the one to define the REST API design in 2000. Now, the first one is stateless. The request sent from a client to a server will contain all the required information to make the server understand the request sent from the client. Now, this can be either a part of URL, query string parameters, body, or even headers. Now, the URL is used to uniquely identify the resource, and the body holds the state of the requesting resource. Now, once the server processes the request, a response is sent to the client through body, status, or headers. The second principle is client-server. Now, the client-server architecture enables a uniform interface and separates clients from the servers. This eventually enhances the portability across multiple platforms as well as the scalability of the server components. The third principle, on the other hand, is uniform interface. By the name, you must have figured out to obtain the uniformity throughout the application, REST has some following constraints. That is resource identification, resource manipulation using representations, self-descriptive messages, and hypermedia as the engine of application state cacheable. Now, in order to provide a better performance, the applications are often made cacheable. Now, when there is a response from the server, it is either labeled cacheable or non-cacheable either explicitly or implicitly. Now, if the response is defined as cacheable, then the client cache can reuse the response data for equivalent responses in the future. Then if it is non-cacheable, then the information, if requested again, will be fetched from the server. The next principle is layered system. Now, the layered system architecture allows an application to be much more stable by limiting component behavior. This type of architecture helps in enhancing the application security, as components in each layer cannot interact beyond the next immediate layer they are in. Also, it enables load balancing and provides shared caches for promoting scalability. The last principle is code on demand. Now, this is an optional constraint and is used the least. It permits a client's code or applets to be downloaded and to be used within the application. Now, in essence, it simplifies the clients by creating a smart application which doesn't really rely on its own code structure. Now that we know the principles behind REST API, let's go ahead and look at the methods of REST API. Now, anyone who has worked in web technology in the past before must be aware of CRUD operations, that is create, read, update, and delete. Now, when someone says CRUD operation, it really means that we create a resource, read a resource, update a resource, and delete a resource. Now, to do these actions, you can actually use the HTTP methods, which are nothing but the REST API methods. So this is the traditional architecture. Generally, the server-side technologies like PHP, ASP.NET, Ruby, and Java servers all follow a multi-threaded model. Now, in this traditional architectural approach, each client request creates a new thread or a process. You can see that every time the client makes a request, there's always a separate response. Now, again, if the client 1 makes, say, request 3, then a separate response is again sent for that. So to avoid this, Node.js uses single-threaded event loop model architecture. So here it means that all the client requests on Node.js are executed on the same thread. Now, this means that all the client requests on Node.js are executed on the same thread. But this architecture is not just single-threaded, but also event-driven. It helps Node.js in handling multiple clients concurrently. Now, if you see the diagram, it represents the single-threaded event loop model architecture. And as you can see, the main event loop is single-threaded, whereas the input-output workers are executed on distinct threads. This is done to accommodate the entire event loop, where most of the Node.js APIs are designed to be asynchronous or non-blocking. This eventually reduces the server response time and also increases application throughput. Now that we know what is REST API and also we have a brief idea of Node.js, let's go ahead and build a RESTful API using Node.js. So the first thing that we'll require is for us to download Node.js. So I'm just going to Google Node.js and I'm just going to the official website of Node.js. And you can see that you'll get an option download for Windows. You will have to download the LTS version. And this is recommended for most users. So that's that. And once that is done, you can just set it up. I'm just going to click next. And I'm going to accept the terms. And I'm going to click next. This will allow me to choose a custom location as to where I could download Node.js. I'm okay with the location. So I'm just going to click next. So I'm just going to leave this on default and I'm going to click next. I'm just going to click next. And I'm going to install. You can see that Node.js has been set up and installed successfully. So I'm just going to click on the finish button. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open my command prompt. So once I open the command prompt, I'm just going to check if Node.js has downloaded successfully in my local machine. And yes, it has. It says version 14.16.0 has been downloaded. So that is that. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to create a new directory and I'm going to use the mkdir command. And let's just name this directory Edureka for now. Okay. And I'm just going to switch to this directory by using the change directory command. That is the cd command. And once that is done, I just want to list out the files that are currently present in this directory. So it says 0 files are present in the directory. So that's great. I'm going to clear the screen. So now what we're going to do is we're going to check if we have downloaded npm. So when we download Node.js, the Node.js downloads npm package automatically for us. So for all of y'all who don't know what the npm package is, firstly, npm just stands for Node Package Manager, and it is simply a package manager for the JavaScript programming language. So it can also install packages globally so that all the Node.js applications on the computer can import and use the installed packages. And this is exactly why we need npm, and it is pretty important. So once that is done, I'm just going to clear the screen. So now what we're going to do is we're going to initialize the npm package and we're going to use the command npm init. So if you want to automatically say yes to all of the questions that will pop up after you execute this command, then you can just add -- yes. And then I'm just going to execute this command. So you can see that the directory name is given, you have the version, you have the description, which is blank as of now, and there's a file that has been created that says index.js. We'll talk more about this later. And you can see test, you can see keywords, author, license. This is great. Now to work further, we'll have to work on a code editor. I'll be currently working on Visual Studio Code. You can choose anything you'd like to. If you're comfortable with Sublime Text, you could go ahead and, work on that, or anything else, you could really work on whatever you're comfortable with. So now I'm just going to open Visual Studio Code. So this is how it looks. So I'm just going to click on File and Open Folder. And I'm just going to look for my file or directory Edureka. So I'm just going to go to local disk C and click on Edureka. So if I open this package.json file, you can really see the entire file, the name, the version, description, and everything else that we'd already seen. Now what we're going to do is we're going to download Express. So Express is simply a backend web application framework for Node.js, and it is used to provide server-side logic for web applications or mobile applications. And as such, it's used all over the place. So what we're going to do is we're just going to download Express. I'm going to switch back to my command prompt and I'm going to type the command npm I, meaning install, and Express. And this will download the file for me. If you switch back to your Visual Studio Code, you can see that it has downloaded the lock file and it has also installed the various node modules. And if you open them, you can just see all of them. Just going to close this. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to be creating a new file. I'm just going to right click, create a new file, and I'm just going to name this index.js. So firstly, I'm going to write const express equal to require express. So once express is imported into our code, we need to create express application. And that's very simple. I'm just going to do that now. So we write const app equal to express and we will execute this function. So this creates our express application on the app variable. Now this app variable, I'm going to define our API URLs. So I hope you know this. RESTful API is everything based on resources. So every resource has a URL. Now I'm just going to call get. So this is my endpoint. I'm going to declare that. And here we're going to declare two functions. So here we have two parameters. One is the request and one is the response. So to get data for a particular resource, we use the HTTP GET method. So in this case, app.get means that we want a handler to handle all the API requests for a particular URL on the GET method. So we define the method. So as of now, we want to define the URL for it. So we'll write slash, which has the HTTP method. Now as get, this handler will be called. So we have to define the handler and we will have to write this function. This will be the callback for this URL. And over here, we have to also write request and response. So there are two arguments which we receive. The first one, as I've already mentioned, is the request. And the second one is the response. Request usually has the information about the information that has been sent from the client to the server side. And response or REST means what information you want to send as a response from your server to the client side. Now over here, we'll just be sending information. So we have just written welcome to the tutorial. So we'll just complete the code and then we will save it and then run the file. So everything looks good. Here we've just mentioned the port 3000 and we've also written a message of active on port 3000. Okay, I'm just going to save this. And once that is done, we will simply shift to our command prompt. Now we will execute the file. So it says active on port 3000. So we're just going to go to our local web browser and we'll check out the port 3000. So localhost 3000 and it says welcome to the tutorial. So that's great. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to make some changes. I'm going to say welcome to the Node.js tutorial. Okay, I'm going to save this and I'm going to switch back here. And you see that the page doesn't make any change. You will have to restart the entire server all over again. So I'm going to do that. Now it says active and I'm just going to go and refresh. And then it says welcome to the Node.js tutorial. So all the time you make changes to your code, you will have to come back, restart your server, and then you'll have to refresh your page. So there's this one NPM library which will help you get rid of this problem, and it's called NodeMon. So it's just a tool that helps develop Node.js based application by automatically restarting the node application when file changes in the directory are detected. Okay, so that's the advantage. So we'll just download this library for now and see how it really works. So now NodeMon has been successfully downloaded into our system. Now what we can do is we can quickly shift back to our code and go to package.json, and here in the test we can just make some changes. We can just name this service as start, and we can just change this to nodemon index.js. Okay, and just save this. So this will directly call nodemon index.js. You don't have to type nodemon index.js, or you don't have to call node index.js all the time and keep restarting the server. You can just directly call this start service. Okay, I'm going to the index.js. Let's just remove this node.js and let's just keep it back to welcome to the tutorial. Save this file. Now shifting back to the command prompt, let me clear the screen. And as I've already mentioned, I can just call the start service, right? So I'm just going to say npm start, and it will start the node index.js for me automatically, and it says active on port 3000. So I'm just going to shift on that, and I'm just going to refresh the page. Great. So now let's just make the change back to welcome to the node.js tutorial and save the file. And once that is done, you can see that the nodemon is restarting due to changes, and it's starting node index.js again. So once that is done and I shift back to the page, you can see that the changes have been implemented in literally a few seconds. You don't have to restart the server all over again. Nodemon really helps you in saving a lot of time, so that's great. Okay, so now what we'll be doing is we'll be creating a simple crude REST application for library management using Node.js and Express. Now to build this, we'll have to have Node, Express, Nodemon, and also Joy. So we have Node, Express, and Nodemon. We'll have to install Joy. So for that, I'm just going to go to my command prompt. I'm just going to terminate this, yes, clear the screen, and then type npm install Joy. And then this will automatically download the dependency. So once this is done, let's just shift to our package, and you can see that Joy has been automatically added. That's great. So in the index.js, I've already written the piece of code. It's pretty long, so I didn't want to type the whole thing out. I've just written it down anyway. So here you can see that we've declared three constants: express, joy, and app. We've also used the use function, and then we have declared a constant books and given three titles, that is Harry Potter, Twilight, and Lorien Legacies, with each of these having their separate IDs, that is 1 to 3. So here you can see that there are 4 different request handlers. The first one is read, then there's create, then there's update, and there is delete. So here you can see that the read one has get request, which provides read only access to a resource. On the other hand, the create request has post, which basically updates an existing resource or creates a new resource. And the update one has put, which just creates a new resource. And the delete one, by its name itself, you must have figured out, it removes a resource. We've used the arguments request and response, and we have also sent welcome to Edureka's REST API with Node.js tutorial. We also have the handler of API/books, and we also have declared an ID to its end. So we can find the book based on this line of code. So as I've already mentioned in the post, it creates a new resource, and this is what this part of the code does. It creates a new book, and then it pushes the book into the memory. And it also updates an existing resource. So moving on, we have the update request handler. Here it's going to update if any of the IDs are to be changed based on the book. So all of that changes are based on the update request handler. And finally, in the delete request handler, I'm just going to delete the book. So based on the index that I provide, I will just delete the book. And in the port environment variable, you can see that port 8080 has been passed. So the port variable allows you to pass or set any port that you'd like to based on this variable. but on default, it's on 8080. So let's go ahead and run this file. Okay, that's great. So if you want to see the books, the number of books that are present, we can just type in /API/books. And this will just give the title and ID of all the 3 books that we have mentioned. So that's great. So now what we're going to do is we have to check whether the handlers are working properly or not. So for that, we're going to use a Chrome extension called Postman. You can just download Postman easily on the internet and just click the first link. So this is Postman. You can just sign in, give in your credentials, and just download it easily on your computer. Okay, I've already downloaded Postman, and this is how it really looks. This is the workspace that I've created, my first workspace. So what we're going to do here is, once we've successfully installed it, open it, and let's start off by testing the get method. Now, in order to do that, you need to select get, which is already auto-selected. So I'm just going to type in the URL. It is 8080. So I'm just going to change that. And I'm just going to click and send. And you can see that all the 3 titles have been mentioned here: Harry Potter, Twilight, and Lorien Legacies. Now, if your code is working fine, then you will obviously see this list. If you want to delete any particular book, you can just mention the ID of that book by the URL. So once that is done, you can just select delete and then you can send. You can see that title Twilight ID2 has been deleted. If you want to cross check if it's been deleted, you can just switch to get again and then click send. And you can see that there are only 2 books that are available of ID 1 and 3, that is Harry Potter and Lorien Legacies. So that's how APIs really work.
So now let's get started with the development of our website. So our first step is to open a folder into our Visual Studio Code. Here I have opened my first project folder in my Visual Studio Code, and the next thing I have done is I have added all the images that I'm going to need to create this project. So I've added all these images into this file. So now, after adding all the images into the file, the next step is to create the index.html, where we are going to write the HTML code. So here I have created the index.html. So here is my index.html. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to create my style sheet. So this is my CSS file, and inside index.html we'll start our coding. So here I have added the head section. So inside the head section, the first thing I've added is the title tag. This is the title that we have given to our website. Okay. The next thing that I've added is the links. So these are the links that will help us to, custom the fonts or choose the icons or, apply the animations and transition in our web page. So let's go through the links. So the first link is from Google itself. It is used to custom the fonts. Again, the second link is from Google itself. It is used to give material icons. Like whenever I want to add any kind of icon in my web page, I'm going to fetch that icon from materials icon. So the third link is also for customizing the fonts, as it says awesome fonts. So this will also help us to customize the fonts. Now the third link and the fourth link, these are basically the JavaScript libraries, and they will help us to provide the animation and transitions to our web page. The elements that we are going to create will add some animations and transitions from JavaScript library. And the last link is our custom style sheet. So that's it for the head section. These are the things that I have added in my head section. So after the head section, we will create our body section. Inside the body section, the first thing that we are going to develop is navigation bar, because that will be the header of our web page. So for developing our navigation bar, I have opened a nav tag here. I have given the ID. After that, we'll add the logo, and this is my logo. So basically, I have given the reference from here, from these images. So this is my logo, and the alt attribute that we are going to provide is the website name. Right. After that, in navigation bar, we are going to add some elements. For that, we have to open a unordered list tag. So inside the unordered list, we have created one division for the home section, and then we have added this span tag. So this span tag will basically fetch the icon that we have written here from the materials icon. So I'll just do it as home. Now the list icon will be home. As we know there is list and then they come the list item, because we have already covered these all things in our first part of the video. So here I have given the index.html reference, because whenever the user will click on home, they will be redirected to the index.html page only. So that is where we are going to create the navigation bar and everything. So they'll be staying on that page only where they are clicking. So the first element on the navigation bar will be home. Like that only we'll create the About Us section. So whenever I'll be creating the About Us section, I'll just add here the link. Till then I've added hashtag. Again, after About Us section, we are going to create the Mail section. Whenever I'll be creating the Mail section, I'll be adding the page here. Again, we are using the span tag here. Similarly, we'll be doing it for reserve table, and then again for contact us, and then again for the cart value. So like this, we have added these many elements in our unordered list. So after this, we'll be closing our unordered list, and then we'll be opening one more div tag, and I have provided some inline styling here. So this div tag will be basically for the login button. I also want one login button on my navigation bar right here. So for that also, I have created one span, and I'll be adding the login page once we'll be creating the login page. So after this, now the navigation bar development is completed. So till here, we have completed the navigation bar development. So you can just pause and go through the code, and if there is any doubt, you can comment that in comment section. So after that, I have added one JavaScript function. So the function that I want to add in my web page is, whenever user scrolls the home section, there should be a transition in the navigation bar. So for that, I have created one function here. So this basically says that scroll function will be added to the navigation bar when the user scrolls the screen more than 50 pixels. Then it will be added, and if the scrolling is less than 50 pixels, it will be removed. Otherwise, it will be added to the nav bar. So this is what it says. We have to add the scroll function to our navigation bar, and these are the conditions that we have kept here. So that's it for the navigation bar. Now we'll move to CSS and we'll style our navigation bar. So here is the styling of the navigation bar. So first of all, I would like to add one point. Like we all know about the styling features now. We are familiar with the basic styling feature, what is box model and display and alignment, background colors and colors. So now apart from this styling techniques, you can also learn some more styling techniques by experimenting with styling techniques. Just Google the styling techniques you want to add to your web page and just learn how to apply them. So again, for our navigation bar, I'll show that from here our navigation bar styling starts. So as always, we have added display as flex, the alignment of the items in the center. We have added the background color and padding. The position we made sticky. We have added the z-index 1000 and the transition of the background. This basically will smoothen all the changes whenever the user is scrolling the navigation bar. So after that, we have added the styling. When the user will scroll the navigation bar, what are the changes that it is gonna make? So it will change the background, it will change the color of the content, the padding and the box shadow. So here are some reasons. Here I have explained why these styling techniques has been applied. So now we will design the material icons that we have added, and the color for those icons will be black and the transition will be 0.3s. So now togetherly we'll style the navigation bar when it is scrolled and the material icons. So the color of both will be white. So now comes the logo image styling. The height we have given here as 50 px, and you can adjust this styling as per your necessity. Then comes the unordered list of the navigation bar. Again, the display is flex, list styling is none, padding and margin is 0, and the margin left is 0, just to align the list to the left direction. Then individually we are styling the navigation bar items. Here the display is flex, the item alignment is in center, and the margin right is 20 px. Again, we have applied this styling because we have provided the anchor tag to item of the navigation bar. So here text decoration is none because we want to remove the underline from the hyperlink. And then the color is black, we have padding 10 and the transition as it is to smoothen the transition process. Then again we are applying the hover effect to the navigation items. So whenever we provide hover effect to the navigation items, there are two basic techniques that we apply, which is color and the background color. Here we have also applied the box radius. Now after the user scrolls the navigation bar, what will be the item and the anchor tag styling? We will just change the color, right? And then again we have provided the hover effect. After the scrolling, again we have provided color and the background color. After that we have styled the navigation bar and unordered list. We have given the margin as auto. Then we have provided the transition to the items, and then comes the login section. So in login section we have provided the display as flex and the alignment as center and the margin as auto. Then we will be providing anchor tag to our login button. So for that reason we have provided the text decoration none, color white, padding text and transition 0.3s. So this is the styling when we'll be hovering on the login button. So the color will be yellow, the background color will be yellow and the box radius will be 25 px. And these are some additional stylings that we have provided just to make the item shift to a left side. So now we'll just save this CSS code. We'll just save the HTML code and we'll run our document. So here is the navigation bar. We have created this navigation bar. We have this logo here. We have home section, about section, mail, reserve table, contact us, cart and the login button. So this is so far what we have created. This is the navigation bar. Now after creating the navigation bar, we'll be moving on to creation of our home page. So right here we have created our home page. So for the creation of our home page, first we'll start with the section tag. So we have given the class name as hero. We have already covered why do we need to give class name, ID name and what is inline styling and everything. So we have given here inline styling to the section. Now after this we are going to open one dev class and we'll be naming it as hero content. So inside this dev class we are going to provide one heading in italic using a break tag which will be food zone. After this we'll be opening one more div section with inline styling, and inside that div section we are going to write one paragraph. This paragraph says welcome to Street Food Spencer with a break tag and best offer limited time only. So now after this we are going to close this div section, and outside this div section we are going to provide one heading which says free delivery and number. So now comes the important part. So we are going to create one form for the search bar. So we are basically going to create one drop down for the locations, right? So to create our drop down, first we'll open one form tag, then we'll provide one div class. We'll be naming it as location drop down, and then we want user to select any kind of location. So we'll be opening the select tag and we'll just provide the name as location. So inside that select tag we are going to follow this syntax. We'll just provide the options with the value and the name of the location, and we'll be closing that option tag here. So this is the syntax. After providing how much ever locations you want, you can just close the select tag. That's it. Then we'll be closing our div tag. The drop down has been created here. So after creating one drop down, I have added one image. We'll be seeing what is that image. So to add that image, first of all I have provided the inline styling to it, and then I have added the source of the image along with the alt attribute of that image. After providing that image, what we are going to do, we are going to design one search bar. So for that search bar, we are going to open one div class. We'll just name it as search input. And then we are already familiar with this input type and placeholder, everything, as we created a form in our last video. Then we'll be creating one button, and then we'll be adding one material icon. So I want this material icon to be fetched from this link. So I've added this reference link and the material icons. So then button tag and the search input tag will be closed. And here we'll be closing our form tag. So this is the creation of form, right? So I guess you understood this much. And after creating that form, I want some items in the left side of my home page. So for that I have created one division class. I have named it as item container. So after that also we have opened one more div class naming item content. So I have created 3 item content because I have added 3 different kind of images, 3 different kinds of items on my home page. So for that, first thing we are going to do is we are going to provide the image with the alt attribute. You can write anything if you want to write inside the alt attribute, and one paragraph. And then we'll be closing our div section. What we'll do, we'll just copy this code and we'll paste it how much ever time we want. So here I have just changed the image and the paragraph tag. And again, I have done the same thing. So we have added the home page, we have added the items, we have added the navigation bar, and we have added the form till now. So now after this, what we are going to do, we are going to create some div classes to style it further. Like we'll understand it when I'll style them into CSS. So for that, we are going to open div section, and div section. So we'll be styling these in the CSS. That's why we have just given them a class. And after this, we are going to add one image. So with the alt attribute, we are going to add this image. So after that, we are going to close the home section. That's it. And now let us move on to CSS for the styling of the home. Now from here, the styling of the home section starts. First, we have targeted the hero section and we have given the height, display and position. After that, we are targeting the heading one of the hero section and we have given the margin and the font size. After that, we are targeting the paragraph of the home section and we have given the font size and the margin. Then comes the search bar, again the margin, display and the margin left. After that, we have created the form, so we are targeting search form, and in this we have justified the content and display is flex and the margin has 30px top. After this, we have designed the location drop down. In that, we have kept the display as flex, the alignment of the items as center and the margin right is 0. So then we have styled the location drop down select. So you can see we have provided the padding, font size, border radius, outline width and height. Again, after that comes the search input. Again, the same styling we have provided. Display will always be flex. Alignment of the items will maximum time it will be center. Border radius we have given. Overflow is hidden. And box shadow we have provided with a color. After that comes the search input. Input the input inside the search bar. So the padding will be 3px, font size will be 14px, border will be none, border radius also no, and the outline will be none, and we have provided the width and the height so that it is smaller than the drop down. Then comes the button of the search bar. So the padding we have provided as 5px, we have given the background color, we have given the color, we have given the border, and cursor we have made as pointer, and the font size, the heading and the border radius. After that comes the background color, which is maroon. This is the button hover color. You just keep that in mind. The button hover color is maroon. After comes the main content. So inside the main content, the display will be flex, justify content will be space around, and margin will be px and 0. That we have styled the food items. The text alignment is center and the max width is 300px. Then we have styled the food items images, and then the heading of the food items, and then comes the paragraph of the food items, and then comes the hero background color. So I told you we'll be styling this section in the CSS. This is the section that we are styling in CSS currently. So we have provided background color, width, height, z-index and position. Again, the plate shadow we have done. So we'll be providing position, width, margin bottom, heading, border radius, background color and the box color. Again comes the background color. So we'll be providing position, width, height, opacity and margin bottom. Then comes the background. So we have provided display items and justify content. So now comes the content inside the home page. So these are the things that we have provided. Justify content will be space between, and padding, width, z-index, position is absolute. And after that comes the heading one of the content. So just click on route these are the techniques that we have given in the heading one. Then comes the paragraph, and then comes the line of the content, then item container, and
the item content. So we have created an item container. So this is the item container. And then we created 3 item contents. So these are the styling that we are going to give to the 3 item content. Then the content image, height and width has been fixed. Then the paragraph of the image. And then we have added the keyframes for scrolling animations. So we'll just save this file and we are going to run it. So we have saved this file and this, look at the output. So this is so far what we have created. We have created the navigation bar and now you can see the scrolling effect, right? So I'm scrolling my home page and my navigation bar is changing. So this is the paragraph that we have provided. Here we have added break tag. So it is getting into the next line. So this is the image that we have provided and we have provided the inline styling to it. And here is the drop down which we have provided. So these are the places that we added and we have done the inline styling for this. So far we have created our home page. So next we'll create the other section of our home page. So now let's move on to the other section. Before moving on to the next section, what we have done, we have just added some animation using JavaScript. So we have added some animation from the JSAP animations to our elements. So the first animation that we have added is to the hero section. The opacity is 0. It's just like CSS, but it is kind of animation. The items will move and we'll be providing them the time frame in which the animation has to start and end. We'll look at the output after this, so you'll understand it correctly. So we have provided these features to the hero sections, and then after that we are going to trigger the scroll function from JSAP. So this is basically the additional plugin that is used to trigger the scroll function. So on the food items we have provided, so these are basic styling techniques that we have provided. So here toggle action, play none, none, none. It means that the animation will only play once when the user is first time visiting the page. After that it won't play. After that, if you will, you'll go forward, you'll go backward, that won't play. So after that we have applied this JSAP animations on the content items too. So now again we have applied this scrolling feature on the content item. Again we have added the toggle action and everything. So now let us see what is the output of adding the animations. So we'll just save this file and then we are just going to look at the output. So here you can see, so as I clicked on the home page, I saw the animation. Wait, I'll just show you again. And just look closely what are the animations that we have added. So here you can see the moving items, they are coming one by one, and these are the animations that we have added. So now that I told you that the thing that we wrote, play none, none, none. So now you can see I'm going forward and backward. The items are not moving. But if I'll port this again, then I can see that animation will play only once. So now you can see the animation has played. So that's it. We have added this to our home page. Now finally we'll move on to the next section. So after that we have created the service section. So again for the service section we'll open one section and we'll give it the ID name as service container. Then we'll add one heading of our services. I'm going to give 3 services box here. So I'll just give ID as services. I'll just give 3 of the boxes as same class. So the styling will be easy. So inside this class, I have provided the image, heading and the paragraph. Same we have done for the 3 boxes. We have basically copied this code and pasted for the 3 times. We have just changed the images and the paragraphs for it. So this is how we have created the our services section. So after creating our services section, I have created one more section that says top restaurants around you. So for this, I have again opened one section. I have named it as reviews and then top restaurants around you. So inside this, I have created one container. So inside that container, I have added 6 reviews. So the review 1 will be division class, the name of the restaurant and the image of the restaurant and the paragraph that we have provided to the restaurant. So this is the first restaurant that we are going to show, and then the second restaurant as it is. All you need to change is the name of the restaurant, the image and the
paragraph for the restaurant. Same, it goes as it is for the review 3, review 4, review 5 and review 6. That's it. After this, our review section gets closed. So this is our services section. You can just pause and go through the whole code. So this is the paragraph. All we have done is we have provided images, headings and paragraphs. So if any doubt, you can just comment down the doubts in the comment section below. And again, for this section, we have just opened the div class and we have provided class, images and paragraph. That's it. So we'll just quickly style this section. So from here, the styling of our service section will get started. So inside the service container, first thing we have added is padding, background color and the text alignment. After that comes the services. For that we have added display as flex. We have justified the content as the space around, so there will be space outside the boxes. Then the flex wrap is wrap. This allows you for the responsiveness. After that, the max width is 1200 pixel. After that, we have provided styling to the services. In this, we have given display as flex, justify content, flex wrap, maximum width and the margin. After that comes the box section. In the box, we have provided the background color, the border radius, box shadow, margin, padding, transition transformation and width and the max width and the max height. So that's it for the box section. And then comes the box image. So for the box image, the maximum width we have kept is 80%. So it helps in the responsiveness, right? So after that, we have kept height as 120 pixel and border radius as 10 pixel. So after that comes the hovering effect on the boxes. So transformation is -5px. That will slightly lift the box. And the box shadow is provided here with the box shadow color. So after that, we have styled the heading. So it is font size of 2 em. Then we have provided this color. So after that, we have one secondary heading. So the heading is of 1.5 em and the color is this. After that comes the paragraph inside the boxes. So paragraph inside the boxes has font size, color, line height and the margin. After that, we have provided some responsive style. So that means if the screen size is smaller than 768 pixel, this will work properly. Then the width will be adjusted to this. And if the screen size is lesser or equal to 180 pixel, then the box width will be adjusted to 100%. So this basically is the responsive design style. So now what we'll do is we'll create one more section of meals and then we'll look at the output. The next section that we are going to create is a scrolling section. Like what's in your mind. I have named that section as what's on your mind. So in this section, we are just going to add some food images and we'll add one scrolling feature into it. So I have opened one div tag here. I have named as scroll container. After this, I have opened one div class, naming it as a food items. And inside that food item, we have to just add the images and the alt attribute to that image. So what we have done here is we have added one image and we have added the alt attribute to that image. Along with that, we have also added the class of that image. So we have added the class of that image because we want to style every image which will be in this section togetherly. So again, it is very basic thing. So we have just copied this div section and we have pasted it again for North Indian, for South Indian, for pizza, for burgers, for cakes and rolls, and then sushi, and then lastly for tacos. So what we have done here is the code is same for every section. You are just going to change the image, the paragraph and the alt attribute. That's it. Rest you have to copy paste this section and then you just have to change the image and the paragraph and the alt attribute. That's it. This section has been created. Now just quickly look at the styling of this section. So first we'll target the scroll container. And in that we have given the display as flex, overflow X as auto, scroll behavior as smooth. Then padding, we have provided 20px and no wrap, and we have given the gaps between the item and the padding bottom we have provided. After that, the food items that we have included in them. So we have given the display inline block. So you can see here is a class name food items. That's what we are targeting. So we can see every item has a same class. because we have copy pasted all this code. So now we are targeting all this class. So the food items, this styling will be applied to every image and every food item. So display will be inline block, minimum width will be 200 pixel, maximum width we have given 150 pixel, text alignment is center, we have given the background color, padding, border radius, box shadow and transition transform. So now we can see here that we have given the same class to every image, that is image placeholder. So now we are going to style this image placeholder here, and we have provided these styling techniques: width, height, background color, margin, border radius, overflow. This basically ensures that the image does not overflow the circle. So the display will be flex, justify content as center, and alignment of the items will be center. So now let's come to the image that we are going to provide in the placeholder. The width will keep as 100%, height will keep as 100%, object fit will cover. So you can see here that will ensure that image covers the entire area while maintaining the aspect ratio. So it won't be leaving any border around the boxes, like the image will fully fit in the box, and the border radius will be 50%. That ensures the circular shape. Now we have given the hover effect to those items. The hover effect here is translate, so it will slightly rise up the boxes. Now we have provided the box shadow, then the scrolling button we have designed. So the text alignment here will be center, the margin will be top, and the buttons inside the scrolling button. So we have given the background color, color, border, padding, cursor, border radius, margin, and the font size. After that, lastly, it will hover, so it will just change the color. That's it. We'll just save it. We'll just save the. So now let us just look at the output. So right here we can see our output. We have a perfect navigation bar. We have everything. We have our services section we have added just now. It is hovering. Next on we have top restaurants. We have also just added it now. So you can see the images are properly sized. And then we have this what's in your mind section. So we have added one scrolling effect, and you can see the transition and you can see the hover. So this is what we have created so far. So the next section that we have created here is pick up your meal section. So for this section, again we have started one section tag naming meal section. Then we have given one heading, and then again we have started one meal container inside that section tag. So we have created 4 meal containers. First is breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snack. So what we are going to do is we are going to write the code for one section. We will be including the class meal box, class meal info, and then we'll be giving the image, alt attribute, and the class meal image just to style the image. After that, we'll provide one hyperlink. So when we'll make this meal section page, we'll be linking that meal section page to this meal container, right? So after that, we'll be given one paragraph, and then we'll close our meal info, and outside the meal info, we'll also be given one paragraph. Then we'll close the meal box. So basically, this is one meal box. Inside this meal box, we have provided the meal info, the image, the hyperlink, the paragraph, and then again one paragraph outside the box. And after that, we are just going to copy this code. We are just going to paste it for lunch section. So again, all we need to change is the paragraph and the image. That's it. We'll also be changing both the paragraph and the image. Again, same for the dinner section. Everything will be same. We'll be just changing the paragraph and the image. And same for the snack section. So that's it. The meal section is ready. Let's just look at the styling. So this is the meal section of our website. So first we have targeted the meal section. We have provided the padding and the background color. Then we have given the meal section heading, so which is H2. So for that we have given text alignment as center and font size as 2 rem. We have also provided the margin bottom. Again, after that we have given the meal container, display flex, display wrap. We have given wrap. We have justified the content as space in between. Again, then comes the meal box. Width will be 22%. You can adjust according to your need. And the background color I have given as white. The border radius is 10. Overflow is hidden. And then we have box shadow, we have box margin, box alignment, position and transition. Again, we'll make these meal boxes hover. So we have given the box shadow, transform, and this will slightly lift the box. Then next is meal info. The position of that will be relative. Then comes the meal image. So the width will be 100%, height will be 220px, object fit will be cover so that it fits into the box. And again, we have provided the transition. After that comes the meal box hover and meal image. So meal box should be hover. Along with that, meal images should also be hover. So for that, we have also provided the transform. Then comes the meal info with the heading 4. So these are the styling that we have provided. You can just see position, bottom, width, color, font size, background, padding, text alignment, margin and transition. So these are only, most basic styling techniques that you provide every time. So then we have the hover effect of meal box hover H4. Then here we have background, and after that we have meal info. The position is relative, the bottom, width, color. These are all the styling techniques that we have provided in the meal info paragraph. After that comes the hovering of the paragraph. So we'll just change the background color and the bottom. So then comes the display of the paragraph, and then we have added one responsive design. So we know the meaning of this responsive design now. If the screen size will be smaller than 768px, then the meal box width will be adjusted to 45%. And if the screen size will be smaller or equal to 480px, then the meal box width will be adjusted to 100%. Now let us just save this code and we'll be looking at the output. So you can see here we have given the pick up your meal section. We have breakfast, we have lunch, we have dinner, we have snacks. So this is this section that we have given. So now let's design the next section. So the next section will be best offer section. So like every section, we'll start this section with a section tag which says best offer section. We will provide one heading of best offers and then we'll create a class of menu items. We are also going to give this division an ID that says menu items. So now we are going to write this section using JavaScript because we have to add the add to cart functionality into this section. So first of all, the data will be fetched from the menu items and then we'll write the data here. So here data has been written in the array form. So it contains the name, description, price, image and offer. So I have provided a name and then description, then price and then image link. We have directly used this image from Unsplash and then we are going to give the offer. So like this we have created one section and we are going to copy paste it like we want. Here is the second French toast section, then the third omelette section and then the fourth biryani section. So I've added these 4 items into my best offer section. Now we will work on the cart section. So right here we have created one JavaScript function. So what this function does? So basically this add to cart function retrieves the current cart from the local storage and converts it from a JSON string back to an array. So if there is no data into the cart, it initializes the cart as empty and then the item passed to the function is added to the array. So this is what basically this JavaScript function does. We have created one show menu function. We can see here we have created one show menu function. So let us know what is this function doing. So this show menu functions clears the menu container and loops through the menu data array to create HTML element for each food item. It creates a div for each item including the item's name, image, description, the price, offers and then appends a button to add to cart item to the cart. So this basically dynamically displays the entire menu on the page, right? Then again we have added one event listener to the add to cart. So whenever somebody is clicking add to cart, that add to cart button gets triggered and the item gets added to the cart. So basically this code will select the add to cart button from each menu item and adds the click event listener to it. So basically this code selects the add to cart button from each menu item and then adds a click event listener to it. So whenever the button is clicked, the add to cart function is called and then item is added to the shopping cart. So this is what this function does. So that's it. We have added one show menu here. So whenever the page loads, the menu is visible. Now we'll just style this section. Here is the best offer styling section. So first thing that we have targeted is best offer section, and we have added text alignment and margin. After that, we have targeted the menu items. For that, we have added display flex, flex wrap, gap and padding. Then we have targeted the food items. In that, we have added border, border radius, overflow, width, background color, box shadow and transition. So after this, we have targeted the food item. We will make that hover to the scale of 1.05. Then comes the image in the food item. The width we have given the height, object fit and the border bottom. Then comes the heading that we have provided in the food item. So for styling that heading, we have provided margin, font, size and the color. Then again comes the paragraph that we have given in the food item. For that, we have given the font size of 0.9 em and color, padding and the margin bottom. Then comes the price that we have provided. So that will be having the font size of 1.2 em and font weight will be bold, color and the margin bottom. After that, we have styled the offer here. So for that, it is background, color, padding, font size, font weight, margin bottom, border radius, box shadow, text alignment, text shadow, position and animation. And at last, we have provided the keyframe. So this is basically for the transition and animation. And after that, we will style the add to cart button. So add to cart button will have background color, color and border, border radius, padding, font size, cursor will be pointer here, transition, margin bottom and that add to cart button will also hover. And then again we have provided the responsive design. If the screen size will be equal to or smaller than 1024 px, then food item width will be get adjusted to 45%. Same as when the screen size will be less than or equal to 768 px, then the menu items and food items, flex direction, alignment of items and width will be get adjusted. So now we are done with the CSS part. Now let's have a look at the output. So here is the output. We have created the best offer section, and if we are clicking on add to cart, this is functional. Here we can see the item has been added to the cart. So that's it, and it has this transition and hover effect and everything. So we have created this much so far. Now let us add one more section and then we will be adding the footer. Next we have created the section of the top trending places. So here we have added the section again. We have named it as collection section and the heading will be top trending places. Then again we have added one paragraph, and after that we have opened one div class collection grid, and inside that we have created one collection box. So inside that we have provided one image and we have given the alt attribute as newly opened places. So again we have opened one div and then we have provided one heading. Inside that heading we have provided one anchor tag, which is the official website of McDonald's India. And then we have provided the inline styling to it and we have given the name as McD India. So same as the previous one, we have again created one collection box. Inside this we have provided the image and then we have given the official website link of KFC. And again we have given the name as KFC and given the inline styling. So same as the previous one, we did the same for Burger King and then at last for the Pizza Hut. So that's it. This will be included in the trending places. Now let's see the CSS of this section. So for the CSS of this section, first we have provided the padding and the alignment to the collections section. And then for the H1 inside it, we have given the font size and the margin. Then for the paragraph inside it, we have given the font size and the color. And then we have this section called collections grid. And inside this, we have given the styling as display grid, display template column, gap and margin top. So after this, we have done the collection box. We have given the position as relative, border radius and overflow is hidden, and the box shadow we have provided along with the box shadow color. Then comes the image of the collection box. We have given the width as 100%, height as 300 px, object fit as cover and the border radius as 15 px. Then comes the collection box info. We have given the position as the absolute, bottom, left, right, 0, padding as 10 and the background color and the color. Then we will make those boxes hover. So we have given the transform scale and then we have given the box shadow. After that we have written one heading. So for that we have given margin and the font size, and then we have included one paragraph. For that we have given the margin and the font size. Again, there is a responsive design that we have created. So now let's save this code and we'll save the HTML code and we'll look at the output. So here are the top trending places. Now one exciting feature that we have added is the anchor tag. So we'll just click on the MACD and we are getting redirected to the McDonald's website. Likewise, we'll click on the KFC and we'll be redirected to the KFC website, and that goes same for Burger King and the Pizza Hut. So that's it for the home section. Now we are going to create the footer section. So we have so far created the whole home page of our website, and now we'll be creating the footer, and then we'll be moving on to the next page. We have created the footer section. Let us go through the footer section quickly. So we have provided the class as section 1, and then we have provided the division class as call. So inside it we have added one heading as contact, and then we have provided the contact details using paragraph tag. So here we are closing the div call, and then again we are adding a div class named call. So inside this we have given the heading as about, and we have added some anchor tags. We'll just connect it when we'll be making the about us page, delivery of information or privacy policy or terms and condition, and contact us page. So we won't be making any page named as terms and condition, privacy policy and delivery information, but we'll be linking the about us and the contact us page. So again we have created one div call and we have added one heading, my account, and we have provided some anchor tags here, the sign in, the view card, my wish list and all. So in order to just make our footer look more interactive and visible, we have added so many things. And then again we have provided one more class as div install. So we'll just say to install our app, we have given the heading as install app, and again we have given the paragraph, and inside it we have created one more div and we have given the images of Google Play Store and the Apple Store. So after this we have given the paragraph as secure payment gateways, and inside it we have given the image source as any payment gateway. So after this we have just added the copyright class, and these are the paragraphs that we have added, and that's it about the footer section. Now let us move to the style of the footer section. So here we will just first of all reset all the global margins that we have provided on the top of our CSS file. So for the footer sections there will be other global margins, such as margin will be 0, padding will be 0, and the background color will be kind of grayish. After that we'll move on to the footer, and we'll just keep the display as flex, flex wrap as wrap, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, justify content and padding. So we know now, we are familiar with all these terms and we keep adding all these terms over and over again. So I think you have a good practice of this now. So after that we have footer call, then margin top, we have added display as flex, flex direction column and alignment item as flex star. After this we have added footer heading, so font size and the padding bottom. Then footer paragraph, again font size and the margin. Then the anchor of the footer tags, it will have font size, text decoration because we have to remove the hyperlink line, and then the color, and then the margin bottom. Then the image styling, the images that we have added of Apple Store and the Google Play Store, and they will have a border radius. And then one more image we have, we'll just give it as margin. Then we'll make all these footer and all hover, so we'll just add the color. And then again we have footer copyright, we'll just give styling as width 100%, text alignment, margin, pad and margin top and margin top. So after that we have done the H primary, that means the heading that we have provided. We'll just give as font as Breeze Serif and font size as 3.8 rem and padding as 12 px. Then the other heading that we have provided, font family, font size and padding. And at last the buttons that we have provided, that will have the padding of 6px, border, border color, color margin and everything. The cursor will be pointer, then button link, and then the text alignment will be center. So that's it for our home page. We'll just save the file and we'll have a look at the home page. Now we have completely built our home page. So first we have navigation bar, we have this search, we have this drop down, and everything here is functional. You can see the navigation bar. Everything here is functional. So after that we have this our services section, then on we have this top restaurant section. After that we have this what's in your mind section, and then after what's in your mind we have this pick your meal section. I've just changed the color here. So we have this pick your meal section. These contain hyperlink, so we have not currently added. When we'll create the breakfast page, we'll add it here, and then lunch and dinner and this snack section. Then on we have best offer section. Here these are functional, you can add them to cart. When we'll create cart, these things will be added to the cart. After that we have top trending places, we have this, and then on we have this footer. This footer is looking nice and it is looking functional and everything. We have this hover effect on these links. So we have successfully created the home page of our website. So now that we have created this home section, the next step is to create the meal section. We are going to create this meal page. We have already created this home page, and now we are going to create this meal page. So we'll be creating this, and then in next part of the video we'll be creating contact us page, cart page, login page, and we'll be also creating about us page, either in this part or in next part. So now let us move on to the creation of our meal page. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one more file here that will say add.html, and along with that I'll create one more file that will say add.css, and same for the JavaScript, add.js. That's it. So inside the HTML page, the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to copy the navigation bar and the header from the index.html, right? So we'll be just copying the navigation bar, footer, and the header section from the index.html. So here we can see till here is our header section. We'll just copy it to add.html. So with this, the navigation bar on the meals.html and the index.html will be same. So after this, what we are going to do is we are going to create one more section. Now here we have created one more section. So we have given the ID as home and class as home container. Because we'll be using DOM manipulation on our meal section, so we have provided ID as well as class. So with this ID, we are going to target it in JavaScript. Again, we have added one more division, naming background image. So here we'll be adding some image. So the image 1 and image 2 and image 3. So these two images are been taken from our image section, and this is the link of any online image. We have provided the alt attribute here in case that image does not load, and then we have provided the class to this image. So we want these three images to look similar, so that's why we have provided the same class. So we will edit one image and then all three of the images will be similarly styled. So after this, let me just link this image again. I'll go to images, and then the image that we added was this, I guess. Yes, and then we'll just again add this image too. So in images, we'll just go to, it was something like 5 dB. Yes, this image. That's it. We have added, and we have to remove this from the alt attribute. That's it. So the next heading we are providing is our food menu, and then we'll add one paragraph. So I have added this paragraph. You can take a look. I've added break tag and break tag. So anything you can add. After that, we have added one more division, naming class background button. And then after adding one more division, we have added one anchor tag, and inside this anchor tag we have linked the menu items which we created in index.html. So here is the menu items that we have created in index.html, and this we have linked to add.html. So now after this, we are just closing the home background button and the background image and the section. So one more section here will open, and that we will name as menu container. Inside this section, we'll also open one more division, and we'll just name it as menu categories 2. So then we'll create one button. So we are going to create 4 buttons for breakfast, lunch and dinner and snacks. So we want all these buttons to look similar. So we have added the same class to all those buttons, you can see. So after that, we are going to add this on click, because the button type will be on click, and we are just adding the show menu. So this show menu is from JavaScript. Now we have added the breakfast, lunch, dinner and the snack menu. So here we have also added the class to the icons, because we have to style them. So I have added the SVG icon as a class name. So again, we have added these images in our breakfast, lunch, dinner in every section. So again, we are going to style these images similarly. So it will be easy for us to style all these images similarly. So I have added the same class here. And then we have added this names as breakfast, lunch, dinner and snacks. That's it. After that, we have closed the button, we have closed the division and we have closed the section. So how these items will be displayed? So I have written here one statement that food items will be displayed here dynamically. That means we are going to use the concept of DOM manipulation to display the food items here. So this is it about the add.html, and after that we are just going to add the footer. So first we'll close the body and HTML, and inside this we are going to add the footer. So again, footer we are going to take from index.html. So I'll just copy the footer section. That's it. And Control-C, and add.html will just add the footer section. That's it. We have saved the file. Now we'll quickly style it, and then we'll move on to the JavaScript. First, we'll just copy the styling of navigation bar from our style.css. First, we are going to add this navigation bar styling as it is to the add.css, because we want the same styling on the both pages. So we'll just go to add.css and we'll just paste it. After that comes the home section. So we have already added the images in the home section in our HTML. We are just going to style it. Before providing the styling to the home page, what we are going to do? We are going to add the JavaScript for that page, because everything will be included in the JavaScript. So we will be understanding the JavaScript code first, and then we'll be moving on to the CSS. So this right here will basically select the data from the menu items with the help of DOM manipulation. So further we can manipulate the items that are present in menu items with the help of DOM manipulation. So right here the menu data is basically going to store everything from the menu items. So this menu data will basically have 4 items into it. Breakfast, then after breakfast it will have lunch, and after lunch it will have dinner, and then snacks. So this menu data will contain 4 items: breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. And inside every item, like inside breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack, there are items present which have 4 properties, such as name, description, price and image. So this image is directly been taken from Unsplash, and the price we have written manually, and we have given one description. So the first one we have provided is for pancakes, and likewise we have provided for French toast, omelette, Greek yogurt, avocado toast, smoothie. We are just changing the images, prices and the description. You can add as many as items you want to add. So I have added these many items into my breakfast section. After that, same goes for lunch. We'll create one array, and inside that array we'll just store every item with their description. So again, in lunch section we have this grilled chicken, salad, spaghetti and all. So all these things we are just going to change the description, price and image, and we have added all these things into our lunch section. Now same goes for the dinner section. So inside the dinner section we have added this sweet and sour pork, and like this we have added so many items into our dinner section. And then same goes for the snack section. So inside snacks also we have added some items, and that's it. So we have added these many items into our breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. So now let's see at this code, which is basically for the add to cart section. Now this line of code basically retrieves the cart from local storage and converts it from JSON string to an array. So if there is no data into the cart, it initializes the empty array. Right. Now this line of code basically defines a function add to cart that takes item as an argument. Next on we have this. So this again retrieves the cart from the local storage and parses it into an array, same as the initialization. Now this line of code will basically push the item into the cart. Now again we have local storage, and now this line of code basically converts the updated cart array back into the JSON string and stores it in a local storage. And then we have the alert function. So alert function will basically display this message. So now basically we are working on the function of show menu. So this basically will help you to clear the current contents of the menu item container, and it will reset the menu display. And again this will retrieve the menu items from the specified category from the menu data array. And after that, this line of code basically iterates through each item in the selected menu. And then we have this, and it basically creates a div element for each food item and adds the class food item for any of the styling purpose. And then on we have this. So this basically inserts the HTML content inside the item element, including the item's image, name, description, price and add to cart button. That's it. Now we'll move on to the next section. Now this line of code will basically select the add to cart button within the item element using the add to cart btn. And then on we have the next line of code. So this basically adds a click event listener to the add to cart button. When clicked, it triggers the function. And then on we have this. So it defines the cart item object containing the item name, price, description and the image. And then we have add to cart item. So this basically calls the add to cart function, passing the cart item object to add the item to the cart. And then we have menus container append child. So yeah, this appends the created item element to the menu item container to display it on the page. So now let's move further. So this show menu breakfast will basically call the show menu function, passing the argument breakfast to display the menu items categorized as breakfast. Now we have toggle sidebar. So this basically defines the toggle sidebar function, which selects the sidebar element by the ID sidebar, and then it toggles the sidebar visibility by checking if its display style is set to block. If so, it hides the sidebar to none, and if it is hidden, it shows the sidebar to block. And then on we have the sidebar. So the sidebar that we have
based on the
created,
scenario which
so
is
this
available
function
to us.
basically defines the
And with this,
sidebar.
we come
It
to an
selects
end
the
with
sidebar
our machine
element by
learning
the
full
ID
course.
sidebar, and then it hides the sidebar by setting the display style to the none. And now we'll move on to the CSS part, and then there we'll style all the buttons and images and everything we have added to this page. So now here we have added the styling of our add.html and add.js. So first of all we have home. Again we have included here margin, max width, height, overflow, position, top, z-index, display, alignment of the items and justify content. So these are basically all the styling techniques that we have provided to our home section. Then we have added one background image. So the position we have made it as sticky. The top is 0%, the width is 100%, the display is flex, alignment of item is center and the flex direction is common. Then again we have one more image. We have added the position as absolute. The top is -40%, left is 50%. Transition again to add the animation is 50% and height and z-index. So again the image 2, again the same styling we have provided, just we have added different width and z-index. And again we have the image 3, same styling we have provided. Again the heading of the image 1. So we have the position as relative, z index as 5, top 45%, font size will be 60 px, color will be some grayish, and then we have added the font family. So again we have the paragraph of the background image. So the paragraph of the background image has the position relative, z index, top 47%, text alignment as centered, width as 70%, font size, color and font family. Now again we have home background button, position, z index and top. Then we have home background button when anchor tag will be included in that. So these are all the style that we have provided. So that is padding, background color, border, border radius, color, text transform, text decoration, cursor, and again we have font weight, font size, font family, letter spacing and transition. After that we have the hover effect on the button. So for that we have added background color and the color. Then we have the menu section. So for that we have added the margin and the padding. So after that we have the containers in which all the items of breakfast, lunch, dinner, everything will be displayed. So that container are flex and position is relative. So after that we have created the toggle sidebar button in the JavaScript. For that we have the position absolute, top is 20%, left 20 px, background color, color padding, border, font size and everything we have for the toggle sidebar. So toggle sidebar will also have the hover effect. So these are the techniques that we have provided in the hover effect. After that we have the sidebar. So in sidebar also we have provided the same techniques as toggle sidebar and we have changed some values. Now again we have the sidebar show. So for that display is block and that we have right now added in the JavaScript. And the animation we have added here. Again here we have added the keyframes for the animation and the transition. Then on we have menu categories and in this we have added the display as flex, flex direction as column, gap as 20 px and margin as 60 px. We have category button. So all the styling techniques that we have provided in sidebar is basically provided in the category button like background color, color padding, border and everything. So then we have the category button hover. So for hovering we will just add the background color, transform and the box shadow. And then after that we have the menu items. So for menu items the position will be relative, display will be flex, flex wrap will be wrap, justify content is center and background color is white, animation is fade in up in 1 second. So the z index is 1. And again for the food items we have background color, color and every styling technique, right? Then we will make the food item hover. For that we have added the box shadow. Then we have added the image to the box item and here is the styling. And then we will make that image hover. So for that we have added the transform. So then after that we have the heading to the image item and then we have the food item paragraph and then we have the food item price and then we have the add to cart button. So we have styled this add to cart button like we have added all these things. The cursor is pointer here and transition and text alignment, everything has been added. So now we also want the add to cart button to hover. So we have added these styling techniques to make it hover. Again we have added some keyframes to make the transition and the animation ease out. Now that's it. And again here is the footer styling which is same as the style.css. So now we have done all these things. We have created our meal section. The only thing left is to link our meal section with the add.html and we will also link our JavaScript section with the add.html. So now we are just going to add our add.html to the meal section. So we'll just go to the meal section and here we are going to add the source. So here I'll provide the link that is add.html, again add.html, then here we'll provide add.html, then we'll provide it in here. So that's it. Again we are going to provide it in the navigation bar. So in navigation bar we have already given the add.html here. So I'll just save it. We are just going to save the add.html and we will look at the output. One more thing we need to do, we need to add the JavaScript file to the HTML file. So for that, we are just going to go to the add.html and right here we are going to add the JavaScript file. So above the footer, we are going to provide the JavaScript tag. So we'll just write script and this, inside this we are going to add the link. So we have added the JavaScript link here. So one more thing is left. We have to add some script code for the scrolling of the item. So we missed that. So now we'll be adding that. Now here after the body section, I have added the script tag and there are some features that we need to add through JavaScript. So this line of code basically registers the GSAP, basically the Green Sock Application Platform plugin, allowing the animation to trigger based on the scroll position. So this line of code basically adds the GSAP animations and transitions into the items. So now after that we have this. So this defines the animate on scroll function, which contains the animation triggered by the scrolling. After that we have const images document. So this basically selects the .home bg image1 and .home bg image2 elements from the document for the animation. After that we have this styling, which is done through the JavaScript. So this basically loops through the selected images and applies the animation which are present here. For example, y-50 that moves the images down and above. Then it is opacity 0, which basically starts the image visibility. And then we have rotation -20, which rotates the image slightly. And then we have scroll trigger, which will basically start the animation when the image reaches the 80% of the top viewport. After that we have this. So this basically selects the .home bg image3 element and applies the scaling effect like scale 1.01 with a duration of 0.5 seconds. The animation triggers when the image is 80% from the top of the viewport. So this basically are the styling feature of Glasstalk animation platform, and we have applied it through JavaScript. This basically is a library of JavaScript that is used to apply the animation and the transitions. So after that we have this, and this selects all the h1p div elements inside the .background image container for the animation. After that we have this styling technique, and this basically loops through selected elements and animates them. And again we have provided all the same styling techniques, the Y, opacity, duration, scroll trigger and everything. And then on we have this window.onload animate on scroll. This basically calls the animate on scroll function after the DOM is fully loaded, ensuring all the elements are ready for the animation. That's it. So here we have closed the script tag. So now we have added everything. We'll just save this and we'll run the output. So we will just port the index.html and we'll just go live. And here is our home page, and we have created the meal page. So here we can see our meal page. We have breakfast, we have lunch, we have dinner, and we have snacks. We have the footer. We have created the home page and the meal page. So now we will move on to our VS Code, and next what we have to create? We have to create the cart page. So for that, we'll make one cart.html page, and then we'll also include cart.css page. That's it. And inside the cart.html, we are going to copy the navigation bar first. So that we are going to copy from index.html. So we are not going to add the scroller. We'll just copy the navigation bar and we will paste it in cart.html. And after this, we are going to add the cart container section. Now here we have added the container section. So we have just added the class container. After that, we have provided the heading as our cart, and then inside that we have given the ID as cart items, and we have also provided the class because we are going to Because we are going to write the JavaScript for all these sections, so we have provided the ID and class both. And after that, we have given the heading as total price, and we are going to change the total price as people add the items to the cart. So that's why we have included the ID also. And after that, what we have done, we have created the button for the checkout. That's it for the cart page. What we are going to do, we are just going to add the footer, and after that we'll write the script for our cart page. So again, we are going to copy the footer from our index.html because it will be the same in every page. So we want same footer for every page. That's why we are going to copy it from index.html and then we are going to paste it on our every page. So here is our footer. We'll just copy this footer and we are going to paste it in our cart.html. That's it. The footer has been pasted. We will just close the body tag and the HTML tag. Now what we are going to do, we are going to write the script code for our cart page. So whenever the user adds the item to the cart, the item gets updated. So right here we have added the script for our cart.html. Let us look at the script one by one. First, we have the render cart function. This function is responsible for displaying the items inside the cart, showing the price, calculating the total price. It also allows the user to remove the items from the cart. Inside the render function, we start by grabbing two elements of the HTML using the getElementBy. So we are having here cart items container and total price. So the cart item containers will store all the items that are displayed, and the total price will store all the total price of the item that are present in the cart. So now we have initialized the variable total price with the value of 0. This will store the sum of all the items price. After that, we have retrieved the data from the local storage. If the cart is empty, we use an empty array as a fallback. So we use json.parse to convert the stored string into the usable JavaScript array. And after that, before displaying the cart items, we clear the container by setting inner HTML to empty string. This ensures we don't duplicate any items every time we render the cart. Then we loop over each item in the cart using the for each method. We create a new div for each product and give it class as cart item. And inside the div, we add the item's image, name, description and price. We have also added a remove button with a data index attribute which stores the position of item in the cart. This is important for removing it later. So now each item we loop through will also update the total price by parsing the item's price to the float and adding it to the total price. So after we loop through, we update the total price displayed on the screen. Here we use toFix2 to make sure that price show within 2 decimal places. So now for the remove button functionality, once all the items are displayed, we grab all the button with the class remove from the cart button. We loop over each button and attach a click event listener. Right here we can see we have added a click event listener into the button. The event listener triggers the remove from the cart, which removes the item at the specified index of the cart. Finally, after making any changes to the cart like removing an item, we update the cart count in the navigation bar. Now let's look at the remove from cart function. So this function takes the index of the each item we want to remove. Then we retrieve the cart from the local storage. We use splice to remove the item from the specified index. Once the item is removed, we store the updated cart back to the local storage and call render cart again to redisplay the updated cart price. So now we have update cart function which is responsible for displaying the number of items currently in the shopping cart. So first we retrieve the data from the local storage which we store as a JavaScript array. If there is no data, we can use empty array as a fallback. Then we use json.parse to convert the stored string into array items. And after that, we grab the element with the ID add to cart, which represents the cart button in the nav bar. Next, we update the inner HTML of the element to display the number of items in the cart using the cart length. This displays the count inside the parenthesis like cart3. This function ensures that every time the cart is updated, the count is reflected in the real time of the navigation bar. Now after that, let's move on to the checkout button. So we have a checkout button with the ID checkout button. When the user clicks on this button, we want to take them to the checkout page. We first grab the checkout button from the HTML using getElementById. We then attach the click event listener to the button. This event listener listens for when the user clicks on the button. When clicked, the event triggers the window location href property, which redirects the user to the checkout page. This is done using by URL checkout.html. So that's it for the script of the cart.html. Now here we have added the checkout.html. So next page we are going to make is checkout.html. So before moving to the checkout.html, what we are going to do is we are going to style the cart section. So for styling the cart section, first of all we'll go to the navbar styling and we'll copy that because we have the same navigation bar. We have copied it and we'll just paste it at cart.css. And after this we'll style our container. Let us go through the container styling. So here we have created container in our cart.html and we have provided the max width, margin, padding, box radius, box shadow. Then we have styled the heading 1 of the container. Then we have styled the cart items inside the container, providing the display as flex, flex direction as column, gap as 15px. After that we have again styled the cart items and again we have provided the border radius, padding, border, alignment of items and the display. Then we will style the cart items images. We have provided the width, height and border radius. After that we have styled the heading of the cart items by providing the margin and the flex group. Then comes the total price and for that we have given the text alignment, margin, font size. After that comes the checkout button. So we have created one checkout button inside our cart.html. It has the background color as green, color, border, border radius, padding, font size, cursor and transition. After that we have made the checkout button as hover and then there is a background color provided to the hovering effect. Then again comes our footer styling, which we have already gone through. Here one more step we need to perform, that we need to add the cart.html to our navigation bar of cart. So here I'll just write cart.html, we'll save the code. Inside cart.html we'll link the navigation bar cart. So here also I'll link the cart.html. That's it, we'll save the file and then we will look at the output. Also guys, don't forget to link your cart.html with cart.css. So I have linked my cart.html with cart.css and now this is the output. We have the home page here. Then we design the mail section. After that here we have the cart section. So this is the remove button which is functional and after that we are going to design this checkout page. So we'll just go to meals and we'll just add this add to cart and we'll just look how it works. So I've added these items into the cart. Now just look at the cart here. So this is functional, the items has been added, the calculation has been done. So now what we are going to do, the next step is to design this checkout page. So we'll move forward and we'll design this checkout page. The first thing we need to do is we need to make a file for the checkout page. So we'll just make checkout.html and along with that we'll make one more file naming checkout.css. So inside that checkout.html we are going to copy the navigation bar and that will copy from index.html or cart.html. Let's say we are copying from cart.html. So we are just going to copy the navigation bar and we will just paste in checkout.html. So one more thing we'll do is we'll connect the checkout.html to checkout.css. So here it is connected and we'll save the file. After this we are going to create form for the checkout page. So now here we have created the container for checkout and the first thing we did is we opened the div section and we named it as container. Then we have added one heading and after that we have added one more class naming checkout grid. So inside this we will create a checkout form. We'll name it as shipping information and then we'll create a form inside it naming checkout form. So again we know how to create a form. We use label and input for different things like we created in the first part. So if you are not familiar with this, you can just go to the first part and watch how to create a form. So we have added label and input for name, and again for email, address, city, zip, phone, and that's it. So inside that form only we have created one more heading, which is payment information. And again for payment information we have created one more class for payment options, and then we have given a label for payment options, and inside it we have created a radio button so that people can choose that it should be a credit card or COD. So this is the creation of radio button here with two options, credit card or COD. Then we have closed the division of payment button. After that, we have included one more division for the payment information if the person is selecting card. So here the person can enter the card details. So for card details, we have again label and input for card name, card number, expiry date and CVV. After that, we have again closed this form and we have closed the checkout form. So now one side is done, the payment information is done. Now comes the cart section, what the person has added in the cart. So for that we have again created one division naming it cart item section. We have given one heading for cart items, and then there is div ID for cart items container, and we have also provided class because we are going to target it in JavaScript. After that we have given one more heading of order history. Then payment summary, we have included some paragraphs for the total and the shipping charges. So we kept $5 as the shipping charges, and here we have included the total and the shipping charges. So in JavaScript we are going to write whatever the total amount is, just add $5 shipping charges into it, and that will be the total price. So then we have created one button that has a submit type and it is named as proceed. So after that we have created one pop-up model, we have created one ID. So we gave the name as pop-up model and the class is model. Inside that we have created one more class naming model contact, and inside that we have created a span of close button. Then we have added one image. Then we have given a thank you. So this is basically the pop-up that a person is going to get. So after that they will get a message as your order has been successfully placed. Thanks. Here we'll do thank you. That's it. So after that we have included the footer. So this footer has been added in every page. So after footer we are going to write the JavaScript of the checkout.html. So the first JavaScript is for toggling the payment method fields. So we start by selecting the radio buttons that represent the different payment methods using query selectors. Right here we can see we have two payment methods like COD and the card options. So here we are using the query selector to select the payment method as card or the cash on delivery. We also grab the card details section elements to show or hide the credit card fields based on the user selection. This loops through each payment method option. We add an event listener to each radio button to detect when the user changes their selection. So if the user selects the card option, we display the card details section by selecting the style to block. Otherwise, cash on delivery, we hide the card section. And then we have written the code for calculating the subtotal, shipping and the total. So here we have the calculate totals. We have made one function named as calculate totals. Inside it, we retrieve the card from the local storage and initialize the subtitle as 0, right? After this, we add one fixed $5 amount, which is the shipping charge to the subtotal. Then finally, we update the subtotal, shipping and the total amount in the HTML using the inner text property. After that, we have rendering the cart items. So the first step is to grab the container where the cart items will be shown. Then we retrieve the cart data from the local storage and clear any previous content by setting inner HTML to empty string. After that, we loop through cart items and create a new div element for each product. Inside this div, we display the product's image, name, description and the price. And finally, we append each item to the cart items container. And then we have validating the checkout form. So right here, we validate the shipping information fields like name, email, address, city, zip and phone number. So if these fields are empty, we show an alert message asking the user to fill all the details. And now if the credit card payment option is selected, we also validate the credit card details, card names, number, expiry date and CVV. So we assume that the card number has 16 digits and the CVV has 3 digits. and both should be in numeric. So right here you can see that. After that, we are showing the success model on valid submission. The model has one close button, the X, which hides the model when clicked. We ensure that the model appears on the right moment and disappears when necessary, giving users clear feedback after the order is placed. So this is the script page of our checkout.html. Now we'll quickly style our checkout.html inside checkout.css, and then we will look at the output. So now here we are on the checkout.css. So after the navigation bar styling, we have created one container and then we have provided it max width, margin and padding. After that, we know we have created one checkout.grid, and in this we have provided display, justify content, alignment of items and gap. After that, we have created one form, checkout form and cart item section. In that we have provided width, padding, border radius, background color, box shadow and animation. After that, we have provided labels to checkout form, and in that we have given display, margin and font weight. After that, we have created the input for the labels. Inside that we have provided width, padding, margin, border radius and transition. After that, we have created checkout form input focus, and in that we have added border color, box shadow and outline. After that comes the payment section. Inside that also we created a form for the payment information. So for that we have given the styling for the H2 of the checkout form. And then we have given the payment options. For that we have given display, margin and margin right. Again we have given the display, alignment of items and the margin. Then the input of the payment selection, which is the radio button. For that we have given the margin top. And after that comes the payment option. And then we have the price summary, and for that we have given the background color, padding, border radius, text alignment and animation. Then price summary, we have given again font size and margin. Then the total price summary, where the total price will be displayed. Then we have that font size, font weight and color. Then we have cart section. So for that we have border left and animation. Again we have cart items. So in that we have display, alignments of item, justify content, margin, padding, border and transition. After that we have cart items hover. We are making the cart items hover. So we have background color and transform. Then we have the image inside the cart items. So for the image inside the cart items we have given width, height, object fit, border radius and transition. Then we are making that items hover. So we have given the transform scale. Then we have styled the heading inside the cart items, and then we have styled the price inside the cart items, and then we have finally designed the checkout button and the button, which is the submit type button, and we have provided the styling to the button. So you can just pause that video and you can go through this, and if you have any doubt, just comment down in the comment section. After that, again we are making the button hover. So for that hovering effect, we have provided the background color, box shadow and transform. Then comes the model, the pop-up model. So for that we have given display none, and then z-index, position, left, top, weight, background color, justify content and alignment of the items. Then comes the content inside the model content. So that is background color, border radius, padding, width, text alignment and position. Then we have created one close button. So that is cursor, font size, top, right and position. After that we have created one OK button on the pop-up model. So that OK button has the background color, color border, padding, cursor and the border radius. So we'll make that button hover with the background color. And then we have the input of the hover. So that is background color and the transition. So after that we have added media queries. So we already know about the media queries. It is for the responsiveness of the website, and if the device will be smaller or equal to 768 px, then the checkout grid and the checkout form and cart items will be adjusted as per the mentioned styling. And then we have provided the keyframes for the transition. And then comes the footer section, which we have already designed. So we have successfully designed the checkout page. Now let us look at the output. Here we are on the home page. What we are going to do, we are going to just add the items. For example, we are going to add the pancakes and let's say omelette. And then again we are going to move on to the meal page. So inside this meal page, we are going to add, let's say, French toast, Greek yogurt, and that's it. And then we'll move on to the cart. Inside this cart, these items has been added and the totaling has been done. So this is the styling, and then we'll just click on the checkout. So right here is the checkout page. You can see we have the footer and then we have the navigation bar here, and after that we have this checkout page, this form that we have created, and we have this radio button for credit card details and COD. So if we are clicking on credit card, we are getting this option, and then we are clicking on COD, then that credit card option has been hidden. So that we have done using JavaScript. Also here shipping charge are constant, shipping charges are getting added to the total, and then we have this proceed button, and if we are clicking on proceed button, we have this model pop-up. So it says your order has been successfully placed, thanks. That's it, and now we are getting redirected to the home page after clicking the checkout. So right here I'll just click and then proceed and just thank you, and then again I have been redirected to my home page. So this is what we have created so far. We have created the home page, we have created the meal page, we have created the cart section, and inside the cart section we have also created the checkout page. So now we are going to create the contact us page, and after that we'll create the about us page, and then we'll move on to creating the login page. So now let us go back and we'll create the contact us page. So we'll just create the HTML file first, contact.html, and then we'll create one CSS file, and we'll also create the JavaScript file for this. You can also provide inline JavaScript or you can create a file. So now we'll go to contact.html, and here we'll copy the navigation bar as it is, and then we'll create the page. So now let's just quickly see the contact.html. So first of all, we have created our navigation bar, and then we have opened the div class naming container. After that, we have given it a header and then a heading naming contact us. And inside that, we have created one more class, that is content, and then we have provided a heading, that is get in touch. Inside that, we have written paragraphs. So whatever we have to write, like visit our agency or head office, which is in strong, that means bold, and then we have given the paragraph for the location, and then we have added a mail here using anchor tag, and we have added a telephone number using anchor tag, and then again we have added one paragraph, and we have closed the content info. After that, we have entered one map. We use the iframe tag for that, and inside that we have provided the source of the map, and we have provided the inline styling for the map here. You can see this is the inline styling for the map, and this is the link of the Google Maps. And after that, we have closed the division, and then again we have created one more class, which is header, and we have again created one form inside this class to leave a message. So we have created this form. So this form is basically for the information of the user. So you can see the input here, type is text, and then we have for name, for email, for subject, and then we have provided one text area so the user can write any text message. So after that, we have created one button that is of submit type, and then we have again created one more class for the team contacts. So we have provided our team heading, and then we have given the class as team member. Then we have given the image. We have fetched this image from online, and then we have this class for information. Inside that, we have given some information about that team. Again, we have created one more team member and then one more team member. So after that, at last, we have just added the footer. Now let us look at the contact us designing. So inside this contact us designing, first of all, we have as usually designed our navigation bar, and then we have designed the container, which is max width margin, padding, background color, box shadow, and alignment of the items. Then we have designed the header and then the heading of the header. Then we have designed the content, and then we have designed the contact information. After that, we have designed the contact information heading 2, then the paragraph of contact information, then the bold paragraph, which we have created strong. So then we have designed that, and after that we have designed the information of the contact where we have provided the anchor tag. After that, we have given the hovering effect to that, and we have just removed the underline. So after that, we have provided this margin bottom, which basically removes the margin from the last paragraph. Then we have styled the map, and the styling that we have given to the map includes the width, max width, height, margin, border, border radius, overflow, and the box shadow. Then again, we have provided the styling for the map iframes. Inside, we have given the width, height, border, and the border radius. After that, we have provided the contact form styling, and that includes display, justify content, gap, and margin. Then the heading inside the contact form. Then comes the heading 3 inside the contact form. And then we have designed the form group. And after that, we have designed the form group input. And after that, we have designed the form group text area. Inside form group text area, we have just provided the height. After that, we have designed the submit button. And then we have made the submit button hover. You can just pause the video and look at the styling techniques. So after that, we have designed the team contacts and the heading that has been provided inside the team contacts, then the team member, and then the image that we are providing inside the team member, and then the information of the team member. After that, heading, then paragraph, and then comes the footer. We have already styled the footer. It is same for every page. So now we'll just save our file, and we'll save the HTML file. Now let us see the JavaScript for the contact us. So right here we have included the JavaScript for the contact us page. So this script prevents the default form submission using the event prevent default. This stops the page from reloading and displays an alert to confirm the form was submitted successfully. It's great for validating or processing form data with JavaScript before sending it to the server if we are using the backend. So right now we are not using the backend, but so this will basically help us to prevent default. So now let us save the file and we'll just look at the output. Before that, right here inside my home page, I'm going to link my contact.html. So I'll just save the file and we'll look at the output. So before looking at the output, what I have done here is I have provided the links here which were not included initially in my contact.html, the links to my Google Fonts and material icons and the JavaScript libraries. So now we have connected the style sheet and again we'll look at the output. So right here we can see the contact.html. So we'll just go to the home page and here we'll click on contact us page and we are getting redirected to the contact us page. So here we have navigation bar, we have this box, and then we have the map which is from the Google Maps, and then we have our team and the footer. That's it. This is our contact us page, and so far we have created the home page, the meal page, the cart page, the checkout page, and the contact us page. So now the next thing that we are going to create is about us page, and lastly we'll create the login and register page. So for creating the about us page, we'll just make one HTML file naming about.html. Then again we'll make about.css and then about.js. We'll just quickly design about.html. For that, so first of all we are going to copy the navigation bar. So from my contact.html, I'm going to copy the navigation bar. So that's it, Control C, and we'll just paste it in about.html. So what we are going to do is we have linked the about.html with the button, and then we are going to add the style sheet here, which will be about.css. And now let us move and we'll just write about our platform inside the about.html. Now right here is the about.html. So first of all, we have as always included the navigation bar. Inside this we have attached the about.html, and then after the navigation bar we have created one about us container, and then we have given it a heading as about us. We have provided this heading a class name, that is about title, and then inside it we have created one about section. Inside that we have created one about image, and we have given some image ID and image source that we are going to style in CSS. So after that After that, we have given one class about description, and inside the description we have mentioned the ID description, and then we have mentioned the R mission, and then ID mission, and then the vision and the ID vision. That's it. Again, we have this footer page. So after that, we'll just move on to the CSS of About Us. So inside this, first of all, we have designed the navigation bar. We have also added the scrolling feature in the navigation bar of About Us page. So now after that, we have designed the About Us container. Then after that, we have designed the About Us title. After that, About Us section and the About Us image. Then the About Us description, and then the paragraph of the About Us description. After that, the heading of the About Us description. That's it. We'll just remove this. So after that, we have designed the footer as usual. So we are just going to save it. So we'll just save about.html, and now we'll just move on to about.js. So now here we are on the About Us JavaScript. So first of all, we have added the function update slide position. So this controls the image slider. It adjusts the position of the image wrapper by changing its horizontal translation based on the current slide index, ensuring the smooth user experience. So after that, we have added preview slide and next slide. So this preview slide and next slide handles the slide navigation. They determine the number of slides and either move to the previous or to the next, wrapping around when needed to ensure any infinite loop. After that, we have this read more function. So this function displays additional information about the restaurant in the alert box when called, preventing a quick way to ensure the details. And then for the About Us section, JavaScript dynamically loads the content like image, description, vision, and the mission. And then we have the About Title animation. So right here in the About Title animation, first the title fades in. We set the initial opacity to 0. Then we use set timeout to delay the fade in effect by 100 ms. After that, we apply 1 second transition to change the opacity from 0 to 1, making the title appear smoothly. Right? After that, the About Us image animation. Next, the image slides in from the left. Initially, it is shifted 50 px to the left and hidden with the 0 opacity. After 300 ms delay, we trigger 1 second transition to move it into the place and fades in simultaneously. After that, we have About Us description animation. Finally, the description text fades in. We start with the opacity set to 0, and after 600 ms delay, we apply 1 second transition to bring the opacity to 1. And that's it for the About Us page. So basically in the About Us page, we have done some transition, and it dynamically adds the content for the About Us page, like the food, image, description, and the mission. And here we have provided some transition for the About Us page in the image, description, and all. So that's it. We are going to save this JavaScript file, and then we'll just look at the output. So this is our About Us page here. We'll just move on to home page. We have linked the About Us page to our home page. And here you can see the transition which we are able to see is because of JavaScript. We have applied all these transition. This paragraph is dynamically being taken, and this image is also being dynamically taken with the help of JavaScript, and this our mission and our vision is also dynamically being taken with the help of JavaScript. So this page has been kept simple, and we have just applied transition and animation using JavaScript. Again, here we have the footer. So that's it about our About Us page. So right here, we have built our home page. We have built the About Us page. So we have linked the Contact Us page with the About Us page. We'll just fix that. We have the Cart Us page. And now we are going to build the login page. So we'll just move and fix that. So inside the about.html, what we have done is we have not linked the Contact Us page. So here we are just going to link the contact.html. That's it. So what you have to do is you have to link every page in the navigation bar of every page. Like inside the index.html, you have to provide this contact, card, about us, every link. Same you have to do in about us, same you have to do in cart page and all. So you have to provide every link to the every page. So now if we'll go to About Us page also, and in About Us page we'll go to Contact Us page, we'll be redirected to the Contact Us page only. So that's it. So now we have to create a login and register page. So again we are going to use HTML, CSS and JavaScript to create the login page. So here to create the login page, first of all we'll make the login page HTML file. We'll just write login.html and then we'll create login.css, and after that we'll create, let's say we'll just name it as main.js. And we are also planning to add one feature in our login page, that would be user should be able to log in with the email ID. So for that also we are going to make one JavaScript page, and that would be, let's say, login script.js. So these are the 4 files that we are going to work on. So first of all we'll work on login.html. Here we have written the login.html page. First of all we have written the head section in which we have provided the title, and then we have added the custom style sheet link, and then we have added the links. After that we have created the navigation bar, added the logo image, and then again the material icons and the elements inside the navigation bar. After that we have created one container. We are going to create the login form here. So for the login form we have given the ID, class and on submit login event. That basically we are going to add in the JavaScript. And again we have given the heading, that is login, and label and input for the username and ID password. So that is it. This is required because user cannot move forward without filling that section. After that we have created a submit button, and then we have added one more paragraph which says don't have an account, then you can register. So after that we have added one on click function here, and then we have added one paragraph which says register here. So after that, if the person doesn't have an account, they can just click on register here, and then the registration form will be visible. So for that again we have created one form. We have given a heading of register. We have given the label input for the username, email and password, and then again we have created one submit button. Inside it we have also mentioned one paragraph that if you already have an account, you can just go to the login page. Again we have just added this on click function here which will show the login page. And after that we have this simple button element wrapped with div. This button is styled to have a black background, and we are using Font Awesome for the Google logo icon, which is added with I tag and the class of fab fa Google. This gives a nice recognizable Google login button. So after that we have just added the script here. We are going to use the login script.js, and then we are going to use the main.js, and then we have added the links for the Firebase authentication. So we will just move on to the styling part, and after that we are going to write the JavaScript, which is the main part of the login page. So this right here is the styling of our login page. First we have provided the global styling, and after that we have styled our navigation bar, the logo image, the unordered list of the navigation bar, and the every section of the navigation bar. After that we have styled the items. We have provided the hover effect to the navigation bar, and then we have styled the icons. So we are not using material symbols, we are just using material icons. So after that we have provided the additional styling, and then we have provided the background image. So after that we have created one container, and inside the container we have provided the background color, padding, border radius, box shadow, width and the margin top and left. Then the form container in which the text alignment is center. Then the heading 2, and then we have styled the label and the input. After that we have styled the button, then we have made the button hover, and then we have styled the paragraph and the anchor tag. Then we have added the hovering effect to the anchor tag, and then just we have styled the heading. That's it for the login.css, and we'll just save this file. Now we'll move on to the main JavaScript and the login.javascript. So inside the main.javascript, we will just give the code for the JavaScript for Firebase authentication, so the person is able to log in with their Google account. And inside the login script.js, we are going to provide all the type of form validations and everything that we are going to mention in our login page. So let's just move on to login.js now. So right here we have the JavaScript code for the login page. This first section is basically to toggle between the registration form and the login form. If somebody already has an account, they can just click on to login form and the registration form will be hidden. And if one doesn't have an account, they can just click on registration form and the login form will be hidden. After that, we have this function. So this function is basically to validate this username. So the username here cannot have any number, and if the username contains number, they will just get the alert that username cannot have number. They will just fetch the username from login username and then they'll check it. If the username is not valid, they will just get this alert message. So after that, we have included this function to check the username and the password. So if the username matches the username which is in the local storage, and it will be validated, and if the password also matches the local storage password, then it will be validated, and if not, then user will get this alert message which says incorrect username or the password. Now that's it. The password will be validated with the password. The username will be validated with the username that's been stored in the local storage. Finally, we have added some event listeners to switch between registration form and the login form. We have added event listener to the button so that when you click on the registration button shows up and the login form hides. Similarly, clicking on the login button will bring back the login form and hides the registration form. That's it about the script of login page, and here we have basically validated the username, the password, and we have added some event listener to toggle between the registration form and the login form. So now what we'll do, we'll just save this file, and the last step is to add the Firebase authentication using login with Google. So we will just quickly write main.js code and then we'll be looking at the output. So this code is basically for the Firebase authentication. We are going to add this feature into our login page that user will be able to log in using their Google accounts. So first here, this initializes your Firebase app with the configuration details. And then we have this get authentication. So this basically provides the access to the Firebase authentication service. And then we have this Google authentication provider. This basically is used to configure the Google as a login provider. And then we have sign in with pop-up. So this handles the Google login pop-up process. After that, we have this const Firebase configuration. So this configuration object contains the Firebase project details. These credentials are provided by Firebase when you set up your project. So they are necessary for connecting your app to the Firebase services like authentication, storage, etc. After that, we are initializing the Firebase and authentication. So inside this, we have this initialize app and Firebase configuration. This basically initializes the Firebase app with the configuration that we have defined above. After that, we have get authentication app. This basically initializes the Firebase authentication that will allow you to use the authentication features like login and logout. So this basically tells the language, and EN basically stands for English. So after that, here basically we are setting up our login provider. So this basically is used to set up the Google as the authentication method. It defines the Google as the login provider that user can use to sign in. After that, here we are adding the event lister to the login button. So this Google login basically refers to our Google login button in the HTML code. After that, we have added click event listener. And this basically adds the click event listener to the button. When the button is clicked, the login process will start. So basically, we have this sign in with pop-up authentication provider. This initiates the Google login pop-up when the user clicks the login button. It takes two arguments we have mentioned here, authentication and the provider. So then in catch basically handles the error, and the credential stores the Google credentials like ID token. And after that, we have the users, and users basically contains the logged in users detail such as their email and the profile information. After that, we have console.log user. So this basically prints the user details to the console. And then on we have this window location reference. This basically redirects the user to the home page after the successful login. And then we have this catch, which basically handles the error. If there is an issue during the login process, such as if the user cancels or there is a network issue, then error.code provides the error code, and then the error.message contains the descript. That's it. We have included the Firebase authentication, and we'll just save this file. So after saving this file, we are just going to go on login.html. So we will not add the index.html here because we don't want the user to access the home page without logging in. So now that we have created every page, so let us just look at the output. Here is our login page. Let's say I have not registered. So I'll just register myself here. I'll just write, let's say we'll just give name as Ria, and email ID will just write as 123456@gmail.com, and password will create 123. That's it. We have registered, and then we have our login page here. The username was Ria and the password was, let's say, 123. We'll just click on login, and then we are at our home page. And now we'll verify login with Google. We'll just click on login with Google. So actually I have already logged in with Google, so my email address has been saved with Google. So that's why I'm able to log in with the Google. But if you'll integrate into your system, then you will get your email IDs and then you'll be able to log in with the Google. So right here, we have the home page that we have created. Then on we have this About Us page. After that, we have this mail page. And then we have created the Contact Us page. And then we have created the cart. And after that, at last, we have created the checkout page. And the last thing is to proceed. Right? That's it. This is our project. We have successfully completed our project with the home page, About Us page, mail page, Contact Us page, login register page, and the card page. So this was our project using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And further in the next video, we'll study about the React.js. So let us just take a quick overview of React.js, and then we'll just continue in the next video. So let's have a look at some trending frameworks. So the first one we have is React. Meta developed React in 2013. It is a powerful library that's been adopted by major companies like Facebook and Instagram. Then we have Angular. Google created Angular in 2010, and it is another framework trusted by big names such as PayPal and Samsung. Then on we have Vue. Ivan Yu created Vue in 2014, and it has been adopted by big names such as Microsoft and Apple. So there are so many front-end frameworks in the market, but React.js is widely used. So after this, let us see how React.js works. So React.js basically is an open source JavaScript library, and React makes the development process faster and simple. So it is used for building the user interfaces, mainly the single page applications, and also React allows the developers to create large web applications that can change the data without reloading the page. So there are some reasons why do we use React. So the first one is Virtual DOM. React uses Virtual DOM to efficiently update and render only the components that change, enhancing the performance. Next on we have development speed. React's reusable components and extensive library support significantly speeds up the development process. Then on we have stability. With one-way data flow, React ensures that the application updates do not unexpectedly affect the other parts. Then on we have interactive interfaces. React makes it easy to create interactive user interfaces that respond seamlessly to the user input. And then on we have component-based architecture. React component-based architecture allows for modular, maintainable, and scalable code. Then on we have server-side rendering. React supports server-side rendering, which improves performance and SEO for the web application. Then on we have simple to use. React straightforward API and vast community make it easy to learn and use even for the beginners. Then on we have flexible development. So React flexibility allows developers to integrate it with various other tools and frameworks, adapting our different project needs. So now let's take a quick overview of backend development. So backend development mainly focuses on two components, the web server and the databases. On the web server, we use server-side languages like Node.js, Python or PHP to handle the requests. We also need web server software such as Apache to host and serve our web applications. Lastly, API integration allows different systems to communicate with each other. On the other hand, with databases, We have two types of databases. Relational databases like MySQL, which store data in structured tables, and non-relational databases like MongoDB, which store the data in flexible format. It is ideal for unstructured or semi-structured data.
Before we start, let's have a look at what we are going to build. This interface includes dynamic video grid, a search bar, and responsive styling, giving you a solid foundation to create your video streaming platform. So let's begin with HTML structure. We will open our code editor and start by creating the essential elements, a navigation bar, a search bar, and a container for our videos. I will walk you through each step. So the first step is to open your code editor, and here I am using VS Code. So the next step is to open the file. So I have already created my YouTube interface file, and inside this file I have already added the images that I am going to use during this project. So I'll just open it with code, and that's it. And here is my folder where I'm going to work on my YouTube interface. Now the next step that we are going to do is we are going to create one HTML file. So we are going to name the file as index.html. Here we are going to write the HTML code. And along with this, we are also going to create one CSS file. Let's name it as style.css. That's it. Now further in the ongoing process, we'll be also needing some more files, but that we will create whenever it is required. Now let's get started with our HTML file. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to add the boilerplate code. For that, we have already added one extension in our VS Code. We are just going to write doc and enter. So this is our boilerplate code. We are just going to change the title of the document, which is YouTube now. And here we are going to add the body part. Along with that, here we are going to add the script. We will link the HTML file with the CSS file. Now to link the style sheets with the HTML file, we are just going to use the link. And then here we are going to mention the file name. That is, of course, style.css. So now the style sheets has been linked to HTML file. So after linking the style sheets with the HTML file, so the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to get started with our YouTube interface. So first thing that we are going to make is the navigation bar. So for that, we will just use the nav tag, and inside the nav tag, we will just provide the class to the navigation bar. Let's say navbar. That's it. So inside this, we are going to create one div, and again we are going to give it as a class, let's say toggle button. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to create 3 lines. So now inside this, why I have used this span tag, we will just look at the output and understand. But you have seen the YouTube interface, right? There are 3 lines right here. So to give that illusion, we are just going to use the span tag and we are going to keep it empty. So we want to create 3 lines and we are just going to copy paste it. That's it. We will close this div section. And after that, we are going to add the logo. So for that, we are going to use the image tag and we are going to add the image from our image folder. So I've already added a lot of images in my image folder that I'm going to use in this project. So for that, I'm just going to navigate to my image, and inside the image, we are just going to add the logo.png. And to this image, we are also going to provide one alt attribute. We already know, we have covered this in our previous videos, that why alt attribute is used. So we will just write here logo. And further, for styling this logo, we are also going to provide the class name to this logo. Let's say our class name is logo itself. Now after that, we are going to add one search bar. For that, we are going to again open one div section, and inside this div section again a class. Then we are going to name it as, let's say, search box. That's it. Now inside this search box, we will create the input type. Of course, the input type would be text, and then we are going to provide the class, and the class will be search bar. After that, we are going to provide the placeholder. So the placeholder will be search. Now after this, we are going to design one button. So we are going to design the search button. So let's give the class name as search button. Right? After that, we are going to add one image. So for that, we are going to add the image tag. And the image source, again, we will navigate to the images file. So inside this image file, the picture that I'm going to use is search.png. Now after that, we have closed our div section. So that's it for the navigation bar and the logo. So now after that, we have again created one section, that is user option. So for that, we have added 3 images, that is video icon, grid icon and bell icon. And again, we have added one more icon, and then we have not given any alt attribute to this icons for now. So after this, we have closed the div section. So that's it about the navigation bar. So this is the code for the navigation bar. You can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. So after this, we are just going to save our code. So now after working with the navigation bar, what we are going to create next? So the next thing that we are going to create is a sidebar. The sidebar that is visible in YouTube, we are going to create that. So for that, we are going to add some links and images. First of all, we have opened one anchor tag, and inside that we have not provided anything. It is just empty. After that, we have included the class and we have named it as link active. Then we have included one image and the image name is home.png, and then we have entered one text which will be visible on the anchor tag. So that's it. After this, we are going to add one more link, that is of explore icon. So now we have repeated the same thing again. We have added the image, and inside that image we have provided here the alt attribute. Let us provide alt attribute as home. And then we have again included the explore.png. And the text that we have added here is explore. So after this, the anchor tag has been closed. So now after that, we have included one horizontal rule tag, and we have given the class name as separators. So again, we have included some links for the sidebar, that is the history button, and we have included the history image, history.png image, and we have given the alt attribute. Again, one more link we have included, that is of video, and again one more link, that is of watch later. And again one more link we have created, that is of show more. So we have added only the alt attribute and the text for this links. So that's it for the sidebar. Now we have already created the navigation bar and the sidebar. So you can pause this video and go through the code line by line. After working with the navigation bar and sidebar, we are going to work on the filters. So for that, we are going to create just multiple buttons. So we are going to provide every button a same class, so it would be easy for us to style it further. We will just open the button tag, and inside that we will just mention the class name, and after that we will mention the text that we want to provide to the button. So here I have given all, web development, then HTML, then Python, entertainment, Marvel, Java, artificial intelligence, machine learning and trending. So you can give name as whatever you want. So now after creating the filters, we are just going to create one class, that is video container, and we are going to work on this class in the JavaScript. So now the only thing left is to create a JavaScript file and to link the HTML file with the JavaScript file. So right here we are going to create the JavaScript file, and that would be index.js. So now what we are going to do is we are going to link the JavaScript file here using the script tag. So we'll just write script and we will just give it as index.js. That's it. Now before styling our sidebar, navigation bar and everything, we are going to write the code of JavaScript. So after completing the JavaScript code, we are going to style everything. So now we are getting started with the JavaScript code. So let's get started with the JavaScript code. First of all, we will select the container where our videos will be displayed using query selector method. So here this targets the HTML element with the class video container. All the video cards will be dynamically injected into this container. So after this, we are going to define the API key. So before that, let us understand how we are going to get our API key from where we will fetch the videos in our project. So for that, first of all, you need to visit the Google Cloud site for the APIs. I will provide this link in the description box and you just need to click on this link and you will be redirected to this page. So after visiting this page, you are going to click on select a project, and after selecting the project, we are going to click on new project. So after clicking on new project, what we are going to do is we are going to create the new project. Let's say I will create YouTube, and that's it. And here you are going to add the project name that you are going to create. So after that, we are just going to click on create button. So right here, we have clicked on the create button. Let it load first. So after this, our project has been created. And now we are going to click on library. And inside this library, what we are going to do is we are going to add YouTube Data API v3. So we are just going to search here. So we are just going to add this API. Here we are going to click on this and we are going to click on enable. So after enabling, you just need to wait for few seconds. That's it. It has been enabled. So after the API has been enabled, you will see the interface like this. Then you need to go on credentials, and after that you need to create the credentials. Here we are going to click on create credentials and then API key. So now this is creating the API key. What we are going to do is we are going to just copy one API key and then we are going to paste it in our JavaScript code. That's it. We will just copy this and we are going to paste it. So for now, I am going to use my previous API key, and you can just follow the steps one by one and you will get your API key and you can mention that API key in your JavaScript code. The next step is to mention the API key here. So here I have mentioned my API key. The API key that is used for authentication with the YouTube API. So after this, we have video HTTP and channel HTTP. So they store the API endpoints for fetching the video and channel data respectively. So after that, we initialize the next page token for pagination and is fetching to manage multiple API requests. So after that, we will call fetch video function initially to load the first set of videos as soon as the page is loaded. So fetch video function fetches the popular videos based on the API parameters. So now let us write the function. So right here we have written the fetch video function. So let us go through the code line by line. First of all, we pass the page token to handle the pagination, and inside that we pass the fetch request with the parameters like key, API key, the part which specifies which part of the video data is to retrieve, and then we have the chart which defines the type of content. Here's the most popular content we are going to fetch, and then we have max results which limits the number of video fetched at the time, and then we have this region code which sets the region for the trending videos. So the response is proceeded to extract next page token for pagination and pass the each video's data to get channel icon function. So right here in this code, the response is proceeded to extract the next page token for pagination and pass each video's data to the get channel icon function. So right here, the get channel icon function retrieves the channel's thumbnail image for each video. So this fetch request uses the channel ID for the video data to retrieve the channel's icon. This icon is then attached to the video's data object and passed to the make video card for rendering. The make video card function dynamically creates the HTML for each video and appends it to the container. So now let's have a look at the make video card function. So right here we have the make video card function. So this function basically generates the clickable video cards, a thumbnail that is fetched from video data, the channel icon, and the video title and the channel name. Clicking the card redirects to the video on the YouTube. Now to load more videos as you scroll, we want to add one event listener for the scroll event. So by far we have created the format of the video that are going to be fetched from YouTube. So right here you can have a look at the code. You can just pause the video and have a look at the code line by line. So now let's move on to the scroll function. So right here is the code for infinite scrolling. Here we check if the user has scrolled close to button of the page. If true, we call the fetch video with next page token to load the next set of videos. Finally, after this, we will add the search bar to let users search the YouTube directly. So we are going to create one search bar here. Right here is the search button, so the user can directly search on the YouTube. So when the search button is clicked, the input value appends in the YouTube search URL. This redirects the user to the YouTube search result page. So when the search button is clicked, the input value is appended in YouTube search URL. This redirects the user to YouTube search page result. So this is how the code works step by step. We have covered the fetching data from APIs, dynamically rendering videos, and adding the advanced features like infinite scrolling and search functionality. So now we will move on to the CSS part, and we are going to style our home page. Now that we have completed our HTML and JavaScript, now let's get started with our styling part. So first of all, we have added this universal selector, and inside that we have given the margin 0, padding 0, box sizing the border box. After that, again we have added one universal selector, and we have targeted focus, and we have given the outline as none. After that, we have the body section. We have given the position relative, background color as white, the font family as Arial and all. So after that, we have targeted the nav bar, and inside the nav bar, you can just go through the styling that we have provided. After that, we have targeted the toggle button, and inside the toggle button, we have given the cursor as pointer, and then we have included the toggle button span, which are basically the 3 lines above the sidebar. So to that, we have given the position as absolute, width 100, height 2px, top 50%, and then we have given the transform and background. So first of all, we have the toggle button span nth child. So this basically targets the first span child within the element having the toggle button class. So after that, same we have for the third child. So this basically targets the third span child within the toggle button element. So after that, we have targeted the logo and then the search box. After that, we have targeted the search bar, then search button, and then the button image. So these are the styling techniques that we have given in the each section. You can just pause the video and go through the code. So after that, we have the user options, and we have given this styling to the user option. After that, again, we have the user option icon and user DP. After that, we have user DP image, and then comes the sidebar. So inside the sidebar, these are the stylings that we have provided: the position top left, minimum width, height, background, padding left, box shadow, transition, and overflow. After that, we have made the sidebar as hover. Then we have styled the links, and after the links, we have styled the link images, and then we have worked on the links hover and link active. After that, we have mentioned one separator that we have used the HR tag for, and then we have styled the separator. After that, we have styled the filters that we have created, the buttons that we have created. So for that, we have given the position left, top, width, height, background, border top, border bottom, padding, display, alignment of items, overflow X and the overflow Y. So after that, we have worked on the scroll bar, that display we have kept none. After that, we have worked on the options of the filter, and these are the styling techniques that we have provided. After that, we have worked on the filter option active. That means whenever we are going to active the filter options, they are going to change the color and the background. After that, finally, we have worked on the video container. So inside the video container, we have width, margin top, margin left, padding, display, grid template columns, grid gap, and overflow X. So after that, we have worked on the videos. That means whenever it will be fetched from YouTube, these are the styling that they are going to follow. So after that, we have worked on the thumbnail of the YouTube videos, then the content. After that, we have worked on the channel icon and the title of the video, then the channel name of the video, and that's it. So these are the styling techniques that we have provided to the home page and to the icons, to the videos, to the thumbnail and everything. You can just pause this video and go over the code one by one. This is the all styling that we have provided on the home page. So now we are done with the HTML of our home page, the JS of our home page, the CSS of our home page. So now that we have worked on the HTML, JS and CSS of our home page, let us save this files and look at the output. So now that we have saved our files, let's have a look at the output. So we will just click on Go Live button. And this is the output. Here we can see the videos are being fetched from YouTube. And whatever we are going to search there, we are going to redirect it on the actual YouTube page. So here I have searched for Edureka and I have been redirected to Edureka's page. Now we will just go back. That's it. We are again at our project. So here I can see that the icons are not being displayed. Now let's fix this issue. So here what we are going to do is we are going to change the images, not images, but we are going to select the images from the image. So first of all, what we had here, let's see, we had the video.png. So we are going to move to images and video.png. Then we have watchlater.png. So let's go to images, then navigate to images and watchlater.png. Then we have show more icon. We will again move to images, inside images, and we will just select the show more png. Just save this and now let's have a look at the icons. Now we can see the icons has been displayed here. So this is the home page. These videos are getting fetched from the YouTube and that's it about the videos. And here are the icons that we have created, the buttons that we have created. Only this all is functional. Here we have this home page as working. So what we are going to do next is we are going to design our explore page and history page. So now to design the explore page, let us create one file and that would be explore.html. So now let's just make one file and go with the inline scripting and inline styling. So now let's get started with our explore page. So inside the explore page, first of all, we have added the boilerplate code and we have given the title as trending videos. So we are going to add the inline styling when we will be moving forward. And first of all, let us add the body section. So inside this body section, first of all, we have designed the div section. We have created the sidebar again. We have given the explore as the h2 of the sidebar. And then we have again created one separator using the horizontal rule tag. After this, we have created some links and we have named them as trending, shopping, music, films, gaming, news, sport, fashion, beauty and podcast. So this is all about this div section. After this div section, we are going to make one video container in which the videos will be fetched again using APIs from the trending section. So again, we have given the heading as trending videos. And inside that, we have given the div ID as video container. And then we have created one button which says load more. We have styled this button using the style tag. And you can see we have provided the padding, the background color and the cursor as pointer, the margin top. And we have given the text inside the button that is load more. So that's it about the body section. The main thing that we are going to add in the explore page is from the JavaScript. Again, we are going to fetch the videos using JavaScript. So right here, you can see that we have added the script code for our explore page. Now let's go through the code line by line. First of all, we have declared the constants and variables. So the first one is API key. So as we know, this stores the YouTube API key to authenticate the request. And after that, we have this video container. So video container is the DOM element where the video cards will be dynamically inserted. So after that, we have this load more button. So this is the button to additionally load more videos whenever it is clicked. So after that, we have this next page token. This tracks the next page as result for paginated UPI request. So after that, we have this asynchronous function to fetch the videos. So first of all, the purpose of this function is to fetch the trending videos from YouTube's API using the videos endpoint. So the parameters that we have given includes the page token. So it is used for pagination, defaults to an empty string for the first page. And then on we have URL construction. Base URL contains the necessary query parameters that are part, chart, region code and key. So after that, If the page token exists, it appends to the URL to fetch the next set of results. And then on we have the fetching data, which makes the UPI request using fetch. So after that comes the error handling for the API response. So in this, first of all, we have the response validation. It checks if the response is successful. If not, the error is thrown with the failure region. And after that, we have parsing JSON data, in which we have data.items, which contains the list of video details. And then on we have data.nextPage token, which stores the token for the next set of results, enabling the pagination. And after the error handling, we have creating video cards. So this basically means looping through the videos. It iterates through the videos array, dynamically creating the div for each video. And after that, we have this iframe, which embeds the video using YouTube's embedded URL. So after that, we have this title card, and this title card basically displays the video title. And after that, we have this thumbnail, which basically shows the channel's thumbnail. And after that, we have this meta info, which displays the uploader name and the published date. And after that, at last, we have this views, so which basically shows the total number of views and counts. And then on we have this description, which basically shows the video's description. After that, we have this appending to container. Each card is added to the video container. So after this appending to the card container, we have the next set of code that is for managing the load more button. So inside this, the logic that we are working on is, if there's next page token, the load more button is displayed to allow the users to fetch the additional videos. Otherwise, the button is hidden. So again, after that, we have this error handling code, which basically handles the error that logs the error to the console. And after that, it displays the user-friendly error message to the video container. And then on we have this fetch trending videos, which initially calls the first page of trending videos from the script. And then on we have this fetch trending videos. It is the initial call, and that fetches the first page of trending videos when the script runs. After that, we have this load more button, which is the event listener that adds the click event on the load more button, fetching the next page result using the stored next page token. So that's it about the script of the explore page. So you can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. Here you can see the display card and the full code here. And then on we have this card info. Again, inside this card info, we have provided the class name, the channel name, the thumbnail. Then on we have this meta card. Again, we have provided the channel title and everything. We have included the paragraph. You can have a look at it. And then on we have this card description. So you can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. If you are having trouble in understanding any of this, you can just comment down. We are going to reply them at the earliest. So that's it about the code of JavaScript in the Explore page. Now we have worked on the HTML code of the Explore page and the JavaScript code of the Explore page. So what's left is the styling of Explore page. So now we are working on the CSS of the Explore page. We have written the inline styling here. So first of all, we have targeted the body. Inside the body, we have given the font family, background color, color margin and padding. Then again, we have targeted the sidebar. And after that, we have targeted the heading of the sidebar and the anchor tag that is present in the sidebar. After that, we have made this anchor tag hover, and then we have targeted the link hover and the link active. After that, we have targeted the content and then the heading 1, and then we have targeted the video card. After that, we have targeted the iframe of the video card, and then we have targeted the card content. You can just pause the video and go through the styling. After that, we have targeted the card title, and then comes the card meta. Then we have the card description. So these are the styling techniques we have provided in every element. And then we have the card thumbnail. After that, we have card info. And then we have the views of the card. So these are the styling that we have provided. After that comes the responsive design. We already know what is responsive design. I have already explained in my previous video that what are these media queries. And that's it. We have written here the media query for the responsiveness of our project. So that's it about the styling. and we are done with the explore page. What we are going to do is we are going to link this explore page with the HTML page. So what we are going to do is we are going to link this explore page with the index.html. So what we are going to do is we are going to search this and we are going to mention the source. So we are going to search the explore here, and here is the image, and here we are going to mention the explore.html. That's it. We have connected the explore page. Let's save this and let's save the explore.html. So now that we have saved our code, let us look at the output. So we had this home page already. So we are going to click here on explore, and you can see we are able to explore the trending videos. Here is the load more button. And again, we can click on the load more button. That's it. This is the explore page. Here is the sidebar of the explore page, and it's been connected to the home page now. We can just click on explore, and here is the explore page. So now what's left is the history page. Now we will quickly design the history page, and that's it. So now first of all, to get started with our history page, we have to create one more file here. That would be history.html. So again, we are going to write the inline scripting and inline styling. So first of all, we are going to add the boilerplate code here, and let's name it as watch history. So one thing, now that we cannot fetch the watch history from the API, we are going to mention some of the videos manually in our history page. So now first of all, here we have the body section. Inside the body section, we have again designed the navigation bar, and everything is same as the first home page. So the sidebar is also same, and the content where the video will be displayed, just the heading is different, and the container is different because we are now going to add the videos manually. We are not going to fetch the watch history using the API. So that's it. The navigation bar and the sidebar is same as the home button and the explore button. So now what's next? Next, we are going to style our script. So right here we have the script code of our history page. So we are starting by creating the array called watched videos. So this array contains object, and each object represents a video of the user that has been watched. So each video here we have defined with the several properties. So first of all, we have the ID. This is the unique video ID used to embed the video from the YouTube. Then on we have title. So the title here is the title of the video. Then on we have the channel. So here is the name of the channel that uploaded the video. After that, we have this brief description of the video. And after that, we have the thumbnail. So this is basically the URL of the video's thumbnail image. After that, we have mentioned some views. And after that, we have mentioned the published ad. So this is basically the date and the time of the video that was published. So again, we have copy pasted it. We have just changed the ID and the channel description name and all, but the format is same. So again, we have mentioned some of the videos. We have totally mentioned 4 videos in the watch history. So after this, we are targeting the history container. Next, we use document.getElementBy to get the history container element from the HTML. So this is where the video cards are being displayed. It acts as a parent container for dynamically generated video elements. And after that, we have this display history function. Here's where the main functionality happens. So first of all, we define a function called display history that takes the videos array as the argument. So inside this function, we loop through the videos array using for each. For each video, we dynamically create a div element to represent the video card. Then we use classlist.add method to assign the class video card, which helps with the styling. So after creating the video card layout within each video card, we embed this video using an iframe tag. So this SRC attribute dynamically includes the video's ID to play the current video. So right here in the iframe tag, we have added one attribute like allow full screen to make the video player user friendly. So these are basically all the styling that we have provided to the iframe tag. So now below iframe, we have added one div with a class card content to hold the additional information about the video. So that includes the card title. So the video title is displayed in the p tag with the class card title. So now next there is a section for meta information including the channel's thumbnail image, the channel name and the publication date in the p tag with the class card meta. So that's it. After that we have the number of views in another p tag with the class views. Finally we have included the video's description inside the p tag with the card description. So now once the video card is created, we have appended it to the history container using the append child method. So this ensures that the card gets added to the page dynamically. After that, finally, we have called the display history function passing in the watched video array. So this triggers the loop and dynamically generates all the video cards in the history page. As a result, the user's watch history is displayed on the page complete with the embedded videos and relevant details. So now that's how the history page works. This script uses JavaScript to dynamically generate the list of watched videos, creating a seamless and user-friendly experience. So now that we have worked on the HTML of watched history and JavaScript of watched history, we are only left with the CSS. So now let's quickly go through the styling part. So first of all, here we have targeted the body section. After that, we have targeted the navigation bar, same as the home page and the explore page. After that, same we have discussed the toggle button, nth child and the third child. And again, we have this search box and then search bar, then search button. We have search image, the user option. These are the same styling technique of navigation bar and the sidebar. So again, we have this links, link image, link hover active, separator, content, the heading, the video card iframe, the card content, the card title. Then we have card meta, card description, card thumbnail. You can just pause the video and go through the styling as you want. And then we have card info, then we have card info views, and that's all. These are the styling techniques that we have provided. We have just repeated the styling techniques. That's why I'm not going through each styling technique line by line. So that's it. Again, we have provided some of the media queries here to add the responsive styling. And that's it. We are just going to save this file. And one thing left here is we need to connect the history page with the index.html. So we will just navigate to the history and here it is. We are just going to link it as history.html. Let's save this. That's it. And now let's move on to the output. So right here, first of all, we will click at the explore. We are able to see the trending videos and the load more button. After that, we will go to the home page and then we are going to click on the history page. So again, the history page is working. Here are the videos that I have manually added to the history page. So that's it. Now we have successfully created the interface of YouTube using API. So we have created the home page, the history page and the explore page. The US represents a massive market for web development. With a solid 23% growth rate, this is driven by several factors including the increasing digitalization of businesses and the rise of e-commerce. Now let's turn our attention to India. Look at the growth rate, a whopping 35%. India has emerged as a major hub of web development with a large pool of talented and affordable developers. Having explored the impressive growth of web development market in both USA and India, let's take a look at the current job market for full-stack developers on popular platforms like LinkedIn, Indeed, Naukri, and Dice. In USA, we are seeing a strong presence of full-stack developers role across these platforms. LinkedIn shows over 11,000 plus open positions, Indeed around 6,000 plus, and Dice, a platform specifically for tech professionals, boasts over 16,000 plus opportunities. Now let's turn our attention to India. The job market here is absolutely buzzing. On LinkedIn, we see over 10,000 plus full-stack developer roles. Indeed has around 8,000 plus listings. And Naukri, a leading job portal in India, shows an impressive 30,000 plus openings. Alright, now that we have explored the job market and seen the abundance of opportunities, let's talk about how you can best position yourself in this competitive landscape. One of the most impactful ways to do this is by incorporating AI into your full-stack projects. Now let's look at some features for why full-stack projects should be AI-focused. So the first reason is high demand for AI skills. AI is revolutionizing industries, making AI expertise highly sought after. Including AI in your projects can boost your employability. And the next one is future-proofs your portfolio. AI is central to the evolving tech landscape. Showcasing AI integration highlights your adaptability to future trends. The next one is bridges full stack and AI. AI-focused projects demonstrate expertise in both full stack development and AI tools, and that shows that you are well-rounded. The next one is highlights problem-solving abilities. Tackling real-world challenges with AI-powered solutions proves your creativity and analytical skills. The next one is appeals to AI-driven companies. AI-first organizations value AI experience. And the next one is showcases proficiency in modern tools. AI projects utilize advanced technologies, highlighting your competence with cutting-edge tools. With a solid understanding of job market and value of incorporating AI into your projects, now let's move on to the most exciting part. That is, top 5 full stack projects to build that will make your resume stand out and attract the attention of potential employer. Now let's dive into the details of our first project, that is decentralized library. A decentralized library is a digital library powered by a distributed network instead of central server, ensuring the security and accessibility. So let me walk you through the features that we can include in decentralized e-library. So now let's break down the key features that we are going to include in our decentralized library. First, we have user login, which ensures the secure and personalized access to every user. Once logged in, user can explore a wide range of books using search and discover book feature. Next, we will include the upload book feature. This allows the authorized users such as admins and contributors to add new books to keep the library constantly updated. After discovering a book, user can easily borrow book through a simple intuitive process. For premium content, secure payment processing will be integrated to handle transactions seamlessly. To help the user stay organized, there is a track borrowed books feature, which lets the user to monitor the due date and track their reading progress. Once they have finished the reading, user can engage with the platform through a write reviews and rating feature, sharing feedback to help others to find the best book. On the administrative side, the admin management system allows the admin to manage books, monitor user activities, and keep the platform running smoothly. Finally, we will add the analytics and insights to provide the valuable data on the platform performance, user preferences, and trends. So these features make our decentralized library a comprehensive, user-friendly, and innovative platform. By combining all these features, we can create a powerful and user-friendly platform that makes accessing and managing library resources easier than even before. So now that we have discussed the features of our decentralized library, let's take a look at the technologies required to bring this project into life. So we will start with React.js for building the dynamic and interactive user experience. This ensures a seamless experience for the user while navigating the platform. For the backend, we will use Node.js with the Express.js to handle the server-side logic and APIs to manage the request efficiently. To store and retrieve data, we will integrate MongoDB or CouchDB as our database solutions, ensuring the stability and flexibility for handling large volumes of book data. To manage the file storage in decentralized way, we can utilize IPFS or interplanetary file system. This will allow us to store books and other files securely in the distributed manner. To implement blockchain technology, we will leverage Ethereum or Polygon networks. This will help to handle transaction, track ownership, and ensure the transparency. Finally, we will use Web3.js or Ether.js to interact with blockchain, enabling our application to connect seamlessly with smart contracts and decentralized network. With these technologies, we can build a robust, scalable, and truly decentralized library platform. Each component plays a critical role in making the project efficient and user-friendly. Moving on from decentralized library, let's dive into our next project, that is AI-powered resume builder with analytics. So this project focuses on simplifying the resume creation process using AI. Let's take a closer look at the features of our AI-powered resume builder with analytics project. So the first one will be user authentication. The next one will be real-time collaboration. Users can work collaboratively on their resume with peers, mentors, or career advisors. The next one will be AI assistance. The core of this project is that AI will provide personalized suggestions for AI content. The next one will be version control integration. User can save multiple versions of their resume and track the changes over time. The next one will be code review. Users can invite peers and mentors to review their embedded code, providing a valuable feedback and highlight their technical expertise efficiently. And next one will be project management. For users creating multiple resumes for different job profiles, we will include the feature to manage their project and priorities tasks effectively. The next one will be code execution. These features allow the tech-focused users to showcase their skills by embedding the runnable code snippets directly to their resume. And the last will be notifications. So that's it. These features combine to make the resume building process smarter, more collaborative, and tailored for today's competitive job market. Now that we have covered the features, let's discuss the technologies required to build AI-powered resume builder with analytics report. For the user interface, we will again use React.js. The next one will be Backend framework. The backend will be powered by Node.js with Express.js. The next one will be database. We will use MongoDB for its flexibility in storing structured and unstructured data. And alternatively, for relational data, PostgreSQL can be an option. The next one will be real-time communication. To enable the real-time collaboration, we will integrate Socket.io for bidirectional communication between the users and the server. The next one will be AI integration. The AI capabilities will be powered by OpenAI APIs or frameworks like TensorFlow or Hugging Face transformers. The next one will be version control systems. For version control integration, we will leverage Git or APIs from platforms like GitHub or GitLab to allow users to track and manage the different versions of their resume effectively. By combining all these technologies, we will create a robust, efficient, and feature-rich platform tailored to modern resume building needs. After enhancing the job-seeking process with AI-powered resume builder, let's now shift our focus on equally impactful domain, that is the health monitoring and scheduling system. This project aims to streamline the healthcare management by offering the users the ability to monitor their health metrics and schedule the appointments effortlessly. So the healthcare monitoring scheduling system includes the several integrated features like the user login and profile setup. The next will be health monitoring dashboard, which will display the real-time health data including the vitals and tracked activities with graphical and numerical representations for easy monitoring. The next one will be intelligent appointment scheduling. And the next one will be symptom checker and virtual assistant. The next one would be medication and routine tracker. After that, we will include health history analytics. Then we will include the integrated health fitness goals. After that, we will include the insurance and billing integration. After that, we will include the emergency contact system. And then finally, we will include the feedback and rating. So having covered these features, let us look at the technologies that will power them. So again, in the front end, we will use React.js complementing by CSS3 for styling the application, ensuring the intuitive user experience. Again, in the backend, we will include the Node.js with the Express.js, allowing to handle the HTTP request efficiently and manage the business logic for the system. And again, in the database, we will store the user data, the health records, scheduling information using MongoDB, a NoSQL database that offers the flexibility in managing the unstructured data. After that, we will include the real-time features to enable the real-time communications, especially for live health monitoring updates and notification. We will use Socket.io. After that, we will include DevOps and hosting. The application will be containerized using Docker for consistency across the environment. And it will be hosted on AWS, offering the scalability and reliability. The next one is APIs and integration. The system will rely on REST APIs for communication between the frontend and the backend. We will also integrate the Google Calendar APIs for scheduling the appointments seamlessly. The next one will be authentication. For secure authentication, we will implement JWT, that is JSON Web Tokens, to ensure the stateless and scalable authentication mechanism. And at last, we will include AI/ML. The system will leverage Python and scikit-learn to build machine learning models for symptom checking and personalized health insights. So that's it about the technologies required to build an health monitoring system. Now let's shift our gears to explore a new project that would be Smart Expense Tracker with AI Insights. So now first of all, let's look at the feature that we can include in the Smart Expense Tracker with AI Insights. First one will of course be user authentication. After that, we will include the expense dashboard, a clean and intuitive dashboard displaying an overview of expense categories and spending patterns. After that, we will include the AI-powered spending insight. Again, after that, we will include the expense prediction. After that, we will include the multi-currency support that will allow the users to track the expense in different currencies, ideal for international transactions. After that, we will include the real-time notification. And at last, we will include the secure data management that ensures the user data is encrypted and securely stored. So now the technologies that we are using in Smart Expense Tracker with AI Insights are pretty much same as our previous project. So that's it. Now let's move on to the next project. So the next project that we can include in our resume can be AI image generator with customization option. This project is a great choice as AI-driven image generation is trending right now, allowing the user to create a personalized visuals with ease. It is perfect blend of creativity and technology, making it an exciting project to work on and explore. Now let us quickly look at the features that we can include in this project. The first one would be user authentication and profile management. The second one would be image generation option. AI-powered tools can generate high-quality images based on the user inputs and prompts. The next one would be customization feature, options to personalize generated images, including style, colors, and content preferences. After that, we will include AI fine-tuning, that means ability to refine the AI model for more specific and accurate image outputs. The next one would be image editing tools, that means a built-in editing tool for fine-tune images and make quick adjustments. The next one would be batch image generation that will generate the multiple images at once. The next feature that we can include is download and sharing option. After that, we can include the cloud storage and management to secure the cloud storage for users to save and manage their generated images. After that, we can include the premium features for subscribers. And at last, we can include the real-time preview. So that's it for the features that we can add in AI image generator with customization option. So now let us quickly look at the technologies that we can use in this project. So first of all, we will go with Frontend. We will use React.js again for dynamic building. And we will also use the CSS3 for styling and material UI for ready-to-use UI components. Next, we will work with the backend. The backend will be powered by Node.js and Express.js, providing a fast and scalable environment. After that, we will work with cloud and hosting services. For seamless storage and scaling, we will rely on AWS for cloud hosting and Amazon S3 for secure image storage. After that, we will work with authentication and authorization. We will again implement the JSON Web Tokens for ensuring the safe and efficient authentication. After that, we will work with AI and image processing. Python with libraries like TensorFlow and OpenCV will handle the AI image generation and processing, ensuring the high-quality customizable options. Next, we will work with the database technologies. We will again use MongoDB to store the user data and image metadata. After that, finally, we will work with deployment and version controls. Docker will be used to containerize the application, while GitHub will handle the version control, ensuring the smooth collaboration and deployment. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced developer, learning to deploy your project without any cost can give you a huge advantage. So let's dive in and discover the best platforms to get your project live effortlessly. So there are many platforms available for deploying your website. But in this session, we will focus on top 5 platforms that offer best features and reliability. After exploring these options, we will deploy our website step by step on one of these platforms. So stay tuned. So now let's look at top 5 platforms that offer best features and reliability. First of all, we have GitHub Pages. If you are looking to host a static website, GitHub Pages is a fantastic option. It allows you to deploy your website directly from GitHub repository, making it ideal for beginners and open source projects. Next up, we have Vercel, which is perfect for React, Next.js and other front-end frameworks. With automatic deployment and seamless integration, it's a go-to choice for modern web developers. After that, we have Netlify. Speaking of front-end friendly platforms, Netlify is another great choice. It specializes in static sites and Jamstack applications, offering built-in CI/CD and easy version control. So after that, if you are working on full-stack application, you need a backend support, Render is the way to go. It allows you to deploy not only static sites but also APIs and databases effortlessly. So last but not the least, Firebase Hosting is an excellent choice for fast, scalable and static website hosting with a global CDN, ensuring a smooth performance and quickly load times. So we have built this website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And now it's time to deploy it on a platform. So we will deploy it on the platform that is called Netlify. We have created this website in just 20 minutes with the help of AI. Now, if you want to learn the essential concepts for building a website, just check out this Edureka's Web Developer Master program. This will help you to excel every skill that is required to become a full stack developer and create a fully functional website. So now we will just go to our website and we will learn how to deploy our website. So now let us just explore the steps that are required to deploy a website. So first of all, we will just visit the browser and there we will just go to GitHub. So the two things that are required are GitHub and Netlify account. You just need to build your GitHub account and Netlify account. So here I have my GitHub account. So I have already deployed these two projects. And the next step is to create a repository. So for that, I'll just click here. I'll just go to new repository and then I'll just give it a name as, let's say, my edtech. We will just create this repository. So the first step is to push your project into GitHub. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload the existing file here, the project that we have created. And it's just the tech. So we will select all of these files and that's it. We will click on open. So all of these files will be uploaded here. It's just uploading. Just wait for a while. All of the files has been uploaded here. We'll just click at commit changes. So by clicking on commit changes, the repository has been created and our project has been pushed to GitHub. We need to again wait for a while the files are processing. That's it. Now successfully we have pushed our project to GitHub. Now the next step is to visit our Netlify account. Again, you need to create your Netlify account and then you have to sign up here. I already have my account, so I'll just click on login. You can just click on login with GitHub and then your Netlify account and GitHub account will be connected. And after that, I have already created and deployed these two games on my Netlify account. For deployment of my next website, I'll just click on add new website, import from existing files. I'll just go to my GitHub as my GitHub and Netlify account are connected to each other. So whatever I have pushed on my GitHub account will be visible here. So here I can see my edtech, right? I have selected that and now I'll give my site name. So I'll just give edtech website by Nidhi and we can just check for the availability of our name. We will just deploy this. So again, it will take some time to deploy. The site deploy is in progress. Now here we can see the site has been deployed. So here we can see that the link has turned into green. We will just click on this link and we are just directed to our site. So if you want your friends to discover your site, you can just copy this link and send it to anybody. They will be able to visit on your site. So this site has been deployed and published. So this is how you can deploy your website in 2 minutes using GitHub and Netlify. And you can use Netlify for deployment of your project for free. Let's explore 6 key sectors where web developers are making a significant impact. The first one is software industry. This sector thrives on cutting-edge tools and applications, and web developers play a vital role in building and optimizing them. The next one is healthcare. From patient portals to telemedicine platforms, web development is transforming healthcare by enhancing the accessibility and efficiency. The third one is e-commerce. Online shopping platforms rely on fast, interactive, and user-friendly websites, which web developers are essential in creating. The next one is media and entertainment. Streaming services, gaming sites, and online content platforms depend on dynamic web applications to provide a seamless experience. The next one we have is finance and fintech. Secure online banking, payment gateways, and investment tools require a robust development, making this industry a hotspot for developers. The last one we have is education and e-learning. The rapid growth of online education platforms highlight the demand of engaging, scalable, and user-friendly web solutions. So each of this sector is not only growing but also offering incredible opportunities for web developers. Let's explore each role one by one. So web development offers a diverse career path, each tailored into different skills and interests. Here are 5 major job profiles for web developers. The first one we have is a front-end developer. Front-end developers are responsible for building the visual and interactive element of the website. They ensure users have an engaging and seamless experience by working on technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The next one is backend developer. Backend developers manage the server side of web application. They focus on database, APIs, and server logic to ensure the websites and applications run smoothly and securely. The next one is full stack developer. Full stack developers are skilled in both front-end and back-end development. They can handle the entire development process, making them versatile and highly valuable in the industry. The next one is AI integrated web developer. These web developers specialize in building websites that incorporate AI-powered features, such as chatbots, recommendation systems, or predictive analytics to enhance the user engagement and functionality. The next one is web application security specialist. Security specialists focus on safeguarding the website and applications from cyber threats. They identify weaknesses, implement security protocols, and ensure the data protection for both user and businesses. Each of these roles play a critical part in creating and maintaining the powerful, user-friendly, and secure web applications. Depending on your interest and skills, you can choose a path that aligns with your career path. So as you can see, there are roles for everyone in web development. Whether you are into design, coding, AI or security, start with the area that excites you the most and keep learning. Now let's talk about the earning potential of a web developers. As you can see, the average salary expectations in India vary depending on your specialization. The front-end developers typically earn around 5 lakhs per year. The back-end developers can expect to earn around 7 lakhs per year. And the full-stack developers can earn around 8 lakhs per year. And if you have skills in AI and web security, you can earn even more. AI integrated web developers can earn around 12 lakhs per year, and web application security specialists can earn around 15 lakhs per year. So if you are looking for a career with a bright future and high earning potentials in India, web development is a great option. Now let's take a look at the salary expectations of a web developer in United States. Front-end developers in US can expect to earn around $84,000 per year. Back-end developers can earn around $94,000 per year. Full-stack developers can earn around $105,000 per year. Whereas AI-integrated web developers can earn around $90,000 per year. Web application security specialists can earn up to $88,000 per year. So while the web development offers a lucrative career in India, the earning potential in US is even more. So after discussing the salaries in India and USA, let's explore some emerging trends in web development that are shaping the future of this field. Starting with AI integration, artificial intelligence is revolutionizing web development. AI-driven features like chatbots, personalized recommendations, and smarter user experience are becoming essential for modern websites. Next we have is Web 3.0. The evolution of internet focusing on decentralization, blockchain, and user data ownership. It's all about creating more secure and transparent web. Then on we have progressive web apps, which combine the best of the web and mobile apps. They are fast, reliable, and can work offline, providing a seamless user experience. After that we have voice search optimization, which is another big trend. With devices like Alexa and Siri becoming a part of everyday life, websites need to adapt to handle voice-based search efficiently. And finally, we have low-code or no-code tools. These tools let developers and even non-developers build websites and apps quickly, even with minimal coding effort. So these trends are refining how we approach web development. Staying updated on them is crucial for anyone looking to thrive in this field. Now let's talk about the AI integration in web development. AI integration means using artificial intelligence technologies and tools to make web development smarter and more efficient. It helps to improve user experience, automate repetitive and complex tasks, and even enhance the overall performance of the websites. Now let's talk about how AI is transforming the way we build our websites and apps. The first one is AI-powered code suggestions. AI tools like GitHub Copilot can analyze your coding context, suggest relevant code snippets, and even write entire functions, significantly boosting your development speed and accuracy. The next one is AI testing tools. AI-powered testing tools can automate repetitive tasks, identify potential bugs in early development process, and generate comprehensive test reports. This leads to higher quality software and faster time to market. The next one is intelligent chatbots. AI-powered chatbots can provide 24/7 customer support, answer frequently asked questions, and assist users with complex tasks. This improves the customer satisfaction and reduces the burden on human support agents. The next one is personalized user experience. AI can analyze the user behavior, preferences, and demographic to deliver tailored experience. For instance, e-commerce websites can recommend products based on the user history, and streaming services can suggest content tailored to individual taste. The next one is AI-driven search engine optimization. AI algorithm can analyze search engine trends, competitor strategies, and user behavior to optimize the website content and improve the search engine rankings. This helps businesses to attract more organic traffic and increase the visibility. The next one is predictive analytics. By analyzing historical data, AI can predict the future trends and patterns. This enables businesses to make informed decisions about the product development, marketing strategies, and resource allocation. So as we can see, AI is not just the future of web development, it's already here and changing the game. Now let's have a look at some AI tools that can be used in web development. AI tools are transforming web development by simplifying the workflows and boosting efficiency. The first AI tool that we have is ChatGPT. It is a conversational AI that acts as a versatile assistant, offering coding advices, debugging solutions, and even helping generate documentation. It's perfect for brainstorming creativity ideas for quickly understanding complex coding problems. The next one is GitHub Copilot. It serves as an AI peer programmer, predicting and suggesting code as you can type. It can help you to write entire function or classes in multiple programming languages, making it a must-have for developers working on the diverse stacks. The next one is 10Web AI. It is specifically designed for WordPress, automating tasks like website building, content creation, and SEO optimization. This tool is ideal for beginners who want professional websites without needing to deep coding expertise. The next one is Wix ADI. It stands out with its ability to create websites tailored to user needs through a simple questionnaire. It's especially useful for small businesses or individuals who need beautiful functional websites without much effort. The next one we have is Galileo AI. It focuses on UI design, generating wireframeworks and design components instantly from the text prompts. It's a great tool for accelerating the prototyping phase, making it a favorite for designers and developers alike. The next one is Apply Tools. It offers AI-powered visual testing to detect inconsistencies in layouts and design across the device and browsers. So each of these tools bring unique strengths, enabling developers to work smarter, even save time, and deliver exceptional user experience. So now that we know AI has completely transformed the web development process, offering these several key advantages that enhance the efficiency and innovation. Let's have a look at some of the advantages. The first one is content generation. AI tools can help create relevant, high-quality content for websites. From blog posts to product description, AI ensures a faster or more engaging content creation. The next one is predictive insights. With the power of data analysis, AI can predict user behavior and trends, allowing the developers to create websites that align with user preferences and future demands. The next one is stronger security. AI-based solution can detect and mitigate vulnerabilities in real time, providing enhanced protection against the cyber attacks and ensuring the secure websites. The next one we have is better design. AI tools offer smart design process, helping to create a visually appealing website without extensive manual effort. The next one is automated testing. AI-driven testing tools make it easier to identify bugs and ensure a seamless user experience by automating the repetitive testing processes. The next one is improved SEO. AI helps to optimize the website for search engine by analyzing the data and suggesting improvements for better rankings and increased visibility. The next one is better user experience. With AI, developer can create a personalized and dynamic user experience tailored to individual user preferences, making the website more interactive and engaging. The last one is faster development. Finally, AI accelerates the entire development process by automating the repetitive tasks, allowing the developers to focus on innovation and creativity. So that's it about the advantages of using AI in web development. So now let's dive into the another exciting topic, which is Web 3.0. the next evolution of Internet. So let's see what exactly is Web 3.0. Web 3.0 begins with the concept of decentralized Internet, where the control is no longer centralized in the hands of large corporations and servers. This decentralized model is powered by blockchain technology, which ensures the secure management of data and promotes the transparency. Using AI as a backbone of Web 3.0 enhances functionality and decision-making process. It also introduces the concept of user-controlled data, empowering the user to take large charge of their personal information, deciding how and where it is used. This new structure of the Internet enables three major outcomes. First, it fosters the trust by ensuring the transparency and fairness in interaction. Second, it prioritizes the privacy, giving the user confidence that their data is safe and secure. Lastly, it creates the immersive experience, enhancing how we can interact with the digital space, making them more engaging and interactive. So as we can see, Web 3.0 is more just a technology leap. It is a revolutionary shift toward an internet that is more demographic, secure, and user-focused. Now that we have explored what is Web 3.0, let's have a look at how it will impact web development. Web 3.0 is set to bring revolutionary changes in the digital world. First, decentralization and trustless operations are key. With Web 3.0, data won't be controlled by a central authority. Instead, blockchain technology enables transparent and trustless interactions. The next is Web 3.0 will also integrate the emerging technologies such as AI, IoT, and AR/VR, creating smarter and more connected systems. The next one is enhanced data security. With encryption and distributed system, user data will be safer, reducing the risk of breaches and unauthorized access. The another major impact is on user experience. Web 3.0 aims to deliver highly personalized, intuitive, and seamless interaction, making the web more user-centric. The next one is it introduces new economic models, enabling the direct transaction through cryptocurrencies, smart contracts, and tokenized assets, cutting out the intermediates. Finally, it promotes the broader adoption and sustainability, aligning with environment-friendly practices and creating a more inclusive digital space for everyone. In summary, Web 3.0 isn't just an upgrade, it's a paradigm shift that will refine how we interact with the web. So that's it about Web 3.0. Now let's shift our focus on progressive web apps. These are the modern approach to web application that contains the best of both worlds, offering a rich features of native apps and leveraging the standards of web technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Progressive web apps stands out because they are accessible through a web browser, but can be also installed on the devices like native apps. This means that the user don't have to visit the App Store to download them, making them more convenient and lightweight. Some of the examples of progressive web apps are Spotify, Telegram, and Pinterest. So now that we understand that what are progressive web apps and their unique capabilities, let's explore why progressive web apps are considered as the future of web development. So as we move forward, businesses and developers are increasingly adapting progressive web apps, and here's why. The first reason is cross-platform compatibility. Progressive web apps are designed to work on any platform or devices, whether it's a smartphone, tablet, or desktop. This compatibility ensures that a single code base can cater a multiple operating system, saving developers significant time and efforts. The next one is native-like feature. Progressive web apps deliver a user experience akin to native apps. They can send push notification, operate offline, and even be installed on devices' home screen, all without the need for an app store. This creates a seamless and engaging experience for the users. The next one is offline functionality. Thanks to the service workers, progressive web apps can load content and maintain the basic functionality even when there is no internet connection. This makes them incredibly reliable, especially in the regions where there is unstable internet connectivity. The next one is lower development and maintenance cost. Traditional native apps often require separate development for platforms like Android and iOS. Progressive web apps eliminate this need by functioning across the devices with a single development process, leading to significant cost saving. The next one is enhanced security with HTTPS. Progressive web apps operate over HTTPS, ensuring secure connections and protecting users from man-in-the-middle attacks. This builds the trust with the users and aligns with the modern web security standards. And the next reason is improved performance. Progressive web apps leverage the efficient caching and load optimization techniques, resulting in faster page loads and smoother performance. This improves the user retention and minimizing the frustration caused by the delays. With all these benefits, there is no surprise that progressive web apps are revolutionizing the web development. They combine the accessibility of web application with the immersive experience of native app, making them a powerful solution for the modern digital world. Now let's move on to the another emerging technology, which is voice search optimization. Voice search optimization is the process of improving your website or digital content to ensure it ranks well in voice-based search queries. These queries are performed through the devices like smartphones, smart speakers, and voice assistants, including Google Assistant, Amazon Alexa, and Siri. As voice searches become more popular, optimizing your content for these platforms is critical for staying ahead in the digital space. Now let's talk about how voice search optimization is shaping the future of web development. The first point is integration with the IoT devices. With smartphones and connected devices becoming more common, optimizing voice interaction across these devices is essential. The next we have is enhanced page load speed. Fast loading pages improves the user experience and are especially important for voice searches as users expect quick answers. The next one is conversational user interfaces. So voice searches rely on natural conversational language, so designing the user interfaces that cater to this is a key. Then there is localized SEO optimization. Voice searches often have a local focus like cafes near me, so tailoring the content local searches result is important. So next one is mobile first design priority. Since most of the voice searches happen on the mobile devices, ensuring your site is mobile friendly is critical. The next point is focus on the long tail keywords. These are more specific and match the way people naturally ask questions in the voice search. The next reason that we have is structured data techniques. Using structured data helps search engine better understand your content and provide the accurate answer. And finally, we have advanced integration with natural language processing or NLP. This ensures website can interact and respond to the way people naturally speak during the voice searches. So these 8 factors are transforming how we build and optimize websites for the future. Voice search optimization is no longer an option, it's a necessity. So now that we have explored how AI is revolutionizing the way we build websites and apps, now let's shift our focus to another powerful tool. That is no-code and no-code platforms. Low-code and no-code platforms are game changer in the world of software development. These platforms allows the user to create application without writing extensive code, often using visual interaction and drag and drop component. This modifies the app development, enabling businesses to build solutions faster and more effectively. Some of the popular low-code, no-code platforms include Zoho Creator, a versatile platform for building custom business apps. The next one is Mendix, a comprehensive low-code platform for enterprises application. The next one is Appian, a platform for building process-driven application. Now that we have explored the basics of no-code and low-code platform, let's dive into why they are future of web development. So why low-code and no-code are the future of web development? So the first reason that we have is accelerated development. These platforms significantly reduce the development time by automating many of the complex coding tasks. AI-powered tools can generate code snippets, design layouts, and test applications, allowing the developers to focus on their core functionalities. The next reason is increased accessibility. Low-code, no-code platforms empower developers with limited coding experience to create applications. This modifies the app development and fosters the innovation. The next one is enhanced cost efficiency. By accelerating development and reducing the need for specialized developers, low-code, no-code platforms can significantly lower the development cost. The next one is integration capabilities. These platforms integrate with variety of other tools and services, including APIs, databases, and cloud platforms. AI-powered integration tools can streamline the process of connecting the different systems. The next one is scalability and adaptability. These platforms often come with built-in scalability features, making it easier to scale the application as the user base grows. AI-powered tools can help to identify the performance bottleneck and suggest optimization. The next reason is focus on innovation. By automating routine tasks, low-code, no-code platform free up the developers to focus on innovation and creativity. This leads to the development of more innovative and impactful applications. So in conclusion, no-code and low-code platforms are reshaping the future of web development. By leveraging the power of AI, these platforms are making it easier for anyone to build the powerful application, regardless of their technical expertise. So now let's put our theory into practice. We will build a simple game by using HTML, CSS and JavaScript with a little help of artificial intelligence. So now what we are going to do is we are going to use AI to build an app. So even though we are going to use OpenAI to create an app, but still you need to have a basic knowledge of HTML, CSS and JavaScript to further make any changes in that application. So right here we can see the interface of ChatGPT, which is an OpenAI. So now we are going to take help of ChatGPT to build a Flappy Bird application. So we are just going to write a prompt here. So that's it. You just need to give a prompt to ChatGPT and it will start generating the code. So now we are just going to wait while the ChatGPT is generating the code. So right here we can see the HTML code has been generated, the CSS code has been generated, and then it is going to generate the JavaScript code. So to use AI in the process of web development, all you need to do is write a prompt to OpenAI or any kind of AI that you are going to use, but you still need to have a basic knowledge of the technologies so that it is easy for you to do the alteration in the web application. So right here I can see that ChatGPT has provided me the HTML code, the CSS code and the JavaScript code. So again what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the ChatGPT to give me the HTML, CSS and JavaScript in the same file. That means I'm asking for inline scripting and inline CSS. That's it. Now it is giving me the inline CSS and inline scripting. So right here we can see it has generated the code. All we need to do is we need to click here, copy code, and then we are going to move on to our VS Code. Here we are just going to paste this code. That's it. Any changes if you want to make into this file, you can make it. Here you can see the head section, the inline scripting, and the inline CSS. After saving the code, we just need to click on Go Live. So that's it. Here is the output. Now we are going to press the space button. And right here I can see that my game has been started. So that's it. So all of these functionalities has been created by ChatGPT itself. So this is how you can use AI to develop anything. It is just a game, but you can develop anything by using ChatGPT. But along with that, you also need to have knowledge of the technologies that you are going to use. So that will help you to make any changes in your application. So that's it for this video. In this video, we have seen how AI is transforming web development by enhancing user experience, streamlining processes, and opening doors to innovative solutions across the industries. From smarter interfaces to personalized content delivery, the integration of AI is shaping the future of how we build and interact with the website. First of all, we are going to cover the top 15 HTML interview questions. So the first question that we have is, what is doc type? And the answer is, a doc type or document declaration is an instruction that tells the web browser about the markup language in which the current page is written. That means it will tell the browser that what is the type of the document that we are writing. For example, in this case, the type of the document is HTML. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is how to redirect to a particular section of a page using HTML. And the answer is, to redirect to a specific section of a page in HTML, we use anchor tags with ID attributes. So basically, we assign an ID to the target section and link to it using ID in a href attribute. Now let's move on to the VS Code. There we are going to see how to perform it. Right here we have created the two sections, that is section 1 and the section 2. We have used the button for the section 1 and 2. We have included the address of the section 1 and 2 using the href. And here we have given the ID as the section 1, and then we have used this section 1 ID to give the location of the section 1 and section 2. Now let us move on to the output. There we are going to see how it works. So this is our section 1 and 2. We are going to click on section 2. We have been redirected to the section 2, then section 1, and then we are back on the section 1. So this is how you redirect using HTML. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, are bold and the strong tags same? If not, then why? And the answer to this question is, no, the bold tag and the strong tag are not same, because the bold tag is a physical tag. That means the text written under the bold tag makes the text bold to draw attention. Whereas the strong tag is a logical tag which is used for formatting the HTML text. It is also used to show the importance of text by making it bold or highlighting it. So that's it about the bold tag and the strong tag. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are the two types of web storage in HTML5? And the answer is, the two types of storage includes the session storage. It stores the data of the current session only. It means that the data stored in the session storage clears automatically when the browser is closed. And the second one is local storage. Local storage object stores the data with no expiration date. The data is not deleted automatically when the current browser window is closed. So that's it about the two web storage in HTML5. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are semantic elements in HTML? And the answer is, the semantic elements in HTML are the tags that clearly describe their meaning and purpose in the content they represent. They enhance the code readability and accessibility, making it easier for developers, browsers, and search engines to understand the structure of the web page. For example, the header tag, footer tag, section tag, article tag, time tag, and navigation tag. These tags enhance the accessibility and SEO because they provide the context of the content. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are the HTML tags used to display a table? And the answer is, there are four major tags which are used to display the table. The first one is caption tag, which is used to define the caption of the table. The second one is table header. This tag is used to give the header to the table. The next one is table row, which is used to define the row of the table. And the last one is table data, which is used to give the table data inside the table row. So this is how you can represent every tag. The table tag can be defined using the table. The table row tag can be defined using tr. The table header tag can be defined using th. The table data tag can be defined using td. And the caption tag can be defined using caption. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the purpose of meta tag in HTML? And the answer is, the meta tag are the tags which are defined inside the head tag. Some of the important meta tags include meta char set. This sets the character encoding for your document to UTF-8, ensuring your web page correctly displays the special characters, symbols, and text in the multiple languages. Next on we have this. This meta tag ensures that the web page is rendered using the latest version of Internet Explorer's rendering engine. And then next on we have this meta tag. This meta tag provides a short description of your web page content for search engine and social sharing. Next on we have this meta tag. So this meta tag basically makes your web page responsive by controlling its dimensions and scaling on mobile devices. So that's it about the meta tags. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is the use of alt attribute in images? So the answer is, the image alt attribute is used to specify the alternate text of the images. It is useful when the images are not displayed. It is used to give the alternate information of an image. So now this is the syntax to provide an alt attribute to an image. Now let's move on to VS Code to apply it practically. So right here we can see that I have used the image tag to provide an image, and along with that here I have provided the alt attribute. So we are just going to save this file and then we are just going to run it. So right here we can see that the image has been provided. Here is the image. Now what we are going to do is we are going to remove the image and then we are going to see what is the function of alt attribute. But now here we can see that the image has been removed, but we can see the Doraemon text here. So this is basically the alt attribute that I have provided to my image. So this is why we use the alt attribute in case the browser is not able to load the image. Instead of that, the alt attribute appears. Let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is image map? The image map facilitates you to link many different web pages using this single image. You can define shapes and images that you want to make the part of the image map. So basically what I want to tell here is, we are going to add one image, and then on that image we are going to make one particular section on which we are going to click, and that will open a particular browser. So like this, there will be one image, and suppose we are going to click here, and that will open a new browser. So let's move on to the VS Code, and we are going to see how to apply this. So right here we can see that we have provided one image source, the alt attribute, the inline styling. Now inside the map tag, what we have done is we have provided one coordinate, and then we have given one link. So after this, again here we have provided one coordinate, and then we have given the google.com link. And here we have made the 3 area of the image as a image map. Like we have converted the 3 areas of image into the image map. We have linked 3 different links to the 3 different points. Now let us look at the output. So this right here is the output. Here we can see that my cursor is converting into the pointer. So that means this is the image map. Again, this is also the image map. This is also the image map. But this is not the image map. We have included 3 different links on the 3 different images. So right here, I am going to click, and this is opening the Google web page. So this is how we create an image map, and this is the use of the image map. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question we have is, what is the use of span tag? Give one example. So the answer is, the span tag in HTML is an inline container used to group and style a part of text or the content within the document. So with the help of span tag, we add the color to the text, we add the background to the text, and we highlight any color text. So this is the example of a span tag. Here we can see we have opened one paragraph tag. Inside that paragraph, we have written this is the page we use span, and we have opened the span tag, and we have provided the inline styling, and then we have closed the span tag. So basically, span tag is used to provide the inline styling. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is the use of an iframe tag? And the answer is, the iframe tag in HTML is used to embed another HTML document within the current web page. It essentially creates a frame or a window that displays the content from an external or internal URL. So right here we can see this is the syntax of an iframe. Here we open the iframe tag, then we provide the URL to the other web page, and then we close the iframe tag. Here you can see we have opened the iframe tag, then we have given one web page, like we have created some demo.html, another web page, and then we have provided some inline styling. And this is the real-time use of iframe tag. Here we have opened the iframe tag. The source we have provided is of www.edureka.com, and then we have closed the iframe tag. So this is the use of the iframe tag. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, what is the difference between an absolute and relative URL? And the answer is, an absolute URL includes the full web address, the protocols such as HTTP or HTTPS, and the domain name such as www.example.com. Whereas on the other hand, the relative URL specifies the location of the resource related to the current web page. Right here you can see this is the absolute URL which contains the protocol and the domain name. And this is the relative URL which only contains the path of the resource. So that's it about the absolute and relative URL. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question that we have is, what is the difference between link tag and the anchor tag? And the answer is, the anchor tag is used to create a hyperlink to another web page or to a certain part of the web page. These links are clickable, whereas the link tag defines the link between the document and an external resource. And these links are not clickable. So here you can see This is the example of anchor tag and the link tag. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between figure tag and image tag? And the answer is, the figure tag specifies the self-contained content like diagrams, images, code snippets, etc. Figure tag is used semantically to organize the content of the images like image and image caption, whereas the image tag is used to embed the picture inside the HTML5 document. So right here you can see the syntax. Here we have opened the figure tag. Inside the figure tag we have provided one image and the description, also the caption, and then we have closed the figure tag. So basically image tag is used inside the figure tag. Now let's move on to the last question of HTML. And the last question is, how to handle event in HTML. So for this we are going to move on to our VS Code, and there we are going to answer this question. So the simple answer to how to handle events in HTML is JavaScript. We use JavaScript to handle events in HTML. Right here we have created two functions. Then we have added one event, that is onClick event, and then here we have added one input box, and then whenever a user is going to write something inside the input box, the JavaScript will read that input. So right here we have to handle this event which is onClick. For that we have also included one alert function. So now let us look at the output. So this is the output here. Let's see, I'm going to type something and that's it. It is reading, but this is not important. The important thing is whenever I'm clicking here, this is giving me one pop-up button was clicked. So this is called the event handling. Here we have used JavaScript to handle this onClick event. So that's it about the HTML interview questions, and now we will move to the CSS interview questions. Here again we are going to cover top 15 CSS interview questions. So first of all, let us move on to the first question. Which type of CSS holds the highest priority? And the answer is, so there are three types of CSS. The first one is the inline CSS, the second one is embedded or internal CSS, and the third one is external CSS. So out of all these three CSS, the inline CSS has the highest priority, the internal or embedded CSS has the second priority, and the external style sheets has the least priority. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what does A in RGBA mean? So in RGBA, the R stands for red, the G stands for green, the B stands for blue, and the A stands for alpha, which specifies the transparency of elements. The value of alpha lies between 0.0 to 1.0, where 0.0 represents the fully transparent and 1.0 represents not transparent. So this is the syntax right here for RGBA. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are CSS HSL colors? So HSL stands for hue, saturation and lightness. This format uses a cylindrical coordinate system. Hue is a degree of color wheel. Its value lies between 0 to 360 degree, where 0 represents red, 120 represents green, and 240 represents the blue color. Next on is saturation. It takes a percentage value where 100% represents the completely saturated, while 0% represents the completely unsaturated, which is gray. Next on we have is lightness. It takes the percentage value where 100% represents white and 0% represents the black. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, define z-index. And the answer is, z-index is used to specify the stack order of elements that overlap each other. Its default value is 0 and it can take both negative and positive values. The higher z-index value is stacked above the lower index element. It takes the values as auto, number, initial and inherit. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, what do you understand by a universal selector? And the answer is, the universal selector in CSS is a wildcard selector represented by asterisk. It selects all the elements on the web page, applying style to every element in the document. A universal selector is a selector that matches any element type's name instead of selecting elements of a particular type. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are the different CSS link states? And the answer is, there are 4 different types of link states in CSS. The first one is the normal one, which is unvisited link. The second one is the visited link, which the user has visited at least one. So the third one is hover. So this becomes a link whenever the mouse hovers over it. So this is the link which the user have just clicked. So all of the links are of different color. Like all of the link will have different color. That means the unvisited link will have purple color. The visited link will be having blue color. The active link will change the color. And the hover link will show the hover effect whenever the mouse hovers over it. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, can we add an image as a list item marker? So the answer to it is, yes, we can add image as a list item marker in the list. We just need to use the list style image property in CSS. So here is the syntax to it and here is the output. Now let's move on to the VS Code to see how it works. So here we have created one unordered list, and inside this unordered list, we have given one background image to make it as a list item marker. So for that we have given the URL to the image and the size and some inline styling. So here we can see that the span tag is used to provide the inline styling. We have created 3 items and we have given the same image URL. So now let's look at the output. So this is the output here. We have created 3 items and here we can see that the image is represented as the list item marker. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question that we have is, how can we give a shadow effect to our text in CSS? And the answer is, to add a shadow to the text, we use text shadow CSS property. This property accepts the comma separated list of shadows to be applied on the text. The default value of text shadow property is none. Now let us apply it practically on the VS Code. So right here we can see that we have provided one heading, and inside this we have used this text shadow CSS property. This is the shadow color that we are going to provide, and along with that we have provided the font family and the text alignment. Again we have done same for the paragraph. Now let's look at the output. So this is the text shadow example and we have provided the text shadow on the board. So this is how, with the use of text shadow CSS property, you can apply the text shadow to any text. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, how is cell padding different from cell spacing? And the answer is, cell spacing is a space or a gap between 2 consecutive cells, whereas the cell padding is a space or a gap between the text content of the cell and the edge border of the cell. So right here we can see this is called the cell padding. The space is around the content. And then we can see this is called the cell spacing. Spacing is between the border of the content and the border of the table. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what are CSS counters? So the answer to this question is, the CSS counters are a way to automatically number elements using CSS without relying on HTML or JavaScript. So this is commonly used for ordered list, heading or any repeated elements that needs a consistent numbering. So right here we can see that this is the section 1, section 2 and section 3. Inside it we have 1.1, 1.2, 2.1 and 2.2. So basically CSS counters are used to give this number automatically without depending on HTML and JavaScript. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is keyframes used for? So again we are going to open our VS Code to understand this question. So right here we have just created one box and we have provided some animations to it. So the simple answer to why do we use keyframes is to smoothen our transitions. So right here we can see this 0. So this 0 basically represents the starting point of the animation. Then we have this transform that basically shows the original position of the element. And then we have the background color as red, which means that initially the box will have red color. Then we have this 50 degrees, that means that the animation is at its midpoint. And then on we have this transform that represents the element moves 150 pixels to the right. And then on we have this background color, which means that the background of the element has been changed from red to yellow. And again we have this 100% that marks the end of the animation. And then on we have this transform which basically means that the element moves 300 pixels to the right. And then again we have this background color. That means the background has been changed from yellow to green. Now let's see the output. So right here we can see the output. The first color was red, then yellow, and then green. So this is why the keyframes are used to smoothly apply the animations on the elements. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, what is the difference between Flexbox and Grid? And the answer to this question is, the Flexbox offers a greater control over alignment and space distribution between the items. Being one-dimensional, Flexbox only deals with either columns or rows. Next is Grid. Grid has two-dimensional layout capabilities which allows flexible width as a unit of length. This compensates the limitations of Flex. So right here we can see that the Flexbox is one-dimensional. Either it creates the single row or it creates the single column. While CSS works in two dimensions, that means we can create rows as well as columns inside it. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, how can we add 3D transformations to our project using CSS? So now again we are going to move on to our VS Code to answer this question. So right here we can see that I have created one div container, that's it. And then I have applied some 3D transformation onto that div container. First of all, I have used some simple styling, and then I have added one transform property to this. So this transform property is basically used to provide the 3D transformation. And inside this transform, we are going to give rotate X, rotate Y, and rotate Z. And along with that, we are also going to provide the degrees. So again here I have provided one transform, that is after the box hover. So again I have provided the rotate X, rotate Y, and rotate Z, and I have changed the degrees. So whenever you want to make the 3D transformations, the only thing that you need to keep in mind is rotate X, rotate Y, and rotate Z. Now let's look at the output. So here is the output. So right here we can see this box is moving in 3 dimensions, that is X, Y, and Z. So this is the 3D transformation that we have applied. So the only thing we have applied is transform, rotate X, Y, and Z. That's it about the 3D transformation. So now let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is, what is media query in CSS? And the answer to this question is, the media query in CSS is a powerful feature used to create responsive web design. It allows you to apply different styles depending on a specific conditions like viewport size, screen resolution, and device orientation. This means you can change the layout or styling of your website to optimize the user experience across the range of devices such as desktop, tablets, and mobile phones. And here is the example of media query. This CSS code is a media query that applies specific style when the screen width is 600 pixels or less. It changes the page background color to light blue and reduces the font size to 14px for better readability and aesthetics on the smaller screen. And it also ensures the responsive design. Now that's it about the media query. Now let's move on to the last question of CSS, which is, what is box model in CSS? And the answer is, CSS box model is a fundamental concept that describes how the elements are structured and how their size and spacing are calculated in web design. Every HTML element on the page is treated as a rectangular box, and the box model defines the component of these boxes. So the first one is content, and after that we have the padding, border, and the margin. So now the content is the actual content of the element like text and the images. The width and the height properties in CSS set the size of this content area. And after that we have this padding. Padding is the space between the content and the border. It provides the internal spacing around the content. And after that we have is border. So border wraps around the padding and the content. You can set width, style, and color of the border. And after border we have this margin. So margin is the outermost space creating the distance between the element's border and other elements of the page. Like padding, margins are also transparent. You can set the margin using margin top, margin right, margin bottom, and margin left. So the first question that we have is, what is temporal dead zone? And the answer to this question is, the temporal dead zone is a behavior associated with variables declared using let and const. It refers to the time between when a variable is declared and when it is initialized, during which assigning the variable results in an error. Especially, it prevents you from using the variable before it's fully set up in the memory. Now let's move on to our VS Code to understand it via a code. So here we have the small code that reflects the temporal dead zone. So here we can see let myVar declares the variable myVar during the entire execution until let myVar is equal to 10 is assigned a value. Any attempt to access myVar will throw in reference error. So here we can see we have this reference error. This is because let myVar has not been assigned yet. So now console.log myVar attempts an access to myVar before its initialization. Here we can see that. So at this point myVar is in its temporal dead zone. So reference error is thrown. As we can see here, the reference error is thrown. So let myVar is equal to 10. Here we can see let myVar is equal to 10 initializes the variable with the value 10. So after this line, let myVar is accessible. So this is the basic example of temporal dead zone. So now let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is, what is strict mode in JavaScript and how it can be enabled? And the answer to this question is, strict mode in JavaScript is a way to ensure a stricter parsing and error handling in your code. It helps you to write cleaner code by preventing the use of potentially problematic language features and throwing error for common mistakes that JavaScript might otherwise overlook. So strict mode is enabled by adding the following string at the beginning of the script or a function. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what are closures in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, closures are the powerful feature in JavaScript that enables function to remember and access the variables from their outer scope. Even after the outer function has finished executing, essentially closures are formed when the inner function makes the use of variable declared in the parent function. This allows for more concise and efficient code as it enables the function to retain the access of important data. So here let's understand the closures with the help of an example. Closure is created when the inner function incree captures the variable count from its enclosing counter function. Even after counter has finished executing, the incree function retains the access to count, allowing it to increment and log the value each time it is called. So that's it about closures in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, explain hosting in JavaScript. And the answer to this question is, hosting is a unique mechanism in JavaScript where variables and functions declarations are moved on the top of their scope during the compile phase even before the code starts executing. This means you can use functions or variables before they are declared in the code. Let's have a look at the example on this slide. In the left code snippet, the function getEmp is called before its declaration. However, it works without any errors because the function declaration is hosted on the top of the scope. Similarly, inside getEmp, the variable emp1 is declared using var. Even though the declaration is hosted, the assignment happens at runtime. This ensures that the value 20 is correctly logged. The second snippet highlights the same concept with alert. This shows that the hosting applies to the both function declarations and variable declarations, allowing the code to behave as if these were at the top of their respective scopes. So that's it about the hosting in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between equality operator and the strict equality operator? And the answer to this question is, these equality operators are also called loose equality operators. They perform type cohesion. This means it converts the values being compared to the same type before checking its equality. On the other hand, these are also called strict equality operators that does not perform any type of cohesion. It requires both the value and the type to be identical for the comparison to return true. So in summary, we use strict equality operator to precise the comparisons and equality operator when you can handle the type conversion implicitly. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between declaring variables using var, let and const? And the answer to this question is, the main difference between let, var and const lie in their scope, hosting behavior and reassignment. While var is a function scoped and allows redeclaration and reassignment, let and const are block scoped, with const preventing the reassignment and both being affected by the temporal dead zone. Rest you can pause the video and go through the differences one by one. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is rest parameter and spread operator? The spread operator is used to unpack the element from the array or object, spreading them into two individual elements. In contrast, the rest parameter allows the function to accept an indefinite number of arguments as an array, enabling the collection of all the remaining arguments into a single variable. Now let's move on to our VS Code and understand it via a small example. So here we are looking at the small code example of rest parameter. The display name function uses rest parameter names to collect the infinite number of arguments into an array. When called with Alice, Bob and Charlie, these arguments are grouped into an array, Alice, Bob and Charlie, that we can look at the output. So the console.log name statement then logs their array into a console. This is useful for handling the dynamic inputs. Here you can look at the output. So similarly, we have a small code example of a spread operator. The spread operator is used to unpack the elements from an array and spread them into a new array. For example, when combining the arrays like const all fruits, fruit1, fruit2, it unpacks the elements of fruit1 and fruit2 and combines them into new array. So the rest parameter is similar in syntax, but it is used to function definition to collect the multiple arguments into single array, while the spread operator expands the element into new context and the rest parameter collects the values passed to a function. So that's it about the rest parameter and spread operator. So now let's move on to our next question. Explain the difference between array prototype.filter and array prototype.reduce. So filter is used to create a new array with all elements that pass a specified condition or test. It returns a subset of original arrays with the same number of elements or fewer. Next one we have reduce. It is used to apply a function on each element of array to accumulate a single result, such as sum, product or even transformed value. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is self-executing function? And the answer to this question is, self-executing function are also known as immediately invoked function expression. It is a JavaScript function that is executed as soon as it is defined. The purpose of self-executing function is to ensure the immediate execution of the code that it contains, enable the encapsulation creating a private scope to avoid populating a global namespace, and they often use anonymous functions which do not require a name and are directly executed. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, how would you implement a custom method to check if the array contains duplicate? And the answer to this question is, to implement a custom method to check if the array contains duplicate, you can follow these steps. First of all, start. This initializes the process by initializing the required data structure. Then we go to initialize a set. Here we create an empty set. This will be used to track unique elements. Next we have iterate over the array. This means loop through each element in the array. Next on we have check if the element exists in the set. So if the current element is already in the set, it means the duplicate is found. Return true immediately as the array contains the duplicate. Otherwise, add the current element to the set and continue looping through the array. So if no duplicate found, that means if the loop completes without finding the duplicate, return false to indicate the array has no duplicates. And that's it. After that, you can finish the execution of that method. So this approach is efficient because the set ensures the constant time lookups. The method stopped as soon as the duplicate is found, optimizing the performance. So this is how you can check the duplicates in JavaScript code. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, how can you remove duplicates from the JavaScript array? So for this question, let's move on to our VS Code and understand it via code example. So now here we are on our VS Code, and here we are going to see how to remove the duplicates from JavaScript code using set method. So this code basically demonstrates how to remove duplicate elements from an array using set object. A set is built-in JavaScript object that only stores unique values. By passing the number array into the new set, duplicates are automatically removed. The spread operator is then used to convert the set back into an array, resulting in a new array with only unique elements. The output of console.log unique number will be array without duplicates that we can see here. All the duplicates from the array has been removed just by using set numbers. That's it. We also have one more method, that is filter. Let's have a look at that. First of all, we are going to save this code and then we are going to run this code. So that's it. Now let's understand this. So this code removes the duplicate from an array using filter method. The filter method creates a new array with the element that pass a test. In this code, the test check if the first occurrence of each value in an array matches the current index using array.indexValue. So if the current index is same as the first index where the value appears, it means that the value is unique and is included in the new array. The result of new array unique numbers that contain only unique values are from the original number array. So here is the output using the filter method. So now we have understood how to remove the duplicates using the set and filter. So now let's move on to our next question. How will you empty an array in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, here are 4 different ways to empty an array in JavaScript. First of all, you can simply assign an array to empty array, which effectively clears the content. Second on, we can set an array's length to 0, which is a quick and efficient method to empty it. Third, we can use loop to pop up the each element one by one until the array is empty. And finally, you can use splice method, which allows you to remove all the elements in one go by specifying the starting index and the number of the elements to remove. Each method has its own use case depending on your requirements, but all are effective in emptying an array. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, describe the concept of memoization and its implementation in JavaScript. First, let's understand what is memoization and then we will have a look at the code. So the answer to this question is, memoization is a technique used to improve the performance by storing the result of time-consuming function calls. When the same inputs are provided again, instead of recalculating, the function retrieves the pre-computed result from a cache. This approach significantly reduces the redundant calculation and speed up the execution, especially in the scenarios involving repetitive tasks and recursive function. Now let's move on to our VS Code to understand it via small code example. So here we are on our VS Code and let's understand memoization with the help of small example. So this code implements memoization technique to optimize the Fibonacci function. Memoization is a way to store the result of expensive function calls and reuse them when the same inputs occur. So let's go through the code one by one. So first of all, we have this memoize function. It takes a function as an argument and returns a new function. And inside this new function, we can check if the result for the given argument, args, is already cached. If it is, we return the cached value by skipping the function calls. So if it is not cached, we can calculate the result and store it in cache and return it. So after that, we have this Fibonacci function. This is the basic recursive Fibonacci function. It calculates the Fibonacci number for a given n. The function calls itself twice for each value of n greater than 1. After that, memoized function is the result of passing the Fibonacci function into memoized function. This memoized version optimizes the performance of caching and results. So the first we call Fibonacci function 10 that computes the Fibonacci number and stores the intermediate result in cache. And second, to call the Fibonacci function 10 that fetches the result from cache, avoiding the redundant calculation. And here are the output of our Fibonacci function. First of all, we have called this. In the first go, it calculated the Fibonacci number. After that, it is stored in the cache and then it is fetched from the cache when we have called it again. So now let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is, explain higher order functions in JavaScript. And the answer to this question is, Higher order functions are the key concept in JavaScript that elevates the power of functional programming. These are functions that can take another function as an argument or return a function as their output. So this diagram illustrates two primary use cases. First, higher order function taking a function as input. A higher order function can expect a regular function as an argument. For example, function like map, filter and reduce in JavaScript allows you to pass callback function to process elements of an array. And after that, higher order function returning another function. It can also return a new function as its result. This is useful for creating custom utilities or scenarios like currying. So now that's it for the higher order function. Let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is JavaScript a statically typed or a dynamically typed language? And the answer to this question is JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. In dynamically typed language, the type of the variable is checked during the runtime, in contrast to statically typed language, where the type of the variable is checked during the compile time. So here you can see the example that the variable cannot be changed in the static language, but you can change the type of variable in the dynamic typing. So that's it. And now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is BOM? And the answer to this question is, the BOM or browser object model in JavaScript refers to object provided by the browser to interact with the browser window and its component. It serves as a bridge between JavaScript and its browser environment, enabling the developers to control and manipulate the browser-related functionalities. The BOM allows the developer to control the browser environment, such as manipulating the browser window, handling the browser events, and accessing the browser-specific properties and methods. This includes features like resizing the window, navigating the new URL, working with the cookies, or even interacting with the browser's history and locating objects, enabling dynamic and responsive web experiences. So that's all about the browser object model. And now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what are arrow functions in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, the arrow functions in JavaScript are simpler and more concise way to write functions. Unlike the traditional function, arrow functions don't require the function keyword. They are especially useful for writing the shorter codes and maintaining the readability. Plus, they can handle this keyword differently, making them ideal for certain use cases like callbacks. As in this example, you can see that the arrow function eliminates the need of function keyword and uses fat arrow to separate the parameters and the function body. In this case, the arrow function has an implicit return, meaning it directly returns the result without needing the return keyword. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, explain event delegation and why it is useful. And the answer to this question is, event delegation is a technique where a single event listener is used to handle events for multiple child elements by leveraging the event bubbling. This approach enhances the performance and makes the managing dynamic DOM elements more efficient and straightforward. This code demonstrates the concept of event delegation, and here's how it works. First, attach the event listener to the parent element. Instead of adding the individual event listener to the child element, a single-click event listener is attached to the parent element. Next, check the target of the event inside the event listener. That is, event.target property is used to determine which child element triggered the event. The matches.child method checks if the clicked event has the class child. Next, handle the event. If the clicked event matches the condition, the message child clicked is logged to the console. So that's all about the event delegation. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is currying in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, currying in JavaScript is a technique where a function is transformed so it takes arguments one at the time instead of all at once. Each argument leads to a return of new function which expects the next argument until all the arguments are provided. Once all the arguments are supplied, the function finally executes and returns the result. For example, the outer function expects the first argument A and returns the another argument. The second function expects the second argument B and returns yet another function. And the innermost function expects the final argument C and computes the result by adding A, B and C together. The earlier arguments A and B are remembered through closures. This makes curring helpful for creating reusable and specialized functions. For instance, you can predefine the value of argument and reuse the partially applied function in the various scenarios. So that's all about curring in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what are the 4 stages of promise object in JavaScript? The 4 stages of promise object are, first we have pending. It is the initial stage of promise. This state represents that the promise has neither been fulfilled nor been rejected. It's pending. The second one is fulfilled. This stage represents that the promise has been fulfilled, meaning that the asynchronous operation is completed. The next one is rejected. This state represents that the promise has been rejected for some reason, meaning that the asynchronous operation has failed. And the last one is settled. This state represents that the promise has been either rejected or fulfilled. Now that's all about the 4 stages of promise object in JavaScript.
And with this, we come to an end with this web development full course. And if you have enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. Do look up for more videos and playlists and subscribe to the Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.